Well, this is kind of a name that, if you talk about their previous name, they have been incredible soldiers, but now they want to stay in the light. And with the incredible gameplay that they bring onto the battlegrounds, I'm pretty sure that synergy, it will carry forward because, well, the older you are, the more experience you have in terms of the gameplays, and well, the better you trust your own teammates as your friends, maybe inside the game and outside.
Exactly, and the lineup has again and again proven themselves on the biggest stages of them all. So there is a lot of expectations on Skylightz Gaming right now, and the question that comes in front of us is, will they deliver? We will find out when the tournament begins, but good luck to Skylightz Gaming for their matches.
Each new era needs new champions. But to become one needs to rise to the challenges. Persevere through failures. One needs to fuel the inner fire. PMPL South Asia Spring 2022. The dawn of new champions.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen, which will be out in the market soon. So you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean Sharma alongside with me. And Ocean, I think you will agree with me on this. Every time we see that opening video, it's goosebumps every single time.
It definitely is. I mean, we just love to see that kind of the atmosphere. Obviously, we see the virtual audience coming up out there as well, and that just adds up to it. And you can agree with me on this one as well, as the wire is actually in front. Let me just change that to one, and now it just comes up in a really good sense and style. And well, Johnny, when we talk about this competition, we are down in 1 week now. As the first week just ended, we saw 20 teams, then 16 just battling it out, getting their own points. But now we are back to 20 again.
Exactly, because ladies and gentlemen, the week number 2 is about to begin, and that means league play stages are back. So for the next 2 days, all 20 teams are going to be participating in the competition once again, divided, of course, into 5 groups. And it's the same procedure as last time, right? The groups keep on shifting, the maps keep on shifting as well. One thing has changed though. This week is going to be all about Sanhok and not Miramar. So that is something that I feel is going to be a little bit more fun. But let's have a look at the format once again, ladies and gentlemen. As we told you right now, that 1/3 of our journey is over. Week 1 is done. At the end of the Super Weekend, we do see the Mongolian Titans in the top 3 on the overall leaderboard, but the other teams will definitely get their opportunity to step up their own performances and try and see if they can take the podium.
Yeah, that is correct. And right now, with the second Super Weekend just around the corner, we will be playing the Week 2 league plays today with all the groups coming up. And obviously, after that, we'll be going on to the Week 3, where we'll see the league play and Super Weekend. Then top 16 teams in the overall points are definitely going to be moving forward to the finals that are there on 22nd to 24th of April, just as we have the overall schedule right in front of us. And definitely, today is where it all matters for the teams again. If you were not able to, participate in the first Super Weekend because of some reasons between your gameplays and all, well, today it's the time to just showcase it again in a really good sense and maybe just get a hold of those chicken dinners, where obviously it will be a good start. But then again, Super Weekends is where $1,000 is given for every single winner chicken dinner, and we saw Mongolians grabbing a massive chunk of it last weekend.
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, what was the total? Like 8 chicken dinners to the team. 9 chicken dinners being secured by the 3 teams, by the 4 teams combined, in fact. Yeah. And it was an exciting, eventful weekend that we had as well, because the first Super Weekend we saw the teams show their actual preparation and their actual gameplays in the lobby. But this time, story is going to be different. A lot of the teams are going to be feeling the pressure, especially the teams that failed to qualify for the first Super Weekend, because they missed their opportunity of competing for the $1,000 per chicken dinner that was there, that has been mentioned in the prize pool as well, in fact, ladies and gentlemen. And I think along with that, just an opportunity to make it to finals is also a pretty big deal for every single one of these players, because in the finals you compete for extra money. But to qualify for the Super Weekend, as we know, you need to secure the top 16 spot within the league play, and to do that, you need to get yourself some points.
Yeah, I mean, definitely need to just get yourself some decent points for yourself as it is needed, and the points are in front of us. We know about all these points, right? We understand what these points mean, how these points are, etc., all those things.
Yeah.
Everyone just gets that understanding for themselves. But then again, ladies and boys and girls, as we move forward, these are the groups. Now we are back onto the groups again. The groups that we know and understand, we are back onto that one. A, B, C, D, E. Every group has a set of teams that would be playing 4 matches every day, and these are your first teams.
Well, the first 4 teams, out of which I think 2 are going to be pretty scary now after their run in the Super Weekend. Skylightz Esports and IHC, sitting on the 2nd and the 3rd positions respectively, have been quite dominating during the Super Weeks. But again, desperate times are there for Atrax Esports, as they were one of those 4 teams that missed out on the very first Super Weekend. So it's going to be quite important for them to somehow manage to make the cutoff this time and go to the 2nd Super Week. Because if they miss out on 2 Super Weekends in a row, that's it. That's the instant death sentence right there to the team. They will be eliminated from the tournament. There is no way that you show up in the 3rd week. Well, there is a way.
There is a way. I mean, it depends.
Like 5 chicken dinners, like straight right off the bat, and that's the only way you make it.
Yeah, there's a very minute chance, but yeah, there is a chance. So this is our Group B, where we have High Voltage, Venom Legends, Raw Esports, and obviously Deadeyes Guys. A few of these teams have definitely just performed really good. When it comes on Deadeyes Guys, they got a brilliant chicken dinner for themselves. We saw that happening. Venom Legends as well, just trying to go for a good hold for themselves. Last game of the last day of Super Weekend 1 was really good for them. So Raw Esports, this team has been performing out of their minds. And then there is Group C when we talk about it. Vibes is a pretty decent name. ElementriX when it comes down to it. And well, Savage. I mean, this is a team where we had the same Mongolian expectations as we had from the other teams. And on the other side, 1952, a team that maybe started off pretty bad, came on to a decent finish. Not that good, not that bad, but then again, I don't know. I hope they do good. They do better, in fact, in this week overall.
I mean, again, because I completely agree with you. It's very hard to predict what 1952 will do. Because when they were at their worst is when we saw them have an amazing performance on day number 3 of the Super Weekend. But then towards the end of the day, there was a massive dip as well, and they ended up on the 14th spot. But still, I think there is hope for 1952. At least they are not very, very far behind. So I think that's the thing that the team needs to focus on. Already, they ended up on the 12th spot. My apologies, right there. So they did have, in fact, a very good bounce back on day number 3. But on the other side of things, I think again, A1 Esports, one of those teams, along with TRZ, that missed out on the very first Super Weekend. Quite important for them to qualify and make the cutoff this time. But along with that, Skylightz Gaming and DRS. I mean, both very big names in terms of the PUBG mobile scene in Nepal. But this time have been struggling just a little bit, and it is enough to keep the teams outside the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, I won't say little bit. I mean, they have been, but yeah, it's their own ups and downs that are just there. And then Stalwart is a team that just likes to get the first chicken dinners for themselves, be it Super Weekends or be it just a normal league play day. We'll see what happens, obviously, because today they are not going to be playing the first game. That is, Group E stays out. We know about all those drills, right? Erangel, first Erangel, it's A, B, C, D. Then E just sits out. Then E comes in, it's A, B, C, E. All those, like, that's just a basic thing that just keeps on happening here and there. But then again, we'll see about all those things in a while when we will be looking at the schedule and what comes with it. But then again, Johnny, finally, it's a good thing today because finally all the teams would be showcasing their true potential. I'm talking about those teams that did not qualify in the first Super Weekend, because this is important.
Exactly, and I mean, along with that, it's going to be quite interesting to see how the top performers are going to be doing, because as you said, while the other teams, the teams on the lower part of the standings will try and showcase their true selves and the gameplay that we hope they have hidden so far in the matches. Stalwart Esports, they have had nothing to hide. Right off the bat, starting off very strong during the league play days, and then you see them in the Super Weekend still being very consistent overall, looking at their performance and managing to secure quite a decent position right behind Stalwart Esports.
This is good because
Stalwart Esports.
This is good because 8 matches are giving them an average of 1,252 and 15 matches are giving them an average of 1,300 plus. That definitely shows when you know it, right? When there are longer matches, longer number of matches, the larger number of matches, you kind of have to maintain that average, and Super Weekend matters the most. So they are maintaining that average when it comes down to the Super Weekends, and that is really, really good. That is really needed. That is really important. They are understanding the worth of the Super Weekend, and they are definitely making it count for themselves. This was a very, very good game by these lads. Obviously, Stalwart got the hold of it. I'm remembering that was the first game. This was the next one as well. So yeah, Seal is doing pretty good, and we know these lads. We know these players. They have been doing pretty good since the previous times when they were, in fact, when they used to play in the wild card regions and all. And well, they are channeling that experience for themselves. And look at them. They always find the right movement for themselves, and that just counts. Every other thing, although, look at the survival time of both the times. It's really similar to each other, but still the damage is where they're making it all count, and at the end, it's the points overall that is just increasing for them.
Exactly. I mean, the team has managed to start off on a very, very strong foot, and now the only thing that they have to do is just make sure that they do not lose the momentum, because you pointed this out in the first week itself that Stalwart Esports, their history has been doing very well in week 1 and then just stumbling down towards the second and the third weeks of the PMPL. So if this time they manage to be consistent, this time I think they're going to be joining IHC and Stalwart Esports as one of the top contenders for lifting the trophy. But again, right now, let's not forget the priority for the teams is to qualify for the Super Week, secure some extra cash also in the process qualify for the finals as well. If they do that, then in the finals, I think the teams are going to give it all that they have to try and compete. But yeah, Skylightz Gaming, they started off so nicely in the league play days, but the Super Weekend wasn't really theirs.
This is bad. 8 matches, 12-15 is their average, and with 15 matches, it's 864. This actually just comes up to To be honest, these are bad numbers for Skylightz because they had a few games. Remember Miramar game in which I guess there were players of Seal on the lower side and AJ, he ran out of bullets. Otherwise, he could have taken down at least 2 players as well. Me and Ansh were discussing about this as well. So yeah, it's just in a showcase. It's how Skylightz is trying to play in their what do you call it, right? League plays versus Super Weekend. But then again, Skylightz, the ex-DRS, they have a habit of coming back stronger on second Super Weekend. So we'll hope this would be theirs. Otherwise, obviously, it might just end up to a furious decisioning by the players and all, and things might just get heated up, just like the AC in my room as it is trash right now.
I mean, you usually don't turn it on, so I think try doing that.
It is on, but it is
have you
on.
tried
But then again,
unplugging and plugging it again?
Trust me, it is trash.
Yeah, that seems to be my solution for everything in life, and I think that needs to work for Skylightz Gaming as well. They need to take a step back, try and reassess what's going on, and then jump back inside the action. But I think they have had, I hope the 1 day off that they got, which was yesterday, was enough to do a lot of board reviews for the team and try and figure out as to how and fix those mid-team fights, mid-rotation communication issues that are there. Towards the end of the Super Weekend, Skylightz Gaming did, in fact, on the last day, have quite a decent run for themselves, but by then it was a little too late. The other teams were sitting at a very, very big advantage in terms of the overall points. And again, it doesn't seem like they are lacking anywhere in terms of firepower, right? It's just the rotations that are sort of causing them to take a tumble on the leaderboard and not score enough points at the end of the day. And I think, again, adaptability does play a big factor. We have seen a lot of teams switch up their play styles. Skylightz Gaming and IHC seem to be on the same page, as in who used to be two of the most aggressive teams in the lobby in Season 4 are now trying to take things slow in the early game stages. But while IHC have sort of figured out when to instantly flick the switch on the aggression on again and start to go and play on the front foot, Skylightz Gaming, I think, are still struggling with that question, and it will at least take them. I think they might have figured it out by tomorrow. We'll find that out in the very first game.
We will. I mean, we'll understand the way they just want to go for their own game plan, if they have a game plan right now. Because obviously, in league play, teams have a different strategy for them, like a different strategical approach for themselves, and that is to stay in top 16. Doesn't matter you're at the first position. Doesn't matter you're at the 16th position. If you qualify, and that matters. I mean, the most prime example of this thing is going to be from PMGC, where Nova qualified at 16th position, and they went on being the champions. So at the end, where it matters, they would make it matter. Where it doesn't, they just don't care about it. So I would say the same should be the mindset and strategies for the teams here as well, because there are a few teams that would just want to hide their amazing gameplay till the last moment, and they just come out of nowhere. I mean, the most prime example for this one from our region would be last championships is Wizzes with Vibes. Remember the last game when they got the championship for themselves, last game when they won it for themselves. That's just incredible. Now DRS, the lads are there, but it's just, again, slight struggles here and there.
I mean, now since you have brought that up, the last win from Wizzes Vibes was such a big surprise that even the players did not find out until
they could not do the maths in time, and
2 minutes later they got a call from the TOs and they were like, yeah, you guys won, now it's time for an interview, boys. But hopefully we'll have a few more of those exciting and funny and interesting, intriguing interviews, but that's not going to happen until we reach the finals, ladies and gentlemen. For now though, we do have the schedule, and again, Ocean, week 2, it's all Sanhok.
It is all Sanhok. Those, what is it? It's not even, it's a snake hawk if you just, talk about it, because there are lots and lots of snakes when just, that come down to this area, and obviously they like to take the fights down. But then again, the most important thing about this map is we saw 3 Sanhoks last Super Weekend, right? Every Sanhok was played in a different way, given the fact every Sanhok actually had a similar circle. Like 2 of them actually had a similar circle that was around Query. But then the first Sanhok had so many third parties. The second Sanhok was slightly slower as compared to the first Sanhok. The third Sanhok was played tactically. Like every Sanhok had a different approach for itself. I would love to see, what these players do today when we'll have more Sanhoks and you have nothing to lose except for the fact you'll be in top 16. That's all that matters.
Exactly. And the one thing that in particular that I love about Sanhok is there's a constant supply of action. There is no dull moment in this game, unless you have a very weird circle just completely centered on all three islands. I think that's the only moment where you
Then
will have like
you'll have
five
to
to
think about
six
it.
minutes. Yeah. Even then, that's a worst case scenario, and that's like a 5 to 6 minutes of a lull inside the game, and then it's just constant action till the very end. And talking about those Sanhok performances that you mentioned, one of those was one of them gave us Delta's 1v2, an epic moment that we saw. I mean, from the lads of DRS, and it came at a very important time for them as well. But since now you are not playing one Sanhok a day, it's two today and three tomorrow. I think teams will definitely have to pace themselves and try and see if the experiments that we usually see during the league play stages are going to come into play now. On the other side, though, talking about experiments, I think the team that has been making the most switch ups right now is, well, quite surprisingly, IHC.
For that team, I don't know, all right. I love that team. I love the fact that they have a new name, they are playing
Yeah.
under a new banner. But I don't know, it's been such an emotional ride with it. I still end up calling them Zeus somehow.
Z-
I get it.
It's the same
It's
case
wrong.
with
I
me.
should not do it. I know. But I believe everyone from the audience as well, when we understand, right, they're playing and all, everyone should be talking about, Zeus 2.0, Zeus this. IHC, amazing team, to be honest. The switch ups that are happening with the team is like, they are trying, sometimes it's like they're focusing too hard. You gotta let things go in their own own pace, I would say. That's how
Take a
life is.
chill
That's
pill,
how,
guys.
yeah,
Basically,
exactly.
that's
Take
what.
a chill pill, otherwise what these Gen Z kids talk in this way. I mean, us boomers, we don't understand, but still,
Yeah.
it just comes down to it. And I believe
Yeah.
IHC, for them, they need to take things slow. Once they start off with a really slow pace, they'll understand it. That, yeah, not everything is about those high intense situations. Sometimes you gotta breathe, and
I
once you
mean,
breathe, you just get those, yeah.
exactly. As far as Erangel is considered, I think IHC, they've already listened to you, and Erangel's early game for IHC now is a very slow start. But towards the mid game stages is when they start to position themselves in a certain way that these guys are going to start eyeing those elimination points
Hmm.
post 20, post 18-minute marker. Anytime post 18-minute marker, IHC is not going to avoid any sort of fights, because by then you're transitioning into basically what's the end game scenarios of the game. It's almost time for the fourth, fifth, sixth circle transitions, and
Yeah.
uh, all hell is about to break loose. And IHC, they already have prepared for that. I mean, it was quite clear in their performance on day number 2 when we saw them in an incredible form, and on day number 3 as well when we saw 3 chicken dinners being brought by the lads of IHC. So it was they. I think again, Erangel is not an issue for them. The problem arises on the other maps, be it the Miramars and the Sanox as well. Because in Sanok we saw them, as you mentioned, the aggression that's there, that's inherently present in the intuitions of the lads and how they approach the game. I think it causes a lot of trouble because Sanok, you will get third party if you start a fight. If you, the moment you engage, you have about 30 seconds to wrap it up. If you don't do it, you extend it more than 30 seconds, there is another squad headed in your direction, and you better start finding some cover. And that is where IHC were getting stuck. If you remember the final few games, the match that we saw Delta clutch it out, and I mean, even that action,
Yeah.
I mean, IHC, they were taken out quite early on because, again, being the center of attention on Sanok is never a good decision. So if they can slow that pace down on Sanok, just like on Erangel, I think this week IHC, they have to qualify for the Super Weekend within the top 3 again.
I mean, for them qualifying, I mean, is not even a question,
It's
right?
not a
They, they
question,
they
yeah.
they do qualify, but then again, the most important thing is when it matters the most. That is the Super Weekend. How do they play? Because you saw the first day was not theirs; it was
Yeah.
Stalwarts. But then the second day they start picking up the pace. No doubt they were there in top 5 and all. Like all the things were doing really really good. They were doing really good in a really good fashion and really laid out manner. Like no pressure. But then again, if we talk about teams, the other teams like Stalwart, I want to see what they do in this one. Have teams, crack the code of Stalwart being really, 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 really,
Yes.
really good or not? Because Stalwart, they just arrive, they conquer, they go for the fights, they enjoy the fights, and then they just get out of the place after just wiping out squads by squads and all. And then you remember, rivalry going on, Stalwart versus JyanMaara, in which the players are trying to take up fights against each other. You saw JyanMaara's players finishing
Yeah.
down action multiple times, but then in a 2v4 as well, Stalwart has clutched it out. That happened, that started on the last day though. But then I would want to see if that carries forward or not.
I mean, it's going to be fun to see if the same action can be delivered by Stalwart Esports within this week. But another team that I want to talk about is going to be the lineup of Vibes Esports, because even though I mean, coming into the tournament, no one expected Vibes to be this amazing. They are, I mean, one of the most consistent teams we have seen right now. Because even in the league play stages, they managed to qualify within the top five. And you go into the Super Weekend, they're still in the top four. So I think Vibes Esports have something figured out already as to how to take care of the teams from Nepal and the other regions. But the Mongolians are the ones that are giving them the trouble. The three titans that are there, Stalwart Esports, IHC, and Seal Esports, I think, and the only thing that Vibes can do about them is just fight them head on. There is no other way around this. With these three teams, you have to take the fight head on. You can't avoid it. You try and avoid it, they're going to chase you down and hunt you down. So I mean, it's going to be quite interesting.
Definitely, it is going to be. But then let's talk about a few teams as well that did not qualify last time,
Yes.
right? They would be facing lots and lots of things right now. First thing is the pressure that obviously they're going to be having, because if they don't qualify this
Yeah.
for this Super Weekend as well, it's done again. Just like we said, right? It's going to be very, 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 very 100 times very difficult for them to just come back onto the third Super Weekend maybe and just try and qualify when they'll be starting from scratch, whilst the other teams might just be hitting a 100-point marker that is on 16th position maybe. We'll see what happens around those points, because there might just be a few teams. I know obviously we have this feeling always, there might just be a few teams that might not qualify the Super Weekend, that have played the first Super Weekend, and things
Yeah.
might just not look good for them, and then they'll have pressure coming in on the third Super Weekend so that they qualify, and all those things, it just gets on your nerve. And if it does, there are lots and lots of fights that happen in between the players as compared to on the battleground sometimes.
Exactly. I mean, that's again an important aspect of the game. Just making sure that when you are in game, you're focused, and when you're outside, whatever happened inside the game, you just leave it behind right then and there, and try and settle the score maybe in the next match. But again, it's going to be quite important to see how this first game of the day is going to play out. Because as you mentioned, the teams that did not qualify, failed to qualify in the first Super Weekend, I
Yeah.
think one of those names, the Asterix, has the potential definitely to uh, be a team within the top six, within the top five. But again, those team fights are not really going their way. Same can be said for the lads of A1 Esports and High Voltage. But Ocean, what do you think happened with TRZ within the first week? I mean, we saw them struggle so much that they were
Mhm.
barely, well, they weren't even able to cross the 20-point marker. They were just stuck on 11 points at the at the end of the league play days. So it was was
Yeah.
really their time. But hopefully this time things can change for TRZ, for the Asterix, High Voltage, and A1 Esports. We'll find out. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for this episode of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Spring Season of 2022. We'll be back with more content very soon. Until then, stay tuned, stay safe, and keep watching PUBG Mobile Pro League. Signing off from my side, this is Sanhok. Thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is Warren Super Johnny John, joined by Ocean Sharma. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to straight away jump into the action. The very first game of Erangel of, League Play Days. Week 2, League Play Day 1 is live, and there's a trajectory of the plane leaning heavily towards the southern side of the map. So IHC might be in a tricky position deciding where they exactly want to go with the drop location.
So, Johnny, we have the flight path in front of us, and obviously we see the circle as well. And in the circle, we see this flight path coming down to slightly southern side. And although we don't have Stalwart in this one, that obviously means that Nova Repnoy is going to be an empty location for now. That's what we see. On the other side, Atrax, all right, this team is pretty decent. They are onto the backside on their own proper drop location. Venom Legends. Remember the first game of the first day when Venom Legends had a fight in Milta Factory?
Yeah.
Well, this time they are all alone, which is still a bit decent for themselves. And I believe they are going to be conquering that area. But then will they be able to conquer the circle? That's the question right now. As in the zone, Phantom has a really good position for themselves. And looks like...
Yeah.
Santosh
we are going to be
back. Hey guys, what's up? Do you hear us? Hello. Hi.
The new boys.
The new boys are out here.
Yeah. I'm just glad Anshul is like on the other side.
They look good, but we look better. Trust me.
Yeah.
So yeah,
they do look good. I mean, I was just having a conversation with the lads earlier, like incredible lads. But yeah, talking about other incredible thing. Ocean, did you notice where Skylightz Gaming were headed? I think they just like realized, all right, JyanMaara is not here. That means Lipovka is empty. Let's go there. Maybe we can win from Lipovka.
I just trying to get to those positions for them. So it's like whatever sails your boat, whatever suits your suit, and all those things. Like they were just trying to get a comfort zone. And again, this is important as you have to be in top 16 and nothing else. And if you're in top 16, it's good, it's done, it's dusted for you.
Exactly.
And that's what all these players want for themselves. So even if you have a bad game, maybe a 12th, 10th, 9th, 8th position, doesn't matter. You're still going to be at a really, really good position for yourself. And well, at the end of the day, that matters. And look at these guys again. Here they are. Oh, I like the shirt of Rashma. All right, we are back to the game right now. What is happening? Come on. Somebody tell us. But well, right now, Skylightz is moving from the areas of Lipovka as they are moving around Yasna. That is their initial old drop location. Good old days. Looks like they are coming back right now.
Life of an esports commentator trying to figure out what is happening.
life of an average teenager trying to figure out what's happening in their lives.
Yeah.
Oh, was that a bit dank?
That was too realistic. You can't make that reference. That's just gonna give a lot of nightmares to people, and I think, we shouldn't do that, Ocean.
Hey, Zol is an FPP. Come on, that's a good day to be an FPP. All right, right now we see Alex as well. This young lad is impressing us day in, day out. Now, I'm pretty sure everyone is loving his gameplay. They're loving the way he just puts down style points in all the eliminations. And, well, I mean, I'm pretty sure he has new fans now in the crowd, definitely.
I mean, for sure. So coming into the tournament, when we saw that, all right, there is going to be a sort of change in roster within the IHC lineup. I mean, there was a little bit of a concern, but it made you sort of, it intrigued you as well. Like, all right, if IHC is making a roster swap, it has to be big, and this lad has to perform. So when stuff like this happens, when new players usually join teams with massive legacies, they crumble under pressure. But that is the most phenomenal thing that I find about Alex, is the fact that he has dealt with the pressure in a totally different way. I mean, either you can succumb to it and just completely get destroyed, or you can just deal with the pressure, keep your performance to the best of your abilities, and just show the people that yes, you indeed have what it takes. And that is what Alex has done. But look at this spray with the Bison from Malik. Wow.
Bison mid to long range spray by Malik, and that too turns out in an elimination.
Yeah.
Oh, that is good. That is good. We are in for a good week. I'm telling you, ladies and boys and girls, as right now, Seals players, they are moving out of the military base area. They are coming down to, exactly, they are moving out from the military base C building area, and they are moving around the bridge, onto the back lines of the bridge of the military base.
Yeah.
DRS on the other side, 500, 600 meters away from the circle is where these players are. They like to start their loot off from the areas of Milta, and they are moving forward slowly and steadily. All right, the distance, the range of distance for the players of DRS is 500 to 1,000 meters. They are away from. Look at how widespread they are. That means.
Yeah, they're not close to each other at all. That means, and I think it is going to make the mid game situation more interesting if they aren't able to regroup before that. But Ocean, since you are the numbers guy, I have a question for you now.
Yeah.
Which weapon within the game do you think is the most underappreciated weapon right now?
I mean, so here's the thing, right? If
Yeah.
we go with a single shot damage, I would say the Desert Eagle.
Yeah.
Obviously, because no one uses it. No one uses pistols, to be honest. But Desert Eagle has a headshot damage of 62. Think about it, right? That is an
Yeah.
equivalent damage to MK14. That is just insane. I mean, obviously, you cannot hit all the shots onto the head. And then, if you talk about it, I would say M16 is a good mini alternative. Obviously, one downside is you can't put down an 8x on that one. But then, obviously, you can still use it in the closer ranges. You can use it as a burst weapon, maybe if you want to. Players still prefer UMP M4 combinations. Some people
Yeah.
would go on DMR. Some people go on AK and all those things, which are really good. In this year, if not in this year, next year, I'm telling you 100% market. Take a screen recording of this one, ladies and boys and girls.
I'm gonna
we
write it
will
down.
witness a new 7.62 AR, 110% in the classic games.
Wait, let me write this down. A new 7.6.
A new 7.62 AR will arrive 110%. I'm telling you.
Yeah, this is going to be inscribed on my tombstone now. That Ocean said this on the 5th of April at precisely, I don't know, like, all right, I'm not going to be specific about the time of day you said it, but I'm going to just note it down. But still, I think hopefully if there is an introduction of a new weapon that can sort of change the way players look at the game. I mean, as you mentioned clearly, the UMP M4 combination is quite brutal. There is going to be a seldom point. In fact, on a few maps, specifically on Miramar, you see the UMP being swapped for the ARs, and then there's going to be a DMR or a bolt action on the lads, so that they can handle multiple ranges at the same time. But on Erangel, Sanhok, UMP is a standard. If you find it, you won't let go of that weapon. And it becomes quite important as well, because in the recent days, the changes that have been made to how the weapons function, the damages that are dished out, the DPS of every single weapon. I think UMP became sort of a very good all-rounder. Look at the lads of DRS, Killer YT trying to regroup with his team. Steel Shot has overextended a little bit, but the backup is not too far away. And again, the question that Ocean asked in the beginning, what is going on between these two teams?
Well, a lot of love definitely is going on between these two teams. But you saw Delta almost taking Steel Shot down, although he's still surviving. Now it's Killer's turn to just take a toll on the player. 39 damage dealt by Killer. That's his damage from 0 to 39 right now. As Steel Shot, he needs to understand, he needs to appreciate the players that are right in front of him, because he knows it, right? You know, he cannot take up a fight single-handedly. He needs his teammates who are actually indeed trying to, move around the players of DRS themselves, but then they were failing as well as DRS manages to move out. Venom Legends, they need to understand that they want a plan B right now as a circle shifts to the sidelines of Ruins to the Everest Hill. And right now, Phantom has a pretty good area. Darktrex has a very good area for themselves. Deadeyes Guys is in Pochinki, a bigger city, but IHC. Oh, do you remember? All right, this is going to be a bit controversial. This is going to be a bit controversial. Do you remember when IHC and DRS had a big kerfuffle in between themselves, and the final zone of two PMPL backs? There was a final zone in which there were a few players of DRS, and then IHC, they were taking fights outside the circle. Well, their first rotation, I believe that was Skylightz Gaming at that time, their first rotation against the older Zeus used to be around this hill. The Giorgio Hill. And trust me, that used to be a very, very good fight that we used to witness, right? Those were like good old times.
Yeah, it used to happen in every single game that Zeus would try and take Everest, and then it became the responsibility of the opposition to prevent them from ever coming down. And it felt like that was the entire early game action we witnessed every single time on Erangel. But That was a long time ago. I think that was when I think Zeus was introduced into the South Asian region the first time. I think the first time the Mongolian teams were participating in the PMPL SA, and it was intense. It was very intense and very fun to watch. But talking about intensity in this match, it's been 11 minutes, and all we have seen is the first elimination, the first blood. That's it.
And that too with the Bison. Like
Oh yeah,
that's the limelight of that elimination, right?
yeah.
Coming down with the Bison, taking down the players, and then moving forward again. So that's a big limelight right now. Obviously, just like I said, 11 minutes passed. We see a few Lambos here and there, and Deadeyes Guys' players, they are looking decent on around these places of poaching. As they're trying to just find out good information. It looks like Seoul. See, this is the thing about this team, right? They get this hill, they stay here. They try and look down to the players. I guess he has seen down some... yeah, he has seen Assault, I'm pretty sure. And he has relayed that information to his teammates. Now just moving forward here and there. I'm pretty sure they're not going to lose this area. But what is Savage doing? Vibes, does Savage have any idea? That's the question. As Savage's players... They're moving in. It's a trap, and they're moving in one by one. Joker takes down one and just goes for the finish. And now Joker, he needs to be safe.
Well, he needs to protect himself, otherwise he's going to be in a world of hurt. And look
that
at
nade.
Sanchir, the nade is perfectly lined up. It looked like it's going to hit. And, well, he didn't cancel. He tossed it. But with Joker down, Malik is going to be distracted for a little while as he has to go for a revive on his own teammate. And Sanchir is not looking to stop one utility after the other. He's just looking to see if he can dish out a little bit more damage and make sure the players are low when Savage Esports runs in.
There was that gas can. That's what I was talking about. You saw that gas can just going boom again, and that was the thing that happened with Moldova. Sanchi takes on Malik again. It's a second knock. Joker is down. Savage. They did lose down on one player, but now they are angry and they are hungry for these eliminations. That's one thing that is happening on this situation. As Eisenberg, he's trying to spot on the right side. Vishal, he might just move out in the open, and if he does, it might just be an end for Vibes. Hershey's trying to circle around this city as he's moving to the backside of the hill, and Jiggle will be taken down as well as Vishal. He is in a whole world of trouble.
Yeah, I don't think Vibes make it out of this fight. They're in a worst possible situation right now. Look at Vishal. He's surrounded from almost every single direction. The last player surviving for his team. Nowhere left to go. Can't even exit Water City at this point. And the circle has moved away towards the Gutka farms where A1 Esports is smack in the center.
And look at the southern side where, yeah, exactly, TRZ and 1952 are going to have a really good fight for themselves. This vehicle just, getting all the damage right now. Look at this, as Evil is hell-bent on taking down that vehicle. He needs to understand that Mad Cat is running away. One more shot had it been, Mad Cat would have been taken down. Evil Eye now, he understands the value of the circle, would want to move around the circle 100%. 1952 has a good area for themselves, but TRZ, again, they need to have a good week, Johnny. They need to have a good week. Whatever they do, they need to. And now TRZ is trying to find up their place. Look at one of the players from TRZ trying to move from the left-hand side. Obviously, he's trying to find a clear path. If he gets it, he will actually advise the entire team to move around from that area, because right now they are struggling at the edge of the zone. And they need to move out as soon as they can. As the next circle, 100%, it might not form on them.
Well, the next circle might be the one that causes a lot of trouble for them. But TRZ, as you mentioned about them, I think I completely agree with you. There's no duality in this, that they need to qualify for this second super weekend. Otherwise, it is going to be a very, very difficult situation for them. And wait, is he standing through the back windshield? Did he just go through glass? Yeah. That would be a fun ability to have IRL, but
going through things, right? That's what is that, phasing? Like,
phasing through stuff.
Yeah,
that's the physics term, right?
Yeah, you could just phase through. So your atoms would infuse through those places, and then you will. But then again, I have questions, right? If those things happen, how would your clothes go through things, right? Because you can phase, your clothes might not, and if you just come out through the other side, oopsie. But then again, now the circle's closing up, right? And the zone is closing in less than a second. 16 teams still surviving. IHC is in a fight against Savage. And look at Sanchi's HP. He's on low HP, but goes with a good nade. Godless definitely gets a hold of that damage. But Zeol from the other side takes down Eisenberg. And this is going to be really difficult now as IHC is on the front seat of this fight. Sanchir and Hershey on the back lines. 2 players surviving might be really difficult for them as one of them have been spotted. Sanchir, he's on extremely low HP. I guess Savage might just be the first team to say bye-bye to this lobby as they are eliminated just as we speak.
And this is so ironic because considering a few moments ago, Savage Esports had almost eliminated Vibes but failed to do that. And now IHC is the team eliminating Savage from this lobby. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, Raw Esports against the lad of Phantoms, Rick going with a nade inside the trenches, will try to find a knock. And in fact, if he finds multiple is only when his team will be able to push. Yet in the meanwhile, using the tunnel to cross sides, and Raw Esports getting absolutely destroyed and thrashed with those grenades being lobbed in their direction.
Wow.
All but one are gone. Assault, the last player standing for his team, and now Mad Max, like a madman, pushes forward. It's not just bad, it's horrible what's happened to Raw. Assault outside the house will try to go for an aim battle, but will fall down in front of Slipknot, and that's the second elimination in the lobby.
For the first 15 minutes, we did not witness a single team elimination. Now, in less than 2 minutes, we see 2 eliminations happening. That's what the circle string does to this game, as this is a survival battle royale at the end, ladies and boys and girls. 90° going up with the good nades for themselves, although A1 Esports, it's just a matter of fact as they're losing down on one of their players. A1 Esports, their first week was not that good. They have to redeem that in this one. One of the players has been taken out, and one is down as 6-9 needs the revival as soon as that can happen. 1952 is hell-bent on taking the team out.
Well, let's see. They are totally zoned in, focused on the lads of A1 Esports, who are just trying to survive. But 1952, they need to be careful as well, because in a few short moments, the other teams are going to be closing in on their direction. And yeah, the last lad surviving for... He has been taken out. Oh, killer! You can't just stand out in the open and expect not to be shot at. That's not how this works. Let's see, C1, he's trying to make a push again for the lads of 1952. 6-9 is almost done. Dante is there, pruned out inside the smokes, and C1, he needs to be careful about this.
He definitely needs to. Look at this, Dante, just like you said, has a decent area for themselves. But C-Wine, I guess he has spotted him down. I guess he has spotted him out. Now Dante needs to understand how will he throw his nade. He goes for the nade, but look at that. Was the buggy taking him down? No, it was the weapon only. But the buggy just arrived on him, and A1 Esports is down and out on 13th position. Oh, this is not good. This is not good for A1 Esports. Now we have 12 teams, 42 players alive. Nima, Jolson, Skylightz, indeed. I mean, they have a good place, but then the circle might just have a few other plans for them as they stay in the zone. And they have to take all the fights from that little sewer area.
I mean, the trenches are going to be very, very nice for Skylightz Gaming if only if they have a lot of smokes available on them and their frag grenades as well. But look at the lads from DRS in the meanwhile. As we said, after 1952 were out, these two teams were going to collide, and now it's Delta with a push in the buggy. There's no one shooting at him, and he goes through the blue. The distraction is a success, and all the lads from 1952 are just focused in on Delta, while Killen in the meanwhile from the backlines will find the opening.
Brilliant.
And this is a brilliant play being made by Delta and the players of DRS. Look at Delta, he's just wasting time.
He's still on Delta, but Delta takes him out!
Oh.
What? Delta takes him out! What a brilliant distraction by Delta! No amount of IQ numbers can actually do justice to that! What DRS Delta X just did on this battleground in the 5th circle! What a brilliant presence of mind showcased by this lad. And now Liquid on the other side is trying to pressurize TRZ as TRZ's players are there, but Liquid one more shot and he might just be taken down. But well, it looks like ElementriX has some other plans as well. Are they trying to copy the same thing? Nope, but Liquid will be taken down as TRZ is coming from the backside. Incas on the other side 6 times on the weapon. No, that was a bad thing. But Assassin from the other side takes down Incas, and there would be a finish coming out in the hands of Assassin. Look at this, TRZ still trying to survive, but the zone will get the best out of them, maybe, probably. Well, TRZ definitely got the better of ElementriX though.
Yeah, and soon, ladies and gentlemen, well, we are down to 10 teams remaining, 30 players alive. Mr. Yuzu trying to see if he can find his way inside the circle, but it looks like he's heading in the wrong direction, and he's going to come face to face with the lads from IHC, and they're going to try their level best to take him out. There it is. We're down to 9 teams. ElementriX have been eliminated from the game. Venom Legends down to 1 player. High voltage with 2 godless getting spotted out. This could be bad, but Leo is very accurate right now.
Gatka zone, this is a good circle. Phantom has all the players. Atrax, they might just make history out here by winning this one. If they do, I mean, they want a good start. DRS has the momentum. They have good IQ as well right now. But then again, Delta will be taken down by Deadeyes Guys. This is the fight of the Goliaths as it's coming forward. DRS Killer is on low HP. One nade might just do justice to his HP right now. The nade was thrown, and there it is. Shari takes him down. More nades being thrown down from Shari. Another one. Third time, will it be the charm? That's the question, as Rules on the other side and Reaper bot is there on the backside as well. This nade might not get anyone, but Shari will get Killer's elimination. DRS, they were looking really good, but all of a sudden they lose down on 2 players, and one more follows up as DRS Rules is the last one surviving. I mean, Reaper is still there, but reviving him is a big game of chance.
Well, yeah, this is definitely going to be becoming a game of chance soon. And, well, the odds are not in the favor of DRS right now, as they're down to just 1 last player who's not even standing. He's just crawling out and trying to see if he can get to his teammates, collect some extra utility from them. But on the other side, IHC is going to take a hit. Skylightz Gaming standing quite strong in this matchup. They do manage to take down IC, but will they be able to finish off the entire team? That is a big question right now.
The revive is happening, Johnny. The revive is happening, and that was needed right now. They're trying to move forward as well. A good spray, though. Did a lot of damage to the players, but could not take them down and out. And Phantom players, they are trying to find a good place as well for themselves, as now they are 14 meters outside the circle. These kind of zones, even if you're 1 meter or you're 14 meters, the circle's damage will be there. But Seal is down and out. Atrax, well, this team, it looks like they had monstrous gameplay waiting for them onto this week, and they are starting off on a really, really good note. Skylightz, well, they have the circle's edge for themselves to play around. Deadeyes Guys on the other side, they will have to move forward as well. How will they be moving? That's the question. I mean, they have the players, but if they're out in the open, they will be spotted down. Skylightz, they have the players in this sewer area as well.
Well, let's see. Deadeyes Guys stuck in the trenches. I mean, but the pressure is being relieved right now by Phantom Esports, since DRS won't find their way towards DE. But, well, the utility does, as Fragboy is going to be blown to bits and smithereens down on his knees. Slipknot knocks out his own teammate with a Molotov. A little bit of a blunder right there, but I think it's going to be an easy revive for Harame. Quite close to the broken wall. Chari is trying to close in on the distance, and DRS have been shown the exit from this game. So we're down to the top 4, 13 players still surviving.
Shari, look at him. He needs to understand that he's being spotted on from the right-hand side as he'll be taken down by Slipknot. Very good find. A very good confirmation. 4 teams, 12 players, and there is one more Fragboy. Oh, what is Mad Max doing? He missed a lot of shots in that situation, although. But then again, he needs to understand as a circle will be damaging him out as well. Now the zone is going to be on these players. Haram is out in the open, and Yeta is there as well. Looks like Phantom is in a lot of troubling situation. DE versus Phantom might just happen on these sides, but then again, Fragboy will be taken down. Phantom, they need to survive at all the costs. Will they be able to? No, they won't, as they go down on the 4th position. We are down to 3 teams and 8 players surviving. Atrax, well, they are on a good momentum somehow. This was needed.
Yeah, definitely. Quite a nice start for the Atrax, making into the top 3 already, doing much better than they were in the first week of the league play days. IHC, Alex, IC, and Zol, 3 players surviving. They're trying to close in on the house that the Atrax have under their control right now. And while all this is happening on the western edge of the circle and the southwestern edge of the circle, look at the radar. Deadeyes Guys seem to be stuck in a very weird spot right outside the zone. They do not have a lot of time. In fact, the clock has run out. Now it's finally time for them to start closing in towards these compounds, but it's not going to be easy. Chante and Gyante are the ones that are preventing them from moving any further, and the moment they reveal their heads, they're going to be shot down.
Look at how Alex is positioning himself, right? These bushes are a perfect cover for him so that he doesn't, just witness down the players on the other side and the other players don't witness him. Meanwhile, IC is trying to just, go with the throwables right now so that if someone comes out in the open, they spot IC. Alex from the other angle will try to take those players down. That's a brilliant strategy because IHC right now is inside the circle at a really comfortable spot for themselves, which definitely shows their mind game is out of this world right now. Alex is moving forward by jumping and punching. That means his footsteps are not audible to the players in the situation. A nade, it definitely damages Alex though, as it just bounced off. Alex, but the other one from Gunter takes Alex down. I guess this time jumping and punching was not up to the mark, probably, as he was seen. He was witnessed. Gunter from the other side. Now it's down to IC. His helmet and vest are totally done for. He needs to understand one mistake can take something bad out of this one. I mean, he's in top 3, doesn't matter in all these situations right now, but still, Atrax, a good nade by IC, will turn Argo onto a colder land right now. Kyante and Chante are 2 players surviving. Another nade comes down. Alex is just out there. Kyante has been spotted. Oh, the hell does he see through the smoke? But then again, he sees the good man. The True Love on the other side. Deadeyes Guys are surviving. Soul takes down one more as they eliminate Atrax out of this place. And now it's down to IHC to take down True Love. Will they be able to? I mean, they have all the players surviving for themselves. The 1-2 situation. True Love has been spotted down as well. IHC, they get a brilliant winner with a chicken dinner for themselves. What a mind game. IC deserves a standing ovation right now.
I mean, I don't think there were any mind games in the end. IHC knew exactly what they had to do. They knew that DRS was the team that was going to cause a lot of trouble for them, and that is why they dealt with them first. And with the way I think IC was moving towards the end and exactly knew where the last player from DE was, it was a comfortable closing moment for IHC. And again, as we were discussing before the match started, that the fact that IHC have completely changed their play style, and this time they look like a completely different team. They are so unpredictable. You don't know like where they're gonna come from. I mean, if even from the very first fight that we saw them take against the lads from Savage Esports, it looked like Savage Esports were the ones caught off guard. And towards the very end, IHC from there getting those 4 eliminations, slowly and steadily getting those survival points and surviving to the late game stages while securing a few eliminations here and there. I think this resulted in just a strong position in the end game for them.
Yeah, I mean, those things, definitely happen. But then again, if we just talk about this, right, Johnny, I do have kind of a strat for you. IHC got the first chicken dinner in the previous week's first league play as well. The first Erangel, they got a chicken dinner. This time as well, they get a chicken dinner. I don't know if the history is repeating itself or not, but then again, IHC is on a good start. But then again, Stalwart will be coming back onto the next game. We'll see what happens in that one.
Exactly. I mean, Stalwart is going to be stepping back into the action, and it's going to make the intensity go a lot more higher. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break. So just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Spring Season of 2022. This is one Super Johnny John, joined by Ocean Sharma. The first game is done, and well, the way it's sort of a repetition of what happened during the first league play, ladies and gentlemen, with IHC taking the first chicken dinner today as well.
They just, went really good for themselves when we talk about the chicken dinners, because last week as well. The first game they had a chicken, and I guess that was what 17 points in their
Yep.
bank with like 17 elimination chicken dinner. That was what 32 points for the start only. We talked about it. That was a Northern Georgia Circle. We saw that one. But then again, let's have a look at the MVP for this one game, as we will be just talking about all the controls that were being done by that one individual on the battlegrounds, especially around the final moments of the game. As we talk about Zol. 5 eliminations, 655 damage, 2 knocks, 2 assists, 25 plus wins of survival time.
Yeah, quite an importance, quite a hefty start for IHC Esports. I mean, Zeol as well. Quite a nice performance, 655 damage, 5 eliminations secured. So quite efficient with how he was taking those fights and assisting his team in doing that as well with those 2 assists that are right there. But still, I think IHC this time have, again, as I have been saying time and time again, since we started off with the day, it turned their aggression on the down low a little bit. I mean, compared to their 17 eliminations the last time, this time they are off to a not a slow start, but a slow start to their own comparison. So I think that's the thing that IHC are going to be focusing on. And if this keeps on happening, Ocean, I feel like this team is going to be a little bit more consistent these days.
Yeah, that's true. But right now, if you just look at the top players, you see IC there as well with 4 eliminations, 79 damage. That is 9 cube. Gyante coming up with 5 eliminations, 494. Shari coming up with 5 eliminations as well, 449 damage for himself. And then there is 2RGRJD with the 3 and 609 damage. And look at this. Everyone obviously has... pretty decent survival time for themselves and their team. We saw Deadeyes Guys, going till... There was one moment when I thought Deadeyes Guys might just have it, but then again, Phantom played really good. Atrax, I mean, amazing plays by these players, amazingly played. And then Zeus, okay, we saw them playing really good.
I mean, you thought that Deadeyes Guys were gonna take this chicken dinner. I felt like Atrax were in a wonderful position to walk away with the chicken dinner. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All 4 players alive. You have a concrete compound available as well, but I think Atrax were just not confident enough to step out in the open and try and take those fights. Also, did not really see a lot of utility in terms of not the fragments, but frag grenades, but the smokes being popped from their side as well, which was actually needed to cover up the vision of the lads from IHC. Atrax had a wonderful opportunity to finish off Deadeyes Guys first and then focus on the 4v3 situation against the lads of IHC. But when you're lacking confidence, you won't even try and approach a situation that will work out for you eventually if you just go for it. And I think that's the reason Atrax ended up getting pinned out, getting finished off by the lads of IHC, making Deadeyes Guys finish second and giving them a few extra points in the process.
I mean, look at this, right? They got 9 eliminations. This is the final circles points that I would just love to see when we talk about it, because right now you see 10 eliminations, 9 eliminations. It's pretty close. When it comes to damage as well, it's pretty close. When it comes to damage received and damage dealt, both the markers. Average survival is where Deadeyes Guys is kind of lacking, but then it makes sense because they lost a few players taking those severe fights for themselves when they were going up with those nades and also it definitely just comes down to. But for the start of this week, we see a decent point number between the team at the first and at the second, 25-21. It's good.
Yeah. I mean, it is quite good. Deadeyes Guys did have a wonderful mid to late game stages up until they were pinned out in the trenches and lost a lot of their players. But overall, they were having quite a decent game, a decent run inside of the match as well. As you were talking about the numbers that were presented in front of us, well, let's also have a look at the match summary, where this time we do see a very nice variety being represented in terms that almost all the top performing teams of the lobby are here. We do have IHC's IC with the highest damage, 729, which I think is it is okay, nothing too shabby, but we were seeing those thousands time and time again in the previous matches during the Super Weekends, and maybe in the league days, the players are again taking it quite slow in the early days. Gyante is going to be there with the highest eliminations in the lobby, 5 eliminations secured, highest assist going to True Love Sir. Gyalzin with the longest distance elimination, 298 meters. Quite intense, quite a long distance shots that might have been connected. And Chari is going to be there with the highest knocks. He's there on the second position with the longest distance elimination as well, and the highest eliminations on the second as well, securing 5. So Chari was basically doing it all inside of this match.
He did good stuff. I mean, with those
Yeah.
nades as well, he was going really aggressive with the nades, to be honest. And now we talk about the match ranking, which is the overall ranking for now as well. 25 points for IHC, 21 for DE. You can see how it is. But then again, A1 Esports. Where is that old A1 Esports? Come on, where is that A1 Esports that we all used to just witness with their amazing gameplays 2-3 seasons back? I don't know. I just don't see that anymore. I don't see that anymore somehow.
Yeah.
And it breaks my heart. It legit breaks my heart not seeing that A1 Esports now, because we have seen that journey of the team, a team that just went to the global stages with this name. And now I don't know.
I mean, they failed to adapt, they failed to change and sort of try and, I mean, yeah, just failed to change to what the other teams in the lobby have been doing. And I think that is the thing that is not working out for A1 Esports, because even in this game, we saw them take an early control of the center of the circle, but then they were just playing like their previous selves, like they have been playing all this time, trying to avoid the early game fights. And you can't do that in this new meta, specifically when you're controlling the center in this lobby as well.
Yes.
It gets quite brutal close to the center, and we saw 1952 also try and take control of the center, but sort of a misplay right there against the lads of DRS. But let's see all those moments again, ladies and gentlemen, as we move to the Oppo F21 moments of this match.
This was a really good knock. I mean, look at this, right? Wadu was actually looking at some other place. He was looking at some other player. He thought that he might just take him down, but then again, Malik was really good with that. Bison, the PP Bison, and then this fight was intense as well. I mean, for one moment, Vibes thought they had an upper advantage, but then again, all of a sudden, all they had to do was look at this one angle only, and from this angle, they were being taken down somehow.
Well, exactly, and I mean, talk about getting taken out. Atrax, I mean, they were in fact doing quite a phenomenal job from the center of the circle, but we're going to move on to that in a little while. IHC, this was like quite an intense fight right here. The very first squad wipe of the game, ladies and gentlemen. That too happened 16 minutes inside the match. 1952, this was an incredible, again, an important fight for them, just getting the control from A1 Esports. But as we talked about this a few moments earlier, staying in the center will not always work out for you nowadays on Erangel. And after A1 Esports, 1952 were also shown the exit and sent back to the lobby.
Yeah, they definitely were. Now just moving forward with all these things, we saw these final circle fights, and look at this. This is where Shadi just fell down, and the team just could not maintain their composure. Chante, these two players did really good for the team. But look at how IC was spotting down players. He took down one. He understood that there is going to be someone, and now he just changes it up with a weapon and just takes the players down. This was really well executed by him.
I mean, it was a well-executed play overall in the entirety of the game for IHC Esports, but again, within the top teams, there was a lot of intense fighting, and if all the teams are surviving till the 15-minute marker, you can guarantee that the squad fights are going to be quite chaotic. So we do see those higher damage numbers popping up throughout this damage histogram. I mean, even Savage Esports, the team that was taken out at the very first position, they were eliminated 16th. They had an opportunity to secure the 3 points by eliminating 3 players from the side of Vibes. So I think it was quite an incredible match. Vibes did survive for a few extra seconds, secured a few points of their own, and then took an exit back to the lobby. So those mistakes did happen, and I think teams were caught off guard time and time again. But in the end, the ones who did end up surviving, well, they walked away with a lot of points.
They definitely did, and now we are moving on to the second game of the day. That is going to be Sanhok. After that, it's Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel again. But this Sanhok, I'm pretty sure players are going to be playing it with a different vibe for themselves, because first thing, here you have to be in top 16. Nothing, it's not like a chicken will get you those $1,000. But then again, the most important thing is if you get a chicken, you can just get a hold of good points for yourself. And now for staying in top 16, I'm guessing a few teams might do heal battle. They might. I mean, it's all about staying at a good place, at a good number, at a good point. So teams might just go for heal battle. Again, I'm not sure, but it's just a theory.
I mean, I miss the good old days on Sanhok where heal battle wasn't
When
an
fights used to be a
option.
thing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was all about those
When we used to settle things
gunfights.
like men. That's what people that's what people say, right? In movies and all, like, let's settle out in a fight. Let's
Yeah.
not stay out and let's just not heal. Or
I mean, so it's quite tricky
healing's
to
not
decide what you
bad,
want to
but
do.
I mean, healing's not bad, but then again, it's just taking the fun out of it.
I mean, so right now in the league play stages, my mindset would be like, yeah, just go ham, just go for the gunfight. It doesn't matter if you're finishing in the top 16 at the end of the day, you're good to go. But with $1,000 on the line during the super weekends, just heal all you want. Heal till eternity. Do not die till the end of time. Because, like, yeah,
Oh.
$1,000 on the line for the chicken dinner. Pretty important amount for almost any team out there. And I think if you do that consistently enough, that's like you win 3 Sanoks with heal battles. That's $3,000 in a weekend. That's a pretty good weekend.
Yeah, but winning Sanhok with a heal battle is a really long shot. We have seen some amazing
Yeah.
heal battle moments with Nigma Galaxy coming out in PMGC, 34 first hits. That was a good one. And my favorite, the first PMGC, Team Secret, grabbing a chicken dinner out of the zone, taking
Yep.
out the players of Bluebees. That was the best.
I mean,
out
that
of-
was just a few critical shots being fired at the right
Imagine,
nick
yeah,
of
I
time.
mean, imagine
Yeah.
players are like, "Oh, come on, we won. Hey, someone should. Oh no, we lost." It was that.
I mean, so you only get to witness moments like that when all the stars aligned and everything is going right for a particular individual or their
Yeah.
entire team. And as you mentioned, you seldom get to see them. It's not quite frequent that you get to see Sanhok heal battles converting into winner chicken dinners, and that's why heal battle. When you start doing a heal battle, you know you're doing it for placement points. It's just an insurance policy. It's the backup plan. It's not your main plan. And I think that is the thing that teams need to understand, because even in the last season, even in the previous season, we noticed this quite clearly, that teams would just drop into the games with their intention set. All right, we're just going to collect a lot of healing utility, try and survive to the late game stages, and then they'll pick one player. I think whoever draws the shortest straw is just going to be stuck in a room inside of the map in the blue zone, just spamming that one heal prompt button and just constantly putting on bandages, first aid, one after the other.
Yeah, just going for all these things here and there. But then again, the match is about to begin, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the second game of the day. As we are talking about it, the Sanhok is arriving in the town. We will be witnessing the flight path. As you can see, it's slightly onto the right-hand side of the map. All the players are going to be dropping down right now. This flight path definitely favors a lot of teams, as you see 7 seats, dropping down to the areas of Docks, Kampong, and all those places. Vibes onto a slightly southern side. Skylightz will go to Camp Bravo and the areas around. Seal, we see them dropping down as well. Had Skylightz been playing, then they were just going to that area. That means that area is completely empty. And Phantom would like to go to that area. Yes, they are still dropping down. My apologies. Savage, right now, moving down to the areas of Paradise and Stalwart. We know them. They are coming in. We know them. And they are moving on to the boot camp, a place where they like to just settle no matter what happens.
Well, I mean, but this is going to be quite interesting, because ElementriX, they have gone for a split drop right now, and we do see the circle kind of split between the all 3 islands, but still not centered. So I'm happy it's a little bit off towards the northwest position. The center being,
It will go there. It will go there.
It will go to the Camp Alpha Island. I think it's going to be quite interesting if that happens.
Or it stays slightly on the Camp Alpha Island and slightly on the other 2 islands. I mean, you see that.
Oh, right in the middle then. The intersection,
Ruins is northeastern side, where there are like 6-7 houses. I believe it might just go to those sides. But then again, ladies and girls, Deadeyes Guys right now is taking a fight against IHC, Johnny. This is a good one. We would love to see this happening, as Chari is onto a lower floor as compared to his counterpart opponent, who is on the top floor of that same building. Alex, look at him being ready with that DBS. We saw this team getting a chicken dinner with a DBS as well in the last week, super weekend. Now moving backwards onto the side, left, right, just one on the place, and DBS FTW.
Wow, that was a nasty knock to the chest, and Well, Alex finding the opening. Ladies and gentlemen, the round 2 between IHC and Deadeyes, guys, it has begun and it looks like it's going to end the same way that the first one did in the previous map. IHC coming out on top. Godless finding the second one. True Love has been finished off as well. That means Deadeyes, guys. Wait, are they already down to their last player? Is Fragboy the final survivor for DE?
I mean, they have 2 eliminations. I believe I should. Yeah, there are 2 players surviving off Deadeyes, guys, but they are split. They are split apart. Look at the minimap. They are split apart right now. That's the first thing. Fragboy spotted on the few plays. He's going for it, but then again, this time DBS does not do the work. But well, Seoul with the Death 12K. Shotguns are a nightmare for Deadeyes, guys. Can you believe it? This is not how it was supposed to be. 2 teams that were number 1 and number 2 in the previous game. Out of those, Deadeyes guys, they are getting eliminated. It's the same story. IHC just ripping Deadeyes guys into pieces with the shotguns. DBS and S12K just changed everything for Deadeyes guys. Look at Chifu's face. He knows he's disappointed right now. He knows it's bad. But then he's the last one surviving. Oh my god.
I mean, not much you can do in a situation like this. And now I think already Deadeyes, guys, that we know the game plan, what the game plan is going to be. It's going to be Shifu just trying to see if he can collect a lot of first aids and then go for a heal battle in the late game stages. IHC off to a very interesting start, securing 3 points in the early stages. Stalwart Esports now, we do see them, like always, dropping towards boot camp. But this time, with them moving westwards, how are they going to survive? We'll talk about survival. Mr. Yozu just taking a few shots on the vehicle that is in control of the lads from Raw. And now his information has been given away. It has been revealed. So he needs to be extremely careful.
Yeah, he also needs to understand, right? Obviously, Raw's players on the other side. And this is the place where I was talking about, right? This is a really, really important place for the circles because the zone's movement, had the zone gone north or if the zone just comes up with a shift onto the southern side, this place, this bridge and these houses are going to be the most important when it just, when it happens. As of now, Yozu just staying on his... I wonder where his teammates are. I mean, obviously, they should be close. But they're not close enough. If you see them, but Yozu, now they need to come closer. Now they need to come closer as definitely they have read that elimination feed as one of their players is down. One of theirs is down right now. And Raw, I want to understand if they will go for the finish. And we see that this guy's last player, Shifu, on quite a distance as well. Right now, Stalwart trying to take up a fight against Savage players. They did dish out slight amount of damage though, but they could not convert it properly. Stalwart just finding a good area and looks like Scry has spotted a few people down from Raw now.
Well, let's see. Scry, he might have some information, but behind him we did see the last surviving player for DE as well. Will he get spotted out? Now that is the question that I'm going to think about. But while all that is happening, ladies and gentlemen, Liquid is here to protect the captain. Mr. Yozu is going to be revived, and ElementriX, I think, they should disengage from this one, try and find a different spot on the map where their position, their hiding spot, their cover is not compromised. But as I say that, here comes the lure, the first airdrop with the AWM being present and top. He sees the fishes. Will he shoot them though?
I guess he might just do some damage on Sanchir probably. Will he see Sanchir first? Yes, he does see Sanchir first. He tries to go for a slight damage, but then again, the execution did not happen in the way he wanted it. Just going for a few more shots here and there, but then again, that's not happening. Eisenberg on the other side, you see his HP going down as well slightly as he's not just peeking out of the water lines. But I guess Sanchir might just be in a lot of trouble right now. One more shot will connect. Oh, it does connect. Lots of shots. So, Sanchir, I guess it's time for you to say bye-bye. Is it? Oh, he's down. He is down. Sanchir was in such a vulnerable spot, my man. I mean, he was at a vulnerable place.
Yeah. I mean, it was a very uncomfortable spot for him. But what about the rest of the lads from Savage Esports? Will they be able to help their teammate out of this one? Top on the other side, we do see him again going for the cliffside angles. Hershey has been waiting for them to step out in the open and finally will start shooting those shots towards the lad of Stalwart Esports. The first one is down on their knees as top is going to be the first knock. And the advantage that Savage Esports needed, Hershey, this nade is being cooked quite perfectly and has been lobbed in the right location. And there it is. Action is going to be knocked out as well. The final two players surviving for the side of Stalwart Esports. Not a start that they wanted, not a start that anyone expected from them, but this is what is happening right now. And even though they do have a trade with Anif being knocked out, I think it's going to be very difficult to convert this into any sort of pickups because Cry, I mean, we did talk about him as well on the other side of the river, will not be able to provide a lot of backup for his teammates.
Let's see what he does in this situation. As Cry is not at the backlines right now. Hershey's moving forwards right now. He should go with more and more nades. He has more and more nades. He's going with those. I believe Stalwart just understands they definitely have lost down one of their players, but then again, they don't want to lose more. Nades are being lofted, but they are not at the exact position. I'm pretty sure action would be revived. He will want to move forward. In fact, move backward from this place right now. And Savage might disengage as well. No doubt they have the players for themselves, but the damage has been done. Top was down out. He was finished. T2K on the other side, they are taking some shots on themselves as T2K is one of the players is being taken down. Okay.
Let's see though.
Oh, Jane has actually just returned the favor as he goes down on Phantom's Harame, and he has been taken down as well. Slipknot is moving from around the circle, but Jane, oh, he's in the open right now. Yet I need to understand, Jane is going a wee too aggressive with that nade as well. It's on Jane. Jane needs to understand the nade's damage might just be a lot, but well, it just bounces off of him. Wow, it just bounces off of him.
Well, let's see, Jane, the unkillable man. He's still standing quite strong, just picking off just securing the points that were lying around him in the form of the players from Phantom Esports. And just like it happened to the players of DE, it happened to the lads of Phantoms as well, as Slipknot is going to be the last player surviving for the team. And it won't be an easy job because look at this, 10 minutes in, already two teams almost getting eliminated. We're down to 56 players, but still all the teams are present. Quite a tricky situation for the players to be in. But oh, Pika, now he has to be extremely careful. He makes one mistake, he's out.
Yeah, if it does, he will be taken out right now. Pika has a good place. All right, he moves backward, decides it's a good day to go for a swim. Will he? All right, still on the shorelines, testing the waters probably, how deep they are. Oh, they get an airdrop, that's why. Level 3 helmet, level 3 vest is a good thing to have. Airdrop being taken by action, but no sign of the weapons in that one. What weapons do we have? That is the question now.
Well, let's see. I mean, the airdrop always brings with it something very special. But look at, talking about special things, look on the radar, Seal Esports versus Vibes, and it looks like Seal Esports is the team coming out on top. Vishal and Malik are out, Jiggle Joker still being present, and Seal Esports, they have them surrounded. So not a lot of opportunity for Vibes to get away from this scuffle and try and find safety for themselves. On the other side, ElementriX looking to cross over to the Camp Alpha Island, and there it is. No one has still taken the first airdrop. It's still just lying there with the ORM, the level 3 kit, including the backpack. It's the armor, the helmet, and the backpack. And then there's the adrenaline syringe as well. A perfect thing if you do want to survive to the late game stages. What a duel! Wow! Jiggle is finally out. Wally managing to land some shots on him through the very, very tight angle through the window. But now that means Joker is going to be the last player surviving. Ladies and gentlemen, the first squad wipe is there. And Vibes have been sent back to the lobby. 10 minutes into the game, Vibes Esports, this was all they could do.
This was all that could have been done. Now, Wally, he needs to go for a full heal on for himself. Goes for that first aid. But then there it is. A wipe coming out on Vibes, who are not in a good vibe right now. And look at this. Another one follows Shifu. He wanted to hide. He wanted to stay there. But then Snipe just comes in and takes him out. Deadeyes Guys, it's an end for them as well.
Well, let's see. JyanMaara, it's going to be quite important for them that they go into the Super Weekend with strong momentum. The first Super Week not really working out for them, and this time in a very interesting spot in the circle as well. The lads from JyanMaara. So, and then there's these guys.
There's always that one team that, just likes to go with a boat on the water lines, likes to
Yeah.
move around, have a really good, vibe for themselves, I would say, because they look happy in this boat. It's like, imagine the Jack Sparrow music just coming on, because that boat looked like a pirate boat, so it's like, just but then again, 1952 on the lower side of the ruins area, as you could see, they have to cross this bridge as well. Looks like Seawine has a boat for himself, probably a jet ski maybe, as he's just crossing this area. But then again, the other three players, what will they be able to do? That's the question. Another airdrop coming up quite close to the players of Raw. High Voltage has a really good higher ground for themselves. I just need to understand if this is going to be enough or not.
I think it can be if they play their cards right. I mean, that is quite a decent position right there for the lads of High Voltage, and we have seen them in action from that spot in the past as well. I mean, the previous PMPL as well, High Voltage were able to secure good points from top of the Temple Hill, but this time Savage Esports on our screens right now, and it's going to be quite interesting to see how, in fact, they plan on crossing the river, because they have to be careful first. Asterix is closing in on their position, and Hershey, well, he did manage to spot out Chante, did not fire a single shot in his direction, trying to protect his information, his position for now. On the other side, the T2K,
Oh, there's always this
rotations, yeah.
happens. This always happens with the team that was on the boat. Oh, they never understand. Come on. But then now Sandesh looks like he's getting a lot of damage on himself. Jane, what will he be able to do? That's the question, as well, as he is being taken down to the minutest of the HPs. And there it is. Knock happens as Rafat is ready for a good hunt on these pirates. T2K, I'm pretty sure even if they reach the grounds, they might not have all the players surviving. But Shante might just get slapped from Eisenberg. Oh, all right. A buggy comes forward. But where is Shante? Where is he looking? Where are you Oh, what spike? How is no one spotting Eisenberg? I mean, come on. This has to be a joke. This has to be a joke. How is no one spotting Eisenberg? That's one understanding that I need to know. Hershey's moving on to the other side as well, as Chant is on low HP and his position is totally compromised in all these situations. Atrax, they are on the back lines, and Savage, they are ready to take up the fight against the players, as Hershey takes one down with that QBU. Oh my god, that's a good weapon. Now you understand. Eisenberg from the... What a brilliant cover coming up from Savage's players' side. Everyone just going on for a very, very good fight. Now they are on to the finish, as well as Atrax. They are left with two players. Chante is there, but then again, he is bleeding.
Well, he's bleeding for now, and his teammates are stuck themselves. Look at Agu. He can't go anywhere from that position, but IHC against Venom Legends. Ale, he looks like he knows. He has the information of where Zeol is, but Alex right behind him, beside him, in fact, will be able to provide a proper cover fire for his teammate. T2K on the other side, they're stuck in the cliff, in the ocean that's there. And well, Legend, looks like he's trying to find his way back to the land, but it won't be an easy task, because there are now two teams blocking the shorelines. There's Venom Legends, and then there's the IHC lads.
Yeah, IHC on one side. I mean, this can be a good fight if both teams just try to compromise each other as well while taking a fight against T2K's players. We'll see. Action on the other side takes down one from Savage as Sanchir follows up. This fight started a few minutes ago. You remember, right? When the players were being taken down. But now Action is on a roll as he goes for the finish as well. Savage's players, they are paying their tribute to the zone right now as they are moving towards the circle where they know it's important for them to just, move around as well. But Savage, it looks like they are in a bit of a pickle situation as well. Two players are right up front. Eisenberg trailing a bit behind, and the circle is going to dish out slight damage as well. Legend is inside the zone though, but he is not on the land, and that becomes a really, really bad thing, as the circle definitely will shift around Camp Alpha, and High Voltage as well. From that hill, they'll have to make up their own plays, but now Scry has been taken down. Revive can easily come up, but this will give the adequate time to the players. Oh, Action was spotted on as well. This will give adequate time to Savage's players so that they move around this bridge.
Well, let's see. The bridge is going to be quite tricky to block, but there's no point in doing that right now. Everyone has almost crossed over. Savage Esports are the last team left towards the main island. And right now in a fight against Stalwart Esports to see who will get to the other side first. Action has been knocked out. Scry just barely surviving on a sliver of HP. And Anif was left behind for this job. Only just try and keep the players from Stalwart Esports at bay. Look at Eisenberg carrying Hershey to safety to get him inside the circle and hand him the revive, get him back on his feet so he can stand up and, well, help out the other lads take this fight as well, because once they are done with Stalwart Esports, they have to start worrying about the other teams inside of the circle, and Raw is going to be one of them. Pika, I think
Will he carry?
he just saw, no,
Oh.
he's going to give the revive inside the blue.
I thought he's gonna carry his teammate, and then they're gonna
Yeah.
just go for the revive or something like
I
at
mean,
the edge.
so-
Imagine that rock is a perfect cover.
I mean, here's the thing. I mean, the carry
Oh.
mechanic, it looks so nice.
Oh
but
no no no
you
no
know,
no
just
no
give it
no
what?
no! Go for it! You have spotted down every single player. This is the
Yeah.
chance. Be the last airbender. Go for the mission. Complete it. He's not doing anything.
He's not doing anything. He's just,
Come on.
I think he's waiting for his teammates to be prepared as well, because they have to make a run for the circle now. It's 250 meters away from their position, which is not going to be an easy distance to cover. So I think it is a smart moment from Savage Esports, where they're allowing the breathing room to Stalwart Esports, so the Stalwart Esports can destroy the rest of the competition and Savage Esports find safety for free. But, well, as the first knock is going to happen, JyanMaara, they will realize that there are players behind them, and Susan is going to find a trade. Gunner does get finished off, but Raw, they spot out the lads from Savage Esports, and Eisenberg will finally be taken care of. Pika does find Susan, goes for a knock and a finish instantly, and all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, it's kind of a 2v2 situation between Stalwart Esports and JyanMaara.
Oh, actions here as well, as he's just going to go for the revive. He's touching down his teammate in a really low HP as now Shry. He would have bled out, but then again, he survives. Pika moving on to the backlines as well. Hershey is just there. I don't know if Pika is good with this decision of moving forward. Already spots down Hershey. Has Hershey not spotted him? Oh, now he does, I guess, and he will take him out. That was a good knock. That was a good one, and that would be a good elimination in the favor, but no seal Baron. All right, he takes down one from 1952. Pika gets his own elimination.
Well, let's see. Pika does find one. 4 eliminations secured by the lads of Stalwart Esports, and now Action is going to be the man who was taken out. But on the other side, IHC, as they try to push forward, they will be spotted out by the lads from DRS and Venom Legends, who are waiting for them inside Camp Alpha. High Voltage, they had the control of the Temple Hill, but now they have abandoned, fallen back, trying to find a safer way to get down from the hill. And look at IHC, they made their way to Camp Alpha, but this is not going to be an easy fight for them. IC and Alex, they do have decent cover available for themselves, but when exactly will the fight be initiated? That is an important question now. And as a nade was tossed from the side of Alex, I think that's the cue for the players from the Atrax to once again be on their bellies, just prone down, protect yourself, try and see if you can not give away any more information than IHC already has.
Assassin takes down JyanMaara as one of the players that is snipe. He's down. Look at how many teams in fact are outside the blue as they are there, and this might just be their chance to start and go for the heal battle, just as we were talking about it. Alex, Cordless, IC, Zeol, everyone moving forward onto Atrax's players who are moving on to the back lines. The circle moves to the southern side of Camp Alpha, as well as Phantom just gets out of this lobby, and now we are down to 12 teams, and we are more into a 20-minute plus marker of the game, as IHC is trying to position themselves. The worst part about IHC is they are outside the circle. Even if they have to get inside the circle, they'll have to take this fight. No matter what, they cannot avoid this fight. And for this one, they are trying to play mind games, as a few players are moving in and out of the buildings. A few are trying to move from the open areas. But then again, they need to understand it's not just one team that's in front of us. There are 3 teams at least. ElementriX, we see them. We see one more team that is Venom Legends as well, right close, quite close to them. G2K is on the other side. Atrax is on this side as well. So multiple teams can take up a fight against IHC.
Well, exactly. I mean, they can be surrounded from every single direction. It won't be easy for them to survive, but who will be the first one to initiate that? I think that is what is going to be much more interesting. But all right, Vadu, going for a superhero moment, just taking a massive dive, trying to get to Assassin as quickly as possible. But Agu, he knows what's going through the heads of the lads from High Voltage, and well, he's prepared to take the shots. Vadu finally getting spotted out. A little bit of damage being dished out. Just finish up Assassin first. That should have been a priority right there. And now Yeah, he's just gonna be taken out.
The zone takes him out. All right.
Yeah.
And I was wondering how is that man alive, but then 1952, they also get eliminated, and we are down to 9 teams. That means high voltage follows up, and there would be one more name. I'm pretty sure that is going to be Seal. Now, the thing about Seal is they had 9 eliminations. They got around 10th position with 10 points overall. That is a massive number for that team. If we just talk about it now, so many teams are going to be taken down now by the blue. And look at this Godless. What is up with this guy and trolling down his opponent? Come on, he gets the trolls right in the next moment as the DPS does not dish out much of a damage in the next one. And there it is. Another elimination coming up as IHC is doing good, but Godless, he was coming up with a DPS.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite an intense move that did not have a lot of possibility of success. I mean, considering it was not that sort of a close range situation, plus you do end up getting pre-fired with the...
He was trolling again.
Yeah, I don't think that's trolling. I think it was just an opportunity for him to sort of try and see if he can push away the competition from the rest of his team, because Godless has taken a much bigger role than just being the primary fragger for the team. And that has become quite important for the lads of IHC. Look at their position now. All of a sudden, there is no one behind them. All the competition, all the teams that they have to beat are in the front. This is the easiest spot for IHC to be in, and they are doing a beautiful job right now, putting up a lot of pressure on the players of Venom Legends. Steel Shot and his teammates, they need to be extremely careful, because once IHC, they figure out a way of how to get into that compound, it's just going to be just pre-firing every single corner, just using those utilities in those close compact rooms before they enter, and it's just going to be time for a cleanup. And in fact, not even focused on Venom Legends in its entirety. They are taking multiple fights at the same time, as we saw IC take down one of the players. But Alex! Knock before you go in, I guess.
Oh, he just touched down the ground. He's like, yeah, it's quite hot. And then he just gets out of it. But then look at this. On the other side, IHC takes on one from Venom Legends again. Steel Shot, he needs to understand that their players quite close to him. But then again, IHC's Alex gets down, and I guess this is where IHC might just be in a bad situation, but no, says Zol, as he's still trying to pressurize, and Draupadi needs to move inside that house, but from wherever he comes out, look at this, how the players are switching on TPP and FPP from time in and time out. They take down one more team. IHC is damn serious about this one now, as they have the players surviving, but it's a 3-on-4 situation. I want to see if they win this. Liquid goes for a first aid on himself. And this game, I don't know, ElementriX might get it, they might not, but IHC, they won the first one, they're ready to win the second one as well. Will that happen? That's the question. A good nade coming down from Sus's side, takes down Alex, and now IC and Zol, look at them. They spotted down IC, he's on the other side, he's on the outskirts of this area. He will spot one player down as Sus takes him out. It's down to one player. Zol is out in the open. He has been spotted down. His location is compromised, his position is compromised. Where are they going with the Molotovs? Zol, he cannot survive now. Whatever happens, he cannot survive. He takes down one though. Will go for the finish. The end number of points that he wants to go for, but ElementriX, they get a win.
Yeah, ElementriX securing an important winner chicken dinner for themselves. And again, I mean, we did see the lads pop off in the first week as well, so not too surprised. Overall position right now for the team, it's going to be second in the rankings for the league play days. 5 eliminations secured, 20 points, so quite a decent game for ElementriX. But IHC, that is next level consistency right there. Chicken dinner win in the first match and top 2 in the next game. And again, I think the strategy that is there in their heads, it is quite nice for them, because their backs are always against a figurative wall, that is the blue zone, and then all the competition right in front. I think that way you can focus on one fight at a time. ElementriX, although this time just, I think, managing to capitalize on a wonderful opportunity that was laid out in front of them, with Venom Legends being taken care of early, and they were quite grateful to the lads of IHC as well. Like, all right, you said this chicken dinner for us, and yeah, we are just gonna take it. Thank you so much for this.
Definitely. They got really good for themselves. But then again, Johnny, right now, it's still not about all those things. It's about staying in top 16, right? You have to stay in top 16. And IHC is just, ripping the teams apart. Although ElementriX got a really good win. Right now, they're at the second position. I'm pretty sure they're qualifying this week as well. They just need to play with the same pace when we talk about it. But think about this, right? The circle shift was so good. We saw 12 teams surviving.
Yep.
And in less than what 5 minutes something, we saw only 3 teams surviving. Team just went out. So in Sanhok, paying respect to Circle is the most important thing.
I mean, exactly, because unlike Miramar, even though the area of the land, the distance might not look too much for you, in within that distance, within that 100 meters that you have to travel to get inside the safe zone, there are like 5 different teams that you will have to go through, and that is the big challenge of Sanhok. But before we discuss the game in further detail, we're going to take a very short break, so just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Hi guys. What is up,
Yeah,
guys?
we are here.
We are finally here. This is us. You can see as we are just finally out here. And well, what an incredible game, Johnny! It was when we talk about a game being a game of Sanhok, right? A game that just has to go with a slower pace for itself, but then all of a sudden just gets that push for itself as IHC has that momentum. ElementriX, they have that understanding for themselves, and well, it was just incredible.
I mean, Sanhok was an incredible game, and we did see an incredible finish for ElementriX as well. But I think it's time to move on and have a look at the MVP of the match as well, because this one is going to be not a surprise, I guess. I see from IHC 3 eliminations secured, but 716 damage and 24 minutes of survival time. That I think was the impressive part. Plus, along with that, IHC were part of the action since the game started. So from the start till the very end, this team was just doing what they do best.
Yeah, they were just doing what they do best. And well, this damage number, just comes up pretty good. I mean, it is for this week, obviously, it is one of the highest damage numbers when we talk about it. 24 is the survival time. That's dot. And not less, not much, just coming, at that dot survival coming up. But then again, ElementriX got the good win. And the team at the end, just, IHC, they just have their own understanding, their own good love when it comes on with the audience, right? Audience loves this team. They have seen this team previously as well. Ziol is here as well, just like the last time. 2 players from IHC, the other players are from Seal, 1 from ElementriX. As Sus comes in with 4 eliminations, 383 damage.
Yeah, I mean, quite an interesting appearance right there from Sus. 4 eliminations, 383 damage. I believe a few of the eliminations might have been just picked up, capitalizing on the opportunity that was presented. But it's a surprise seeing the lads from Stalwart Esports being present in this list. Demo and Baron being there with 524 and 514 damage for these 2 lads. 4 and 3 eliminations secured by the 2 of them respectively. But again, Stalwart Esports, they were having a decent run up until they were delayed because of bad positioning and getting caught off guard mid-rotations towards the late game stages of the game. Otherwise, I think we would have seen them make it into the top 3 as well. But let's compare the stats now. ElementriX versus IHC Esports. And even though the chicken dinner has been missed out upon, IHC Esports still, in fact, do at the end up
Wow.
on the first in terms of the points.
IHC, even after being second, they have
They're still
massive.
first.
Yeah, they're still first right now. 23 points coming up for them. ElementriX though is second overall, as they got a good game for themselves, right? And right now, in terms comes down to the average survival, that's where IHC lags behind. Obviously, they lost a few players. ElementriX, it was a 4v3 situation in the final circle, right? They lost Godless a bit early. Not exactly early, but a bit early as compared to the fight that they had with ElementriX. And look at the damage received and damage dealt difference in between these two teams. That shows how aggressive IHC was. And well, ElementriX, they played this one for placement points. They got good.
Well, yeah, they definitely had a lot of good points for themselves. ElementriX especially making sure that the chicken dinner did not slip away from their hands. And again, I mean, at the end of the day, it does not matter how many eliminations you got. If you do manage to get the chicken dinner and just did like 5 eliminations as well, the 20 points that ElementriX has right now, I think they're going to be pretty happy about it. Plus, another reason to be happy, top 2 in the overall rankings already, and the last time's cutoff to make it to the Super Weekend, I believe it was somewhere around 32 points that the team on the 16th position was sitting on. ElementriX having already done well, having already secured quite a huge chunk of those. I think a lot of pressure should have already been relieved off of them. As you mentioned, like, yeah, you're pretty much already going to the Super Weekend, so now it's time to just chill.
All right, we're going to talk about the match summary. Obviously, Jane just try to go good with Nox for himself. Longer distance, I mean, it's Sanhok. We know longer distance sometimes is not that long, but it's still good. It's still good enough. Highest assist coming up with 7C as well. And then obviously we know IH is just coming up pretty good at the end of the day with the numbers that matter the most. And this is the match ranking as we see from the second game. And IHC 23, ElementriX 27C with 13, T2K with 11, Venom with 11, Seal with the 10. I mean, think about it, right? Seal got eliminated a bit early, but they were so aggressive that they have second highest elimination points out of all the teams, and that just counts, and that just gets them to the 6th position in this game. We'll see where the overall standings are, but a few of the teams, they are still struggling here and there.
Well, yeah, we do see the teams struggling, as you mentioned, and especially, I mean, the teams that we hardly expect as well. In this match in particular, Deadeyes Guys not really having a fun time at all, as we saw them almost getting eliminated. Shifu did survive for a few extra moments, but his fate was the same as his teammate. Phantom as well. Phantom were doing so well the last week. They were here, managing to qualify for the Super Week on the 11th position with 59 points secured, but not a great start for Phantom Esports this time around. Although, again, as we mentioned, I mean, ElementriX, they are doing phenomenal. Seal Esports are doing phenomenal. The Atrax all of a sudden have picked up the pace. I mean, the previous game was quite a nice one for them. This one was decent as well, but they have to be consistent. Still, consistency is going to be required. And Ocean, what do you think? This time's cutoff, is it going to be higher than before? Is it going to be more than 32 points?
I think so. It might just be. And obviously, we'll be looking at the Oppo moments as well when we're just talking about all these things. And I believe it should be a bit higher as compared to the previous ones, because everyone wants to get that aggression. Everyone knows how important it is to just get to a good point. And look at these fights that just happened here. So many fights happening around the water lines, and you saw this one. I mean, the nade just bounced off of Jane, and it just did not hit him, and he got a good chance to convert those knockdown points into the elimination points. That was pretty good. And Phantom, well, they struggled a bit here and there on these fights, and right off the beginning, you saw Deadeyes Guys struggle as well. I mean, these things kept on happening.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was quite an unfortunate start for them. But these mid-rotation fights for Savage Esports, I think they could have worked out for them had Stalwart Esports not gotten involved. Raw caught them completely off guard as well, so they weren't able to move further into the circle. But then from there on out, I think high voltage from the Temple Hill were causing a lot of chaos for the teams trying to move in towards Camp Alpha. Atrax this time, as I said, a little bit of a slip up. Otherwise, overall, a quite decent game from their end. Trained to kill Sandesh, the last player surviving, going for a hero push towards the circle, not really being able to make it. Venom Legends, I expected them to actually hold their ground for a little while, but again, a little bit of a blunder from the lads of IHC. And Venom Legends, in fact, did capitalize on that, finishing off Godless, and IHC used that opportunity, but then ElementriX, they were waiting. They were just standing there waiting for their opportunity to strike. Because see the damage histogram. Look at the difference between IHC and ElementriX. IHC, while their entire game plan is alright, get to the late game and then just clean up. ElementriX were quite patient, waiting for their opportunity to strike, and when the opportunity presented itself, ElementriX, they did not miss the marker.
Yeah, they definitely not. But look at Savage's, conversion of their eliminations versus their damage. 1155 damage, but only 2 elimination points coming up for the team. That definitely just puts them in a pickle situation with that good fight, bad fight concept, as they were trying to take down a few players. Venom Legends, just like you said, right, they had a slight momentum going on for themselves, but then again, IHC was just there to just turn all the things, tear them apart when it comes to. I would want to see the overall rankings, right, because I just want to see the difference that the teams have for themselves. I mean, IHC versus ElementriX, because they are at the first and second in the overall, if I'm not wrong.
Well, I think so. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah, my match might not be as good, but I can, well, get close enough, I guess. Yeah.
But again, we'll see that in a while. But after that, obviously, we'll move on to the next Erangel as well, where I remember Group C is not going to be playing. That means Group D is going to be coming back as well. But before that, we'll talk about this one as the overall rankings are out. And look at this. Half a point difference, like 48-24.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, IHC have been doing a phenomenal job, but let's not forget, this is just 2 games, and after 2 games, IHC already find themselves in a position from where they can easily qualify for the Super Week. I think just 2 more points just to be safe, make it a 50, and you're good to go. But on the other side, the Atrax, look at them. Already quite a nice start, 19 points secured in total, but the drop after the first game, I think that is where they need to cover up. And good for them that ElementriX is not going to be playing the next match, because as you said, Group C is going to be the group that's going to be sitting out the action.
Yeah.
Group D is coming back in. That means Skylightz Gaming, A1 Esports, DRS and TRZ are going to be returning to the lobby. And talking about TRZ and A1 Esports, Ocean history repeats itself. TRZ on the 18th, A1 Esports, they still haven't started.
I mean, they only played 1 game. That's
Yeah.
the issue right now. They will have to play the next one. And obviously, they'll have to play all the games now. The other upcoming 3 games they'll play. So we are hoping that they get good points in those games. If they don't, then we know it, right? Things are not going to be looking good for them. So yeah, we'll talk about those things when the game just starts. Obviously, the next Erangel is going to be on our way when we talk about it. Then Sanhok, then Erangel. So things might just be a bit of an issue for these 2 teams. In fact, that group altogether, because as much as these teams are trying to get good games, last week, this week, as of now, it is the same story.
Yeah, it's kind of a similar story, but I think they can. Da Atrax is a perfect example of you can turn things around. Just go all in. I mean, Da Atrax, they're a little bit more confident today, committing to those fights in the very first match. Even in this one, just making sure, all right, one way or the other, we need to make sure that we're not exiting the games empty-handed. We do not take an exit back to the lobby with 0 points. And I think that is the thing. If Da Atrax keep on pushing forward, I think they can easily make it into the second Super Weekend and try and secure a few extra points on the actual overall leaderboard as well. But TRZ and A1 Esports, I mean, the struggle is there. They still have a lot of opportunity, as you mentioned. I mean, so every single team plays 8 games in the league stages. Since A1 and TRZ have only played 1 each, they still have 7 matches remaining. And to secure like 40 points in 7 matches, it's not that difficult. I mean, you just have to be a little bit consistent. You can miss out on a few matches here and there, but just a slight bit of consistency, and I think TRZ and A1 Esports can easily qualify. But here's the dilemma, right? If they make it, someone else needs to be kicked out of the top 16, and yeah, it's kind of a very, very difficult thing to predict where who is going to be out, who's going to be in. But ladies and gentlemen, what we know is going to happen next, it's the match, because the player cams are here, and that means game number 3. That is going to be, again, ladies and gentlemen, a map of Erangel that we're going to witness is live in a few short moments. Oh man, there's, again, I do see those evil smiles on Action's face and the other players from the side of Stalwart Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, interesting things are headed our way, and I believe as soon as we do have the plane path in front of us, we're going to find out as to why the lads were smiling. It usually happens when the flight path is quite close to their drop locations, because they are always happy to go towards Nova Repnoi. That's what makes Stalwart Esports happy, and yes, there is the reason for the smile, because the trajectory of the plane is starting from the military island, headed towards the northeastern part of the map, ladies and gentlemen, towards the Stalba Kameshki hill, leaning heavily towards the east, this flight path. And IHC, where will this team go? I think that is going to be an important question, because this time in the every single Erangel that they've played this far in the PMPL 2022 spring season, they have always preferred to go towards the Georgia Pole City. And now the Georgia Pole City is a little too far away for you to glide to. So I'd see they're going to have to land somewhere in the middle, out in the open, find a few vehicles, and then try and see if they make it to the preferred drop quite safely. But IHC taking an exit towards Shelter, and Milta are going to be surrounded by a lot of other squads. Stalwart Esports on the other side have landed towards Neveropnai. Seal Esports have gone towards military base. TRZ have taken an early exit towards the military bridge, and I think they're going to try and cross over towards the side of Ferry Pier. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if they in fact actually make it to the other side safely, because A1 Esports is going to be waiting for them on the other side. And DRS, I think, again, they're going to be starting off at their standard drop towards Milta. They don't really have a lot of trouble dealing with ElementriX and Venom Legends in the early stages of the game. We do have the circle in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and along with the circle, we have Necro joining us for this game. Necro, how are you doing, buddy?
I heard you missed me, buddy. I know.
Not
you
at
did.
all. Who said that?
I know you did. Come on.
Who said that?
You didn't
Your
be so hard
sources are
on the
lying to
outside
you.
and then soft on the inside. All right, man. Listen,
That's-
I know you missed me. That's why I'm here specially.
Yeah.
Now I'm here. Yeah, take a look at the circle as well. Now, pretty much a standard circle at just here, even on the other regions as well. So this circle for me is pretty common now. I've seen this circle a lot of times in the past as well. But what I haven't seen is IC again. I mean, just like week one, just starting their day off or kicking the second week off on a great note. We also did see a little bit of a problematic start for Venom Esports. Hopefully, things in the future go well for them.
Yeah. I mean, the players have regrouped all together, all four of them, and they're going to head towards those barn houses to start looting slowly and steadily. Just try and recover something in the early stages. But look at this, TRZ! Oh my goodness, this is an absolute disaster, as TRZ have lost 2 players to A1 Esports.
Oh, that's not a great news, huh? A1 Esports as well as one of those teams that couldn't really make it in the Super Weekend of Week 1, so they're going to have a lot of pressure building up as well. Venom Esports, on the other hand, they had a great Super Weekend Week 1. So they're just going to keep on going or taking things quite slow and calm. As you can take a look at your screens, A1 Esports now, so far as well, haven't really seen them doing that great. And TRZ as well, I mean, in this game so far, they've had a terrible start, and not just in this game, even in week 1, they've had a terrible start. I want to see now what they're going to put on the board. I mean, day 1 so far, a weak start again. Day 2, though, I'm expecting a stronger start.
Well, I expect a stronger start from their side as well. I mean, but here's the question: can they reset that quickly? That, I think, is going to be the most important thing. TRZ on the other side, I think the last 2 players surviving headed towards the Ferry Pier position. The drop prediction was quite a nice switch from TRZ, and it can work out for them as well, since the circle, they have a good spot inside the circle. So they will be able to survive up until the mid-game stages. I think 15-16 minutes can be an easy survival sort of time for the lads of TRZ. But when the time comes from them to move further from that, I think that's going to be a little bit tricky, because after that, you can't really avoid any sort of fights. Players are going to start chasing you down. Quite an interesting rotation from the players of IHC, as well as we do see them go for a 2-2 split from the southern side of Ruins. And just like Stalwart Esports, no matter where they drop, they're going to start heading towards Nova Repnoi. I think IHC have started to do the same thing. Doesn't matter where they drop, they're going to go to the Georgia Pole City.
Indeed, I mean, I'd see there's like a huge split as well. As you can see, Godless is all the way in Georgia Pole City, and then the rest 3 players are in the front. Now, another problematic factor can be for them, or another threat that can be for them on the board, has to be Venom Esports. 2 players are in the front line, so I'd see they will need to try and deal with them. But so far, we've seen IHC, they've had a phenomenal start, right? They've won the first game, second game as well, second spot with a lot of elimination points. So far, at this point as well, we might as well just count them in top 16, right? I mean, these are one of those teams that are pretty confident that they are going to make it in the top 16. Now, one thing I really noticed about the top teams, right? For pretty much like the league play games for them is kind of like the experimental grounds. Like they take this kind of like a light-hearted thing. They don't really take them serious at all. This is where they try to experiment with a lot of things. This is where they try to make new rotations out. This is where they try new play styles.
Well, let's see. I mean, new play styles, when you're trying them out, you won't get instant success. That's the thing. There is going to be a slight dip because you will have to fine-tune the strategies to fit the situations that you are in against the sort of set of players that you are in. And I think that does, in fact, take a little bit of a while. But talking about taking time, I think that is what T2K and the squad of Raw are going to do from their rotation points. ElementriX, again, just like I think we talked about A1 Esports, this time they are trying to contest the circle, the center of the circle, in fact, moving quite close to the shorelines, just south of Pochinki. And I think with this vehicle being spotted out, Spikey is going to know that there is going to be a few players in the vicinity. Just blows up the tires and the vehicle starts to roll back.
Yeah, for a second, I actually thought there's someone driving it. Oh, yeah,
there is someone in it.
Yeah, it reminded me of a movie called Tarzan. I'm not talking about the jungle one. I'm talking about the vehicle one. If you remember, the car. Tarzan, the Wonder Car.
Yeah.
Used to be a movie in the past. The ghost car.
I think they call them Teslas now.
Tarzan, the Tesla car.
Yeah.
Tesla, the Tarzan car.
I mean, it is self-driving, so...
That is true, yeah. That is true. Who would have thought, man? In the past... Whenever we saw self-driving car, I mean, we didn't really see self-driving cars, but in the movie, that used to give me nightmares. And now we're having self-driving cars actually in the real world. Who would have thought, right? You don't even need people to drive anymore. But yeah, that's complete another story that we can try and focus on some other day, maybe on our podcasts, on our personal channels. But for now, we have the circle. As you can see, of course, a lot of teams that are just going to start to accumulate right in the center spot. But now... the problem is going to occur for teams like Raw and TDK that are right next to each other on the northern side. They're still taking their sweet little time to try and rotate in. I'm pretty sure as the circle is going to keep on shrinking down, TDK and Raw, they're not really going to have a lot of info to play off of with, and this is what I'm exactly talking about. Now, Legend and Assault in a one-on-one duo, it seems like so far Legend, he's been taken down. He's taking a lot of damage, and he's not going to be able to tank it so far. Assault is trying to take another man down as well. He hasn't taken a lot of damage. So this is kind of like in his court so far. The battle he's fighting here, so far it looks pretty great for him. But also he needs to realize he needs to try and reunite with the rest of his team because he's getting shot at from a lot of different angles. Drake is well on top of here. He has a great high ground to play off of with. And so far TDK, they have another casualty on the board.
Yeah, I mean, quite an unfortunate start for the lads of T2K. It's not something that they wanted. Legend, I mean, it's definitely... quite tricky for them to move out of this position safely, but let's see if they can make it happen. I think Raw, they're going to be happy about this. 2 early points secured mid rotation, and as we talked about, both of these teams moving from shooting range and the Stalba-Kamishki Hills is where Raw landed. I think this collision was sort of an imminent, but still T2K Sandesh, he has managed to find his way inside the circle. Now the question becomes, will he survive the lads of IHC who are right in front of him, and Skylightz Gaming moving in from the rear? So yeah. I think if T2K is tried to ask the question, what's the worst that can happen in this Erangel? This is the answer.
What's the worst that can happen in Super Weekend 1-2? I mean, they've already gotten the answer. I don't feel like they want to find out what's going to happen in Super Weekend 2 as well, because now it's just league plays. And I mean, T2K, right? We expect greatness out of this team. And in Super Weekend 1, they weren't really able to deliver that. But I'm going to hold on to my words. As action, he's going to find clear shots on the players of DRS. He's going to find the opening as well. Killer YT taken down, but there's a nice split between the players right here. Action now is trapped out. It's kind of sandwiched between 2 different angles. Pika's going to try and provide the backup right here, just to give him a little bit more comfort making sure that he is going to be right next to him. But no, instead is straight up going to ram his vehicle in the compound where both the players have been knocked out. And Stalwart Esports, I don't know how they managed to do this, but it's impressive.
Well, it is quite impressive. Stalwart Esports doing what they're best at, just picking off anyone that they see close by. DRS, last 2 players surviving. They're trying to get away, but it's the open farms position. You don't really have a lot of room to move around with. And DRS, with the way they are going, I think Venom Legends is going to be the next team that is going to spot them out. So they need to be extremely careful. Oh, look at this. Look at how beautifully the vehicles have been parked. So nice. So neat.
Yeah.
Why
Man.
is the Urus inside?
Listen, man, at this point, these days, I don't even see such a clinical parking even in the parking lots. Like,
Yeah.
love it. Love it. Something I feel like it's like 1 in a million moment, and I feel like it should be clipped and shipped all across the internet. I'm going to hold on to my words, though. Oh, this could have been really close. Alex, he drove right next to the players of high voltage in the front. Extreme is kind of exposed now. Straight up gonna drop out the vehicle and just gonna take the shots onto him. He's gonna find the opening, Alex, but he's quite low and needs to realize he needs to retreat back to his teammates, or maybe they're trying to go for the confirmation. Alex, one of the best rookies out there in the world, gets the confirmation on the Extreme, and now high voltage again. A big leg broken down. They only have 3 players to work off of with. High voltage, one of those teams as well that didn't really make it in the Super Weekends, Johnny. Imagine the amount of pressure that's going to be surmounting on them.
I mean, there's definitely going to be a lot of pressure on the lads. And again, as you mentioned, Extreme was quite a key player for the team. But now, since he has been picked off, that does allow opportunity for the players of IHC to close in on the distance and try and see if they can wipe out the entire team of high voltage and secure some extra points in the early stages. But so far, ladies and gentlemen, 12 minutes inside of the match, we do see a lot of individuals getting picked up, but no complete squad wipes yet. And it is the lobby down to 56 players surviving, but I think all of that is going to change as out in the open. High voltage have been spotted out. Wadu G taking a lot of damage, is around 50% HP. An Assassin and Praveen, they're trying their best to make a getaway from this, but they do find a squad house that is completely abandoned, but JyanMaara might think about moving in since they're quite close to this one. And since they did see 3 players move in, I think they might just get a little too greedy and try and see if they can secure those 3 points before anyone else can.
Oh, man, I don't know. I don't like how confident you are there, all right, Johnny? Look, listen, JyanMaara is one of those teams as well that has been struggling so far.
Yeah.
And if they try to go for those 3 points, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a high chance the tables might just be flipped against them. So they might as well, I feel like personally, they might as well just try and take a little bit of back step and just stay where they are. As you can see on the map too, Johnny, I mean, of course, the viewers cannot really see, and that's why we're going to provide you guys the information. So far, the Potato Hill is left uncontested. So any of the teams, if they do want to get the Potato Hill control, they're also going to have the centralized spot in the entire zone, and they can just rain down death and destructions on the teams that are going to try to arrive towards them. We also do see another fight occurring, though, between the players of Stalwart Esports and Venom Legends. Now, this fight did happen in the past in the Sanhok game. Now, the history is going to repeat itself. I want to see, is Venom Legends capable of taking down a team like Stalwart Esports?
Oh, but we'll come back to that conversation later, as it looks like Jane has started shooting, but that was not a viable option, especially when you're surrounded by the players of Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. That's the first squad wipe, ladies and gentlemen. Train to kill outside of this game, and now Raw, they are left to deal with the pressure from the players of IHC. Well, they do have an opening, but that has been traded out. And now Zeol is moving forward to try and see if he can revive Alex and bring him back on his feet. But he needs to be careful. There's a player towards his left flank. And if they don't notice that, if they aren't made aware of that soon, I think this can backfire on the players of IHC. But Raw giving too much of a breathing room to the players of IHC. It's going to be quite unfortunate because Alex now is back on his feet. And he will fall back behind some cover, heal up, and then re-engage on the team.
Talk about re-engaging. No, IHC is not a squad you want to mess around with, Raw. Again, there is still a casualty, and look at IC. He's not going to back out. This is what I like about IC, right? Even though things are not really in their favor, their confidence is never going to stumble or fumble even for a bit. They're still trying to look forward to get this one. They're still trying to overwatch this angle out as Stoltz is just going to keep on raining down a lot of bullets on his ult, but he's barely going to move behind the vehicles so far. IC as well, they're in a great footing. Raw as well, they look pretty healthy so far. But if you talk about the advantage, IC, they're trying to get some for themselves, and they also have a little high ground to play with. Now, Raw, they're going to have a lot of pressure on top of them. Again, they have those little rich to play with, but IC, overall, the high ground's in their hands, and we know when you have the high ground, you're pretty much going to have the prime positioning.
Well, let's see. I mean, being on high ground has always given a lot of advantages to the team, but look at the shifts of the circle, and Skylightz Gaming find themselves in a wonderful position right now in control of the school apartments, and the only team, the closest team to them is Deadeyes Guys, who are towards the small city towards the western side of the school road, and everyone else is going to try and close in, especially there's a massive cluster from where Team Raw Esports are. So there's going to be a lot of chaos over there, and I think it has already begun as Seal Esports, they try to force their way in towards the circle. They lose out on one of the lads. Baron is going to be picked off by IC, and Alex is trying to focus the rest of the players down.
Venom Esports as well on the kill feed showing themselves up. TRZ, no, they're quite hurt. One single bullet can seal the deal on these two players, and they're also taking a lot of damage at this point in time. Something TRZ needs to avoid, and no matter what cost it is. IC, though, he's still going to try and move in. IC, the entire squad seems so unsettled so far. Skylightz Gaming as well, right next to the players of high voltage. At this point in time, as the zone's going to keep on shrinking down, there's going to be a lot of teams moving right next to each other. That means a lot of chaos, a hell breaking loose for sure. Dax, another one of those teams that are in the danger zone so far, but Ago's going to find the opening, and that's a great one as well, as now they also get the trade-off on the other hand. That's a great reply from the side of Raw, but that's all they're going to get from that. Dax, they are going to come out on top in that previous fight. Raw, of course, they were ripped apart from a lot of different other teams already. Burning through the enemy meds. Skylightz Gaming now deciding to close the fray up. A lot of nades rain down, and they're actually going to connect too. Skylightz Gaming, now the go call's being made. We did see Mafia Ninja as well. It's just straight up trying to book it in inside his vehicle. And what's going on? It's Skylightz Gaming. They're just dismantling the players that Dax.
Yeah. I mean, this is their game to win. They have a perfect opportunity to secure a lot of extra points for themselves. But while we were talking about that, Mafia Ninja is going to be taken out by Gyante, and Atrax going for the punish. Well, not a punish exactly. It's just a desperate measure, as Gyante is the last player surviving for his team. And he has a few lads from the Skylightz Gaming squad knocked out on their knees. But who will be able to secure those points? That is the question, I think. If no one does, what we saw is going to happen, as the revives have been completed and Skylightz Gaming, they're back to a 4-man squad, and now they're all set to wreak havoc on the players that were causing a lot of trouble for them a few seconds earlier.
A few seconds earlier, indeed. Delta, though, is still up from the side of DRS, and we've known what this man is capable of. Seen him pull off some insane plays, insane clutches in the past. IHC going against Seal. I'd see at this point in time, it's like whichever team's going to start it, like just stand in their way. They're going to try to breach through straight in them. And that's what I like about IHC, right? They have no care in the world. And this is what I exactly said. League play is the days where teams that just don't care. They're here to train. They're here to practice. They're just going to try and whip out some new strategies out the book. And they're going to try and implement them in the playground. As I see, it seems like he's going to knock his own teammate, Alex. Not a great news. Something that IHC needs to try and avoid are those team kills for sure. And Venom Legends, they're going to capitalize on top of the facts, and they're also getting a couple knocks in return. Playzone as well is going to take a huge part of that. TRZ and Deadeyes Guys, so far this fight came down to a stalemate. But okay, IHC, seems like they were actually taking fights on two different directions.
Well, I mean, that is not always going to work out for you, and it won't be resulting in the best sort of outcomes. But Deadeyes Guys, having freshly eliminated the players from TRZ, are going to look to recover from the mess that was the Sanhok performance. 8 elimination points already secured. Look at Zeol, Icy, and Godless pushing forward to finish off the lads from Seal, because after they are done with them, they have to refocus on the players of Phantoms and start moving forward. But Venom Legends from the high ground of the Potato Hill will look to apply some pressure and force the players from IHC into an uncomfortable spot. Does not really work out too well for them, as IHC just go behind the ridge and the curve of the mountain, in fact, and find themselves some pretty decent cover.
Deadeyes Guys as well, trying to make the rotation inside the zone. Venom Esports with 2 players up. Indeed, going to have a lot of pressure now as they do see IHC just trying to scout the areas out. Slipknot as well, also slipping a bit of damage onto himself. And he will be taken out. Icy's just going to find that little glimmer, and that's going to be enough for him to seal the deal. Deadeyes Guys spots out the entire squad of Skylightz Gaming and realize, okay, maybe taking shots going to be a little bad idea. Might as well just try and take things a little slow and also keep the anonymous factor going for that team. IHC, they try to move in this time. They try to breach in, but they take a lot of shots. They catch a lot of bullets, and whoa, Deadeyes Guys, within a blink of an eye, IHC, they're at the game.
Well, let's see. IHC, they might have been shown the exit, but now Deadeyes Guys, they have a very strong momentum in this match. Look at that, Necro. We hardly, I mean, this time we haven't seen Deadeyes Guys in such an incredible form. 13 eliminations already secured. They have a pretty decent position on the edge of the circle as well, and there are still 21 players remaining. So a lot more opportunity for Deadeyes Guys based on how they are playing right now. AJ taking a little bit of damage from the side of Skylightz Gaming, and he tries to fall back, trying to avoid the players of High Voltage, who their main fight is against, as High Voltage is trying to enter the circle. But Skylightz Gaming in this position find themselves a little bit sandwiched between True Love and High Voltage from the rear. Although Stalwart Esports to the rescue, I guess, as they do find a knock from the lads of Deadeyes Guys. Shifusa was knocked out. One more knock from the side of Gyaltsen to help Skylightz Gaming find a little bit of a breathing room. But what just happened? What is happening to DE? The moment I praise them is the moment they're getting absolutely destroyed. One more knock. True Love is the last surviving player for the team.
We need to have a Johnny Curse meter in the game now.
Oh, yeah.
Venom
That
Legends,
needs to be a new graphic, I guess. We need to talk to production about it.
Oh, actually, you can make it happen. You know, that's something that's not top, but okay, rough, but. Ooh, the last man alive, Turulov. This time, the love's not going to be that true to the battlegrounds, and he's going to fall down as Stalwart Esports here. They're just wreaking havoc all across the board. Havoc as well. Right there, High Voltage out the equation on 5th place. Now, for the main goal for teams like High Voltage, Daxon, the teams that were left in the bottom 4, the main goal is going to be just try and make it top 16. And that's all that matters in the league play. Stalwart Esports, they're all players up, taking things so slow. They have the entire final zone control as well. They also have a little split on the Potato Hill, making sure they have a man who's going to overwatch down on all the other teams that are right underneath them. Skylightz Gaming, Nima, spots out the rotation in the front, takes a couple of shots, able to find a couple of connections, but that's not going to be enough to try and take the man down. Venom Legends also out the equation now. JyanMaara also, they follow it up instantly. As 3 teams alive, Skylightz Gaming, as well as one of them, Stalwart Esports and Venom Legends. And what's going on? What is this? Venom Legends, you've got to be kidding me.
Venom Legends, they're just running here and there, hoping to find someone out in the open and just running them over, but that is not going to work out. And in fact, they haven't shown the exit to the lobby. It's all between Skylightz Gaming and Stalwart Esports, and it looks like Stalwart Esports is going to be the team getting the winner chicken dinner in this match. As Skylightz Gaming, they're losing players left and right, and I believe it's just going to be the last player left surviving, AJ, who's trying his level best to make sure that, well, he does not go down without a fight. Top on the other side, going for a revive on action, while Scry tries to attempt for a flank with a lot of utility being tossed in AJ's direction, and all of it is going over him or just undershooting a little bit. But with this vehicle, almost the slam working out. AJ is exposed and Top with the cleanup. Ladies and gentlemen, Stalwart Esports securing the 3rd chicken dinner. Well, the chicken dinner in the 3rd match of the day.
You might as well just call them the cleanup crew at this point, because they were just cleaning up the entire lobby with the prime positioning that they had. And I also mentioned this, Potato Hill isn't contested. go ahead and take that potato hill. And that's what Stalwart Esports realized. They went there, they got the potato hill control, and then the entire game was just in their hands. Easy clap. Stalwart Esports, they just slapped everyone out the lobby. But now we talk about the Mongolian domination, and this is what we're seeing so far.
I mean, definitely.
Maybe ElementriX took the second game, but still, I mean, I would say I'd see they had a phenomenal second game as well.
I mean, exactly, because even though, as you mentioned, ElementriX were able to walk away with the chicken dinner, when it came down to the points in the match, IHC was still on top. And now, Stalwart Esports, they're trying their level best to compete and try and achieve the same feat, because we know, I mean, between Stalwart Esports, IHC, and Sealy Esports, even though the teams are all from the same nation, there is definitely a very intense rivalry between them, because when it comes down to the game, they only care about being the first, being the winners. And I think that is something that Stalwart Esports are focused on. Although I have to say, Deadeyes Guys, a phenomenal run in this game. I just loved the way the team was playing. Felt like a second IHC had all of a sudden arrived in the lobby. They were playing with their backs to the circle, to the blue zone, and constantly applying pressure on every single team out in their front. Not taking fights with the teams that were in the distance, but extreme close range fights they were like not avoiding at all. 150, 200 meters. Deadeyes Guys, they were going to destroy you, and that was like pretty important, because they were getting left behind after what happened in the first two games. But ladies and gentlemen, after this one, we're going to take a very short break, so just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL spring season of 2022. A little bit of a hiccup on the opening, but you know why? I mean, you guys will never face a hiccup if you get the Oppo F21 Pro, ladies and gentlemen, because you guys can grab yourselves the winner chicken dinner with the Oppo F21 Pro once it is out in the market. And if you guys are asking when is this wonderful device coming out, well, it's coming out soon, so you better be prepared for it. And again, this is Super Johnny, joined by Necro, wearing a very good looking chain right there. Love your look today. But Necro, what are your thoughts on the previous match?
My thoughts, I mean, all I'm going to say is Mongolian domination so far. I mean, it's like having thoughts in the previous game and then having thoughts on the entire day. At this point, it's going to be just the same thing. But so far, let's take this game, and it seems like it's going to be a man from Deadeyes Guys, Frack Boy, who's going to find themselves a little bit of more limelight with 3 knocks, 5 elimination points, and 583 damage secured, with only 2 assists on his name. Now, you asked me what were my thoughts. First of all, I like that circle ending. I'm not going to lie.
Oh,
it
yeah.
is one of those circle endings that I personally love because Potato Hill, right on the top, as I mentioned in the game as well, whichever team's going to get the control of the Potato Hill, they're going to have the prime spot. And Stalwart Esports did exactly that. Now, they weren't the first one to take the Potato Hill control. They, of course, had to fight their way through. And this is what I said. This is why I said as well, just call them the cleanup crew because they just cleaned up the entire lobby.
Exactly. I think the situation was laid out perfectly for Stalwart Esports to secure the chicken dinner as well, because I think there was a little bit of a misread between a lot of teams, as everyone expected the circle to shift towards the school apartment, which, I mean, just made things a lot more easier for Stalwart to just step in and just clean up. But we do have a look at the top players, and it's going to be Steel Shot from Venom Legends on the second, Scribe from Stalwart on third. IC joins in on the fourth position with his 3 eliminations, but 600 plus damage and the 19-minute, 25-second survival time. Top is going to be on the 5th spot with 3 eliminations, 617 damage, and 22 minutes of survival time. And as I was saying, so again, since there was a little bit of a mystery trying to predict the circle by the teams, the massive cluster of teams that tried to exit the school apartments, they just started fighting amongst themselves and just making sure that no one was reaching the hill slope with a numbers advantage. And then it was just a hunting season for Deadeyes Guys, for any team that was like either on the western edge of that hill or on the top, and it was a very intense fiasco. But comparing the stats of the two best performing teams inside of the lobby, it looks like Stalwart Esports, they are playing a different game. I don't know how they do this. 2028 damage dished out, just 499 taken.
Man, that's literally just like Stalwart Esports for you. All right. We also did get a little bit of confirmation from the side of production that we also have a little TDM, a team deathmatch lined up for you guys. It's going to be between the teams of Seal versus Savage Esports. Now, both of them are Mongolian teams, and I want to see how things are going to be looking like, because we saw, Johnny, and I've been saying this since day one, Savage Esports, their mechanics are really strong, but somewhere down the line, when it comes to the team play, they lack a lot. Seal, however, their mechanics are strong, of course, but their team play as well is really good. And now in TDM, I feel like this is going to be the best way to find out.
Yeah,
our Savage Esports capable of taking down some of the best teams in the lobby.
I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see what the result of the TDM is going to be. I mean, at the end of the day, it is going to be just about the bragging rights, the matchup. But looking at the match summary, I mean, again, a very nice variety of players being present. We have Fragboy, Steel Shot with the highest damage, Mafia Ninja with the most assists. Long distance elimination goes to Pika this time with the 309 meter elimination that he handed out, and highest knocks is Icy with 4 knocks secured. But again, I think this was a very interesting game because, as you mentioned, the movements of the circle were quite fun to watch. The teams, the way they were moving for the circle's control was quite exciting to witness as well. Plus, A1 Esports, I want to see what their exit is going to look like in terms of the standings and how many points they secured, because they did in fact get to very early kills on the lads of TRS, who were just harmlessly going towards the very Pia Primos position, and A1 Esports decided, nah, you got to pay the tax.
A1 Esports, they were just like guarding the edge lines and making sure they were trying to hold them off at bay. But now in the end, we also saw Venom Legends, right? They were just like moving around all in the open on the final zones. They had the buggy, they were just trying to move. Now, it makes a lot of sense, too, why they were doing that, because all the teams in the lobby, they had their attention towards Venom Legends. They were getting shot by 2 different teams, Skylightz Gaming and Stalwart Esports, and especially, we know both these teams, they have sharpshooters in their team. And if you're going to be shot at by teams like those, then you might as well just try and take all the odds with you.
I mean, and talk about playing against the odds, right? Deadeyes, guys, look at that. 4 placement points, 13 eliminations secured. I mean, had this team made it to the late game stages, I mean, it would have been incredible to see what would have stopped them. I mean, 20 plus eliminations probably for DE, and that would have made up for more than 2 bad games at a time. I think they've already done a pretty decent job securing those 70 points, because from here, it's not like you're starting from scratch. You still have a decent average moving forward, heading towards the next game. But before we talk about the action, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the zone analysis for this match and see how did the circle moves, how are the teams moving with retrospect to the zones. And I think, again, our main focus is going to be on Stalwart Esports, because they land towards nowhere bit of noise, slowly and steadily moved from farm, and then as Necro you mentioned, they were there for the cleanup on the potato hill.
Exactly. I mean, as you can see right now, currently, they are on the right side of the bridge. So the rotation so far is going to be really slow. They're going to take their sweet little time. Of course, in the next zone, too, they're right on the edge of the zone while they're just waiting for the rest of the team to try and show their presence there, right? If they're not going to be seeing any sorts of presence right around them, they're instantly going to get in their cars and try to move on in way much more prime position. As I said, they were just waiting in the end. They haven't really done anything so far. And now, at this circle shift, exactly, they realize, all right, some part of Potato Hill is still in. Trying to go for apartments at this point is going to be literally a death invitation, right? Because they don't know. There's no teams on the right side. We know because we see it on the map. But them as a player, they don't know if there's teams on the right side or not. So they decided to take the most safest option. They try to go on the Potato Hill, and luckily, they also find themselves in the zone, and that's how Stalwart Esports having the prime positioning as well. The next circle, too, moves really close. That means teams like High Voltage, now they will need to try and deal with Skylightz Gaming, because Skylightz Gaming, they're going to be unsettled, of course. They will need to try and move in, and that's what exactly happens. You see in the map, too, they're taking a couple of shots on High Voltage. They get eliminated. Skylightz Gaming, they also get a better positioning over them. They move in, and Stalwart Esports, they were just ready to welcome all the teams in the zone, and they were able to clean up the entire lobby in the end. And that's how they got a lot of kills. Deadeyes Guys, too, I feel like something that really just, went under the radar. Deadeyes Guys' performance, I mean, of course, the observers weren't really able to catch each and every single frag, but they had their kill feed. They had the kill feed just rolling through for them. Let's take a look at the Oppo moments, and let's find out how things really went down there.
I mean, we're going to be seeing a lot of action, the Oppo F21 Pro moments in this one, and starting things off. It is going to be the 2 eliminations handed over to the A1 Esports, to the TRZ lads, and it was A1 Esports securing those picks, and then it was T2K. I mean, the intention from Raw and T2K was a little bit similar in the early stages, that they wanted to start a little bit slower, starting from shooting range and Stalwart Kamishki Hills, but Raw just capitalizing on the fact that, all right, we see a team, might as well try and secure those points, not let them get away, and having that mindset, I mean, just making sure that T2K were not moving forward into the game much further. I think Raw did a beautiful job of that, but then they also succumbed to the lads of IHC later on in the game.
Exactly. I mean, not gonna lie. Okay, I mean, game talks. Okay, it's all across the board. All right, but something we need to talk about is Oppo. All right. I mean, Oppo F19 Pro was such a device that has actually made a place in our hearts. That it's really hard to move on from that device. I mean, F19 was phenomenal. Imagine about F21 Pro. How good that is gonna be, right, Johnny?
I mean, now at this point, we're just waiting for that.
Yeah,
that's the thing, right? We can't do anything about it. Just wait for F21 Pro to come out, and then we get to try it out and, well, relive the experience and the sort of the happiness that was there when we were trying out the old devices. But talk about happiness. Look at how happy these players from Stalwart Esports were getting the winner chicken dinner. Even though, I mean, you do not get $1,000 for the chicken dinners in the league play days. I mean, it's still a win, right? So the players are happy.
Hey, as they say, you gotta learn to be happy with small things.
Yeah, enjoy the little things. But
damage
one thing that is definitely not small is the damage numbers that were being dropped on the board by the players of Deadeyes Guys and Stalwart Esports. Look at that, 1824, 2028. And in fact, majority of the teams were part of the action, like Skylightz Gaming. We noticed them getting a lot of eliminations, 1100 plus damage for them. Venom Legends this time walking away with 1216 damage, but just 3 eliminations due to the fact that they were surrounded from every single direction. And with nowhere left to go, decided to just YOLO and Leroy Jenkins their way out of basically of the cluster of the teams that was forming towards the Potato Hill slope.
Indeed. I mean, so far in the damage graph as well, as you can see, Stalwart Esports, they've got the biggest one in the damage, and then they've got 12 elimination points. But Deadeyes Guys, we saw even though they haven't really got a lot of placement points for themselves, they still have 13 elimination. That placed them in the match ranking on 3rd spot, and that in itself shows the fragging capability, the fragging prowess of that team, and so far how phenomenal they've been doing, even in the Super Week in Week 1. Now, moving on forward, shifting that momentum to Super Week in Week 2. I mean, in the league play already, Deadeyes guys, they're looking pretty good, right? If you talk about JyanMaara, though, this is one of those teams that I'm really worried about. Now, I'm really worried about for them, are they going to be able to qualify or not? Because in Week 1, a lot of struggle. They got the chicken dinner, yeah, for sure, but I feel like it was a little too late.
Yeah, it was a little too late for them, but I think still things are looking much better for JyanMaara Esports now, because they are inside the top 10. They are slowly and steadily moving up. 17 points already secured. I mean, on the overall rankings, if they manage to cross the 30-point marker at the end of today, I think they are going to be in a much comfortable spot. Plus, they've already sat out. I mean, they always sit out the first game of the day. They still have 2 more matches remaining. On the other side, though, look at the jump from Stalwart Esports, jumping 10 spots in the ranking, 33 points in just like an incredible run from this team, and they still also have 2 more matches remaining. So it's going to be quite interesting to see if Stalwart Esports can secure the first position before the end of the day.
And I feel like it shouldn't really be that tough of a task for them, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd see they've had phenomenal back-to-back games. That's why they're able to keep their name up on the top with the consistency. Stalwart Esports, though, they've just got a good game in the previous one. They also had okay games previously, but they haven't really had good games as compared to IC. Now, this is just league play, Johnny. It doesn't matter which team has the top position. It's just all about the bragging rights in the league play. Moving on forward on the latter half of the board, though, the team that I did not really expect to be here has to be Seal Esports and DRS Gaming. They'll either try and move out of this spot because it's making me uncomfortable watching them here.
I mean, yeah, you do not really expect them to be this down low in the rankings, but I mean, what we can't really do anything about it. The team is going to be required to come back in tomorrow's matches and try the level best to qualify for the Super Weekend. Otherwise, I mean, it's definitely going to be quite tricky, because going into the 3rd week, there you're going to be under a lot of pressure. And again, you just have 8 matches. 8 matches is all you have to be inside the top 16. Otherwise, no points for that entire week. Every single attempt that you made, even during the league play stages, it's all going to be for now, because unless you make it to the Super Weekend, you can't really do anything about the overall leaderboard, where it all really matters, where I think from the top 16 teams will be moving on to the finals. So it is going to be quite interesting to see what the mindset is going to be like tomorrow. Up until then, the last 2 games of the day, I think the best you can do is try and play for survival, get those placement points one way or the other. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is have a look at the schedule and see what the rotation is going to be like as far as the groups are considered. And it's quite easy. I mean, the next map, Sanhok, Group B is going to be the group sitting out. So Deadeyes Guys, their momentum is going to be lost. Raw Esports is going to be sitting out. High Voltage and Venom Legends as well. And in the last match of the day, Group A is going to be out. That means IHC, Seal, Atrax, and Phantom Esports won't be playing the last Erangel.
Exactly. I mean, Group B, as you said, Deadeyes Guys, they're going to be sitting out. And I honestly feel like at this point, Deadeyes Guys has to be one of those teams that shouldn't really care that much about momentum, right? If we talk about the league play, not really that important. Also having such a banger game in the previous one. Now, I need you to understand this one thing. Getting those elimination points, it has way much more impact, not just in the points table. It also has impacts on your mindset. If you're going to be dominating the entire lobby, that is also going to be setting you up for succession in the future, because dominating the entire lobby in an elimination point standpoint, that's gonna mean that you pretty much are winning your duels. You pretty much are winning your aim duels. You have the mechanics down, and that in itself is going to boost your ego so much, right? You're pretty much going to be thinking that, oh, I'm the greatest out here, right? I'm pretty much the greatest out here. There's no match against me, and I can try and easily, if I want, I can try and easily take these teams down. So I feel like elimination point standpoint, Deadeyes guys, they're doing phenomenal. And even if they sit out in the next one, they're not going to have that much of momentum break.
I mean, definitely. I mean, Deadeyes guys, they have gotten the party started already. It's just about waiting this one out, waiting the next game out, and then coming back into the last game of the day a little bit stronger, a little bit fresher. And I think the Erangels, specifically the Erangel that this one that they played was quite beautiful for them. So maybe just skipping out on Sanhok entirely might just be the thing that works out. But ladies and gentlemen, as Necro mentioned earlier, we are about to head towards an exciting game of Team Deathmatch between between Stalwart Esports and Savage Esports. Necro over here, who do you think is going to win? Like just mechanical
Savage.
skills. Savage. All right. I'll go
I
with the
think
lads
so.
from Stalwart Esports then.
You have no other option. You have to go with them.
Oh man.
I mean, look, I took Savage. I feel like the people
Yeah.
in the chat, they need to understand. I have got nerves of steel to go for Savage, considering the fact they're doing so terrible in the overall rankings. But it seems like we have the games lined up because the production is right in my ears. If you guys are wondering who's doing the production with us currently, he's Itachi.
Yeah.
So if there's any problems, you guys can hit him up. But
I
yeah,
mean,
Seal.
Or as the OGs that were here during the season 4 used to say, we hear voices in our heads.
Yeah, we hear voices in our heads, and the main
Makes it sound
voice
crazy.
currently
we are.
is right here with us, sitting in the back, doing nothing
Nah.
so far.
It's been decided that now Ocean is Batman, so you can't do that voice. But
Ocean-
I think,
Huh.
yeah, we just let
So-
him be Batman for now.
Wait, so I can actually be Spider-Man because some people in the past have said I sound like Tom Holland.
Who said that?
I
Who-
think so. I don't. I'm not gonna lie.
Who
So I
was it?
just-
Who says you sound
Listen, I was
sound
just-
like Tom Holland?
Listen, I was just sitting with a couple of friends in Discord, and they were like, "All right, your personality's kind of like Tom Holland," and I was like, "All right, are you sure about that?" They were like, "Yeah, you actually do sound like Tom Holland somewhere down the line." So maybe they just meant to call me a young guy.
Spider-Man?
Spider-Man. I'm like the fat Spider.
I mean, are you sure they did just want you to come back home? Because no way home.
That was the lamest joke I've ever heard, and that was so lame that actually made me
I mean,
laugh.
we'll put that up for debate, but for now, I think it is quite an interesting start for both the teams. Stalwart Esports going at it, and Wally is going to get completely pinned down and finished off. What an intense trade between the two squads.
And so far, Savage is also having the lead, Johnny. So as I said, I went with Savage, but Anifo, okay, is finally going to fall down as the scoreline now is equalized.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I want to see some interesting weapon choices over here as well. I want to see the DMR action. I want to see someone recover the priority weapon from the center warehouse. Otherwise, TDMs just become a way to sort of, yeah, just settle scores in 1v1s, I guess. That's what it does for me. Demo looks like he is forced to fall back as it is a Fiend just pushing in his direction, and Leo on the other side was managed to able to pick off Sanchier, but will get traded out by Hershey. Oh, incredible cover fire from Demo, but will not be able to avenge his teammate. In fact, will be taken down by Anif, and yeah, there's the stun.
That's a great stunt too, as now Leo's going to move on in with that nice frag grenade, making sure the concussion is going to help him a bit. But no, right now it's just going to take a stop here. Savage also catch a couple bullets right there, and the other man also moves in quite close. Hershey, nice distraction capabilities right there. Instantly capitalized on top of it, moved on forward. Savage so far, they're giving a tough fight against Stalwart Esports, and I'm pretty sure, Johnny, you did not expect this, right? Stalwart is one of those top 3 teams, and Savage is all the way in the bottom, and I told you, when it comes to the mechanical capabilities, Savage, they have it in them, because I've seen this team since a long time now, and the way they play, it is clearly seen. The mechanical capability, this team has it down, but somewhere down the line, the team play is what they're lacking in.
I mean, and that is quite surprising considering Sanchiri is one of the OGs of PUBG Mobile scene in Nepal. I mean, he has been there since the longest time. So I think it's just the fact that it is quite a fresh team, and it is going to be quite. It will take them some time to bring them on the same page, all of them together. But hey, look at this! Oh damn, Demo!
All right. So I mean, Johnny, which kind of superhero would you like to call yourself? Who do you think you can be?
No one. I like being myself. No.
So you
All
think
right.
you're a
So my bad.
superhero.
Sanchir, as I said, is one of the OGs from Mongolia, and has been playing in the wildcard region for the longest time. So I think it is going to be quite interesting to see when exactly Savage come to their fruition, when they start showing their true selves, because as you have been saying, mechanically the lads are gifted. It's just about being on the same page inside those team fights like they are right now, because they are leading 27-25.
Exactly. I mean, So far, Seal they're leading. Wally's going to be taken down. That means now it's 26-27. Nice frag grenade right there. That's going to chip a lot of damage onto the player Seal. Demo as well is now just going to punch boost away from that spot. But Savage Esports, so far, they're doing a great job in comebacking with that score. 27-27 is the scoreline. This kill right here is going to top the score off. Savage Esports, I like how cautious they're being in each and every single frag they're trying to get here. But now, Seal, they're going to find themselves in a bit of an advantage. Eisenberg, what a play. The movement from this man is on point right now. It seems like this man's definitely warmed up, and now he's trying to convert that warm-up into this practice match, death match, confirmation of kills. I don't know what I just said there, but yeah, Sancher is going to move in close. Seal, they're quite hurt. Sancher single-handedly trying to take him out, but unfortunately keeps his gun away, and it still takes him down. How does that happen?
I mean, takes two of them down with barely any HP. Just impressive. And the way these lads jiggle step, it's just, I mean, the mechanical prowess is definitely on point. Look at Hershey sees Demo running behind the container, trying to see if he can get to the shack, but will not be able to do that. Now the backup has arrived in the form of Anif, and well, they are going to pin Demo down and finish him off. But Leo with that nade is going to make sure that the trade is going to be there for his team. Now, Necro, we are quite close to the final few moments of this TDM, 35-33. Seal Esports in the lead for a change, and well, they might just be giving it away at this point as Demo runs out in the open. There's the trade, the equalizer as well for Savage.
Exactly, and now it's going to be the equalizer, as you said. 35-35 on the board, but that frag grenade right there is going to give a little edge to the players of Savage. 36-35, Savage. They're looking pretty phenomenal. Make it 36. Now make it 37-37. All these frags are just racking up so fast. This TDM is getting a little too close for comfort, as Hershey as well is going to get the nice trade. One more frag is needed for Savage Esports to try and capitalize the momentum and also to seal the deal. Are they going to be able to put the final nail in the coffin? Are Seal going to fall down? Is that going to happen? And yes, it does. Savage Esports, they take it. And this time, I win right here, Johnny. It seems like I am the Doctor Stranger. I can predict the future.
But I thought you were Spider-Man. How did you switch so quickly to becoming Doctor Strange?
I am the Spider Stranger.
What is a Spider Stranger? Oh man, I think you definitely have to do a cosplay of Spider Stranger someday on broadcast.
Like,
but yeah, we'll make him do that. But still, so kudos to Savage Esports for getting that amazing win, and hopefully this transitions gives them a little bit of a confidence boost in the next few matches that they're going to be playing, because they definitely do need that. Savage Esports in a much better position from where they were in week number 1, and this time around though, it's not just about qualifying, it's about getting getting to the Super Week in a much better position, so that when you're going there, you at least have some sort of momentum starting off the bat, and you can transition that into a few extra points in the very first game of the Super Weekend, which again is going to be on Erangel, by the way. A little bit of a spoiler right there, but still, I think as we were talking about, the mechanical prowess is there. We clearly witnessed that, but what is going wrong with within the matches for Savage Esports? The team fights seem to be an issue. The rotations as well seem to be not really working out for them, because they always, one way or the other, do manage to find the biggest clusters in the lobby.
I mean, the rotation is something that I feel like at this point in league play, it's just all over the place, right? None of the teams are going to have like a dedicated rotation pathway, because of course they do not really want to expose their true play style. At the same time, trying to keep it the anonymous factor. Now, they have played a couple of games where the teams do exactly know how the true play style, how the two rotation path is going to look like for this team. But you need to understand, even when the teams are rotating, sometimes there can be a little micro adjustments considering on the teams around them, or considering on the circle how the shift's going to be taking. So those micro adjustments in that rotation right there, that's something that teams try to hide, and that's something that teams put in hours and hours in scrims to try and practice.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about those mini plays that are made between those rotations and those fights. And I think it is going to be quite interesting to see what sort of changes are going to be made to the play styles of the team once we do, in fact, head back to game number 4, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to be on the map of Sanhok. And talking about Sanhok, the last time we saw the circle move towards Camp Alpha completely, that is where the game came to an end. This time, where do you want the circle to be, Necro? What is the circle that you want to see? In fact, as an observer, which I mean, we do usually like a lot of chaos in the match. And what is the circle that you prefer when you are inside the game playing yourself?
On the map of Sanhok, I want it to be on the top left island because that is where the teams struggle the most.
Yeah.
And I like teams seeing a lot of pain. I want teams to struggle. Yes.
What
That's
about
I
when
like.
you're playing? Where do you want it to be then?
I want it to be on me all the time.
Yeah, just have it the easy way, I guess. But as you were talking about the Camp Alpha Island, I think again, Ocean mentioned this when we were casting the previous Sanhok. If that happens, there's always going to be that one team that will try to go for a late game water rotation and just get blown to bits and pieces instantly as soon as they come across the land area. Because I think again, everyone tries to make that happen, but you have to realize like that is not a strategy that has a good rate of success. It's a move that was made out of desperation, and again, that I think you need to be prepared with a lot of first stage even in the early stages if you're going for a rotation like that, because you are going to be in the water for a while. And if your boat gets blown up, then well, no first aids for you. You're just gonna get taken out on the other side. Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm sorry to cut you off there, but I still feel like even though Sanhok, it is a really tricky map when it comes to this top left island rotation, but I still feel like there's a lot much more ways out. Now, it doesn't have to be necessarily a way out, but something you guys can do is try and try and get a lot of meds for yourself and just try and go for the med strat, because we've seen those are one of those strats that is the strongest in the map of Sanhok. If you're going to be racking up a lot of meds for yourself, just try and heal it out, right? Because we've seen in the past too, teams getting to the top 2, top 3, and that in itself is like a lot of placement points in general. And then you're going to be the only man from your team while the rest of your 3 teammates will try and move inside the zone and try and get the elimination points. Like, that strategy, I personally love it, and I feel like we haven't really seen a lot of teams implementing it so far on the map of Sanhok. But now we have the players ready up as well, as you guys can see on the player camps. And they're quite ready, as you can see as well, right in the center. Oh, he was trying to grab his device. Now he's also getting a little comfy on the bed. As Stalwart Esports too, as you guys can see on their gaming chairs. Damn, I wish I had one gaming chair for myself, man. I mean, something that I always just wonder and think about, but I guess that's just going to be in my dreams. And as you guys can see, yeah, now moving inside the map right here. A lot of expectations from the teams that are all the way in the bottom 4. For example, Savage Esports. Now, I predicted, as I said, Savage Esports so far in the mechanical skill, they're right there. But what the problem is their powers when it comes to the team play. They lack quite a lot of communication. They have a lot of communication issues in themselves. And now we're finally going to have to plan flat path and run in front of us, starting from Sami, ending all the way towards Camp Bravo. And DRS, of course, are going to be the first one to eject right outside on Sami. And now we have joining is Ocean Sharma right here. How you doing, my man?
Is this Tom Holland speaking to me?
Exactly. How you like it?
Well, then I am Iron Man. So stay down, kid. But well, this is the game that we are just talking about it right now. And
I mean, if you look at
yeah. Tell me.
If you look at Iron Man, he's no more now. So
yeah, doesn't matter. He has created a legacy of his own, and Tom Holland is still trying. But well, talking about this one right now, as we see where this zone is, you can see JyanMaara has a pretty good area for themselves around the circle. IHC always likes to go to Harton's area. This time they're not going to find any other team at that place. Stalwart, they like this boot camp place for themselves. Always TRZ slightly to the southern side, and ElementriX on their own split. I like the split always that ElementriX does in this one. They have tried and tested it since like long time ago. They are just dropping down these areas, but this is where a fight is bound to happen. A1 Esports in 1952, and I mean these two teams, Necro, especially A1 Esports, this time they have to qualify, come what may.
I mean, A1 Esports, they're going to get eliminated right here in a couple of minutes.
What?
Watch. Just watch. I'm telling you right now, the way they're positioned, I don't like it. I personally don't like it, because in 1952, they have a huge capability to try and just wrap around them. And you can clearly see, right, the way A1 Esports is playing, they're also giving a lot of 50s away. While on the other hand, 1952, look at how they're playing. They're just straight up standing on their position they found themselves in. So that in itself is going to create a little bit of more anonymous factor. Now, I do understand there's another factor lining up, is that when they dropped A1 Esports, somewhere down the line, they have a little idea of where the players are, but if you're just going to be standing still, they're not going to have the live tracker on you.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. Let's just see what happens in all these fights, because A1 Esports players, they're moving to slight of a backside. I believe they might just rotate around a few houses and might just take down entry. In that case, it depends, what's gonna happen. Evil Eye on the other side is on the other backside, where he can see C1 and 90 Degree that are his own teammates. Look at this, how A1 Esports is trying to move. That just shows, obviously, they saw the parachutes dropping down, right? You see that's the first thing. So they see the parachutes, and now they understand where the players might be. A Sinister, before he could just move inside, he tried to check the immediate areas for once or twice, and it looks like Dante also just wants to move. Look at how they're checking every house with the TPP angle first, and then they're moving in. That shows that they want to be cautious, but then again, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. And A1 Esports, I believe they have a bad phase going on right now. I hope they recover soon, but it's like, if you recover late, the tournament might just be out of your hands.
That is true, yeah. But this also shows the confidence issues that A1 Esports are having, right? They're like literally just stacking up, grouping up right next to each other. They're just trying to move around as well. While on the other hand, 1952, they have a great setup going for themselves. C-Van right here on top of the roof. Now, he will need to make sure that he's keeping his position anonymous for a decent amount of time unless he finds a clear line of sight on the player, and he does. And he also messes up the opportunity. Now the position's known. Position still compromised, but still A1 Esports, what exactly is going on? They just don't care. They have no care in the world. DBS in the close range as well. And as I said, the Evil Eye's going to open the fray up. Dante goes down. That's something that's not going to be great news. Evil Eye also get the confirmation on the frag right there. A1 Esports down to a 3-man squad.
A1 Esports' players, now it definitely gets bad for them. 90 Degree just moving up forward. He wants to take up a fight. He saw a few players here and there, and he's just shooting on the wall right now. All right, goes to the reload again, moves on to the backside. C-Wine has that MP49 that he can just make the most out of. Sinister, it looks like they are trapped in this house now. They are in a big trap. A1 Esports players, all they can do is just take this TPP angle, wait for the players, relay that information to a few players, and then maybe take up the fights. Looks like 6-9 understands 90 Degrees position. That's a lot of mathematics going on probably in his mind as well, but all right, as a crowbar just coming up, and now one more goes down from A1 Esports, and that is Sinister. 90 Degree. He understands where the other players is, and he is moving forward. We'll go with the finish right now, and now comes the turn as one more bites the dust. And A1 Esports, what is happening? They are not at their A1 game. 90 Degree, he might just be taken down. Finish is going to be the call, but look at the cover that C1 just brings in right in about time. Goes with a UMP, a pretty brutal weapon for the close ranges, and there it is, a finish happening. And A1 Esports, they are not having a good time, I'm telling you.
I called it. I told you. This was going to happen, ought to happen. The way they're playing, way too paranoid, right next to each other. And we saw one of the downfalls of literally playing with each other is like, you're not going to have any of the players moving around from the back, or you're not going to have that astonishing factor in your strategy if you're just going to stick together. That means the team in the front pretty much know that you guys are sticking together. They don't have to worry about anything in the world. They can spread themselves apart, and they can try and take you down from a lot of different angles. And they suffocated themselves to death right there. A1 Esports, they are the reason for their own demise in that fight. And now the airdrop one as well is going to be on the board. It's going to be the AUG. I don't know what they can do at this point, Ocean. I mean, A1 Esports, being the veterans in the lobby, they're still making some mistakes that I feel like should have been taken care of years ago.
I mean, me and Johnny were talking about it when we saw A1 Esports' earlier games. Obviously, the 2 games back we were talking about, and we had this conversation that is like, A1 Esports 2 seasons back, they used to come and they used to just, get in on the fights, and looks like Demo on the other side saw Jiggle though. But yeah, A1 Esports a few tournaments back, they used to just dominate the lobby. They have had a winning streak against a team like BTR as well, where the winning streak was 7-2. They won 7 fights against a team like BTR. They only lost 2. And now when we talk about these kind of situations, I mean, it's a huge change if we just talk about this team's understanding.
A little arm slipped by there, but the soldier's going to be exposed, and he's instantly going to be capitalized on top of it. Bishal as well, now going to follow it up. 2 players of lives already taken care of. Those are two big arms out the game now. Mullik is going to be there in the front line. He as well is catching a lot of bullets on it himself. And Vibes, what's going on? The trees are too skinny. They're not going to provide you enough amount of cover. Jiggle right there in the front. That's the main man from the squad, and he is, as well as taking a lot of damage. At this point in time, it's going to be next to impossible to find sustain it. Moves out, an easy final nail in the coffin. Seal, they just nail him to the ground.
Seal is going to be enjoying this for themselves. Definitely, they're going to be enjoying this. They love these kind of momentum fights that they just start off with. Demo is going to just patch him up a bit, and on the other side, Stalwart's taking a fight against Venom. Well, this Sanhok is on to a really fast start, I would say. I mean, 8 minutes in, and we have lost down we lost 2 teams now, and the third one might just be on the verge. We'll see, although. What happens as both the teams, it looks like they are ready. Action goes off with a good nade. Obviously, the nade just overshot. Mad Max still surviving. Wexy on the other side as well. In action, looks like he has that. He always has that oomph that he wants to go for the fight, and now he looks like he's going for that oomph again. All right, goes with a good nade this time. Still overshoots.
Oh no, Stalwart Esports. The backs are a bit exposed. Their action realizes that. Moves back in the nick of time. Top as well now. It's going to move on in the same rock. Venom Esports, they're spread out quite well, but the problem is they're just not able to get enough amount of damage down. Vexy, on the other hand, those taken down quite low, and this nade's going to probably take him down, and yes, it does. Another final tick out the game. Action now is trying to take care of the players who are providing the cover fire. Spots out a couple of players. Those shots are going to be enough to suppress him down.
Yeah, now Action just trying to spot on a few other players on the other side though, but I'm pretty sure Mad Max is going to be the most crucial pick if they are able to just take him out. Vexy knows he's done for. He cannot be saved. He cannot be revived at this moment. And Mad Max on the other side, his location is also kind of compromised. Action thinks that he has spotted down someone on that side. Top gets his grenade attack as he just got that grenade and knock, and now Mad Max is trying to run away from the situation. Well, it's gonna be a bad decision as there's another elimination coming in for Stalwart, but then Gunner, all right, Gunner takes down Mad Max's elimination. That means JyanMaara is ready for a fight. They steal one and they eliminate one. They knock one.
Oh, that might just be the longest elimination right there. Gunner, he might just book himself up if he's able to get the confirmation on action right there. The next circle is going to shift again, quite close to the top left island. IIT are going to find themselves in luck, and this is what I exactly talked about with Johnny. Johnny asked me, where do you want the next circle to move to? And I said, I want to move to, again, to the top left island. It seems like that's going to happen again here.
Well, I mean, that island mostly has a pretty good circles and pretty good fights for itself. Airdrop number 2 has an MK. It is a pretty dangerous weapon if you just want to, maybe have a ghillie suit as well. Drop down, go with it. It's a very good weapon in the close ranges, and obviously you can use it like a DMR. Action on the side was spotted down.
Listen, you got to stick to your words, Ocean. All right, you call it demon with 2 faces. Come on, say it. Say it again.
I mean, it is a demon with 2 faces, to be honest. The way you just, because just like I said, you can use it in the close ranges, plus you can use it as a DMR. Sanhok is not exactly a DMR-ish map, but people still try to use those weapons. I mean, it is obviously a good thing to have. Action on the other side, it feels like he's trying to calculate where the opponents are, but then again, where no fear is, in fact, but then again, it's just not exactly getting a hang of it. So, yeah.
Yeah. What's to do here? Someone talking in the back of my ear. But yeah, Dax right here, though. He's trying to move in. And Spike is going to move quite close to the players of TRZ. There is the entire player of TRZ. I mean, talk about TRZ. They are one of the most needing teams of any sorts of point at this point in time in game. 1952, 19 degree right here, camping inside the house. Oh, man. Interesting conversations that the production crew's having.
90 degree just there, and T2K is trying to move forward. Sandesh on the other side as well, Jane and Legend. Oh, 90 degree still manages to take one out. That's really good presence of mind by that light. But then again, how long can he just, take? He dragged this fight. That's the question. As 90 degree is taking the most utilization of that TPP angle, well, it takes down one more. But then again, good and not too much as he will be taken out. Now 1952 needs to understand what is happening as players. They left one of their players behind, and that just just cost them one of the most important players for them.
Oh, no. I would still say that I would look at the brighter side, and I would say Entry hasn't went down because he's usually the first one to go down from that squad. So I'm still proud of Entry. 1952. Oh, that's a great find. That little pixel, that little glimmer right there was enough for Evil Eye to capitalize on. Talk about Evil Eye, man. This has to be one of the most best players, I would say.
Yeah.
From the squad of 1952, because we've seen in the past too, not just glimmers. This man has put the entire show in front of the audience of what he's capable of. Airdrop 3 on the board too. It's going to carry the Groza, and also a little upgrades for the players if they want.
Roads are a very good weapon, and players, I'm pretty sure they might just want to use it. I mean, with the suppressor, everyone wants a suppressor in a match like Sanhok, where you just need to lie down, not give any sound cues for a mid to longer range, and then these kind of weapons just these kind of attachments do justice. Kante, we could see his wall. All right, now we could just see all the players for a while, but then again, it seems like they're trying to hold this edge of the zone. Maybe they might just want to cut off a few rotations here and there. Just want to look down to a few areas here and there. On the other side, Phantoms players are still looking good. They just took a fight against Stalwart. They lost that fight. I mean, they lost on a few players, but now they want to take up a few other fights on the other side. They might just want to maybe get a hold of a few points. And now this next zone is going to be really, really important. IHC has a good play. Stalwart, all right, Pika needs up a revive, but then who's going to swim down to that area? You will have to, because the circle will go there.
Talk about the circle. IHC, they're going to find themselves in the big foot right here. Stalwart Esports, they're trying to cross over, but they're also getting a lot of shots onto themselves. So that's something that's not going to be that great for that team. ElementriX, they've already found a great footing on the other side. ElementriX, one of those teams, they've had a phenomenal day one, and they just need to keep this breeze flowing in their direction. Indeed, the breeze is not that strong, but hey, as we all know, top 16 is the name of the game. As long as you're able to get the top 16, that's all that's going to matter.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely matters right now. All right, one airdrop to be looted. We'll see what weapons are they going to get from this one. Changing up a weapon, 100%, going for a pretty good weapon. Coming down, AUG in the hands, the PMGC AUG. And now Suzanne on the other side is trying to spot on a few players from Savage. JyanMaara has definitely tried to change their own pace of the game, their own style of the game as compared to the previous week when they were looking a bit on and off here and there. But this time, they're trying to do good. They're trying to take up a fight against the big dogs, to be honest, and that is exciting. From their game sense to just see right now. Suzanne switches on to the M4 right now, understands that is important, a good weapon as well. On the other side, T2K single fight against Atrax.
JyanMaara right there too. ElementriX, they need to realize the seals are now moving in really close. One of the parts of the game where there's not a lot of things breaking down, but Baron trying to punch boost away from that, but this time's also going to expose himself a little bit over the edge while trying to do so. The frac should be confirmed in no time. Baron is kind of stuck on that ridge right there. Smoke grenades are instantly applied from the side of Seal, but the pressure is just applied over and over again from the side of ElementriX. That's a lot of pressure to try and take care of as Seal. They're going to find a casualty on their side. They should be able to get the fallen man back up, though.
I hope so. I hope so. I mean, Seal, they would want to go for the real. No, Leo gets down and out. ElementriX is also suffering from one of their players getting taken down right now. Stalwart is onto the back lines. Pika has been spotted, I'm pretty sure. Liquid understands that, but he needs to find a viable angle from where he can just, go for the shots again and again. And Sus on the other side is trying to spot down a few players from Team Seal that are moving out around in the open, but looks like they have these slight covers of these rocks or maybe slight ridges, a few trees here and there. But then again, maybe they would want to rush onto ElementriX and Baron. Oh, he's now in the open, but then these trees are just denying that vision.
Oh, yeah. Those little branches right there. Baron maybe now is going to expose himself. He does. Takes a lot of bullets, but he's able to get out of harm's way in the nick of time. But now it's damaged quite a bit. Cecile, something they need to worry about is they still need a crossover on the other side. But ElementriX is making their pathway next to impossible. How are they going to try and cross over? For now, the possibilities are just next to impossible. That means that what they can try and do is just buy a little bit more time, wait for the other teams to try and capitalize and move in.
Oh, this is a good circle for Phantom, although they don't have the players. But then the houses that they have for themselves are golden right now. Stalwart on the back lines, they like to play around the circle, and that's a really good thing for them. Meanwhile, Skylightz is pretty close to JyanMaara's players. Look at Neema's HP. It's low. And what is AJ doing outside the zone? That's one of the questions as well. Marpin needs to understand that No Fear is quite close to him. All right, No Fear moves on to the back lines. He is with Gunnar right now. Suzanne on to the other house as well. With a good nade. Takes down one, and Marpin Ninja is down as well. JyanMaara, well, mentally, they won a very good fight. A very big fight.
Oh, how does that happen, though? That's what I want to know. AJ exposes himself. We do see another player of TDK closing in. AJ is going to have a lot of threat lingering on top of his head because Jane's position is unknown. AJ has no clue. Jane's right next to him. Another fight occurring in front of us. It's going to be ElementriX who's going to put the final nail, or who's going to nailing down DRS on 13th spot. Bigger teams taking an exit pretty early this time. ElementriX, one of those squads that's having a great time so far today.
Liquid gets that vehicle elimination. He probably knocked down one of the lads with the vehicle and then just took down the other players from the team of DRS. Definitely now we are down to 12 teams. 18-minute marker just around the corner. Jane, all right, he's trying to probably just spot down someone, and he needs to understand that he has 6 first aids. He can go for the heal battle if he wants to go slow, but then again, he's not alone here. There's one more player that's quite close to him, and that is from Skylightz. Action is on low HP on this other side, but he's getting adequate amount of cover from one side, that is TRZ, and from the backlines, that is Stalwart's other players. They are going for a few nades here and there, back and forth, but then again, Savage, they need to be aware of TRZ. That is onto the backlines. They have nothing to lose. They can go for the fight. They can just, maybe take the damage to blue, and they can still try and knock down a few players of Savage.
Oh man, Action's taken down low as well. So far he's damaged. Savage Esports having all their 4 players up. Every single player squad healthy. Pika's position is uncompromised. He's out in the open. As soon as he's going to expose himself, that means he's also going to be out in the open. He's not going to have a lot of cover to play off of with, but he finds that knock. That's going to buy him enough amount of time to try and reposition, and that's what he exactly does. Moves in from the back lines. Now Savage, they're going to have a lot of pressure on themselves. Action, though, is going to get taken down. On the other hand, Top is as well trying to fight back. Savage, they are in a complete disadvantage in this fight. Now Stalwart Esports, they get the high ground.
And they are on the verge of eliminating Savage. As Top eliminates him at 1 HP. If anything, Top actually took down multiple players in this situation with the weapon switches that he was doing. Skylightz on the other side, they do get eliminated as well, and now Top is going for that revive as well. TRC, a few of the players have managed to cross the river. I guess one of the players is going to be playing up a sacrificial role, and that is going to be Kapshi on the backside. But, well, he gets spotted down by Action, and now Blue is going to be taking him out. 3-on-3 situation as Top has been spotted on. A good nade probably by Madcat. Definitely did dish out slight damage. But 2 players down from TRZ's side. Seal on one of the directions, and there is Stalwart on the other direction well. TRZ, they thought they would swim their way out of from one island to the other, but on the other island, it was death.
Oh man, they straight up just walk in the line of sight. Another team, Steel is there to greet them, and TRZ, now they're getting dismantled. They're down to the one last man alive. Baron is trying to cut close distance, trying to get real up close and personal. He's also going to try and lobby in the net, maybe hoping that this one's going to catch someone, but it needs to travel a lot of distance. So that's going to be next to impossible, but he's still moving on in. It's not going to be scared of anyone. TRZ, on the other hand, a lot of pressure surmounting on top of him. They also need to take care of the team in the front. They also need to take care of the team in the back, but Stalwart Esports, they're going to prioritize their positioning way much more than this fight. Top is showing the back to this fight at this time, and TRZ, no, they exposed themselves, and oh, this is where Stalwart Esports are going to capitalize. Even though they don't have any cover, they just don't care because they're just so good mechanically. And now they have another man just behind that rock, barely surviving. He's going to go for the Met strat. And yep, he gets the first hit off of down at the nick of time.
Spike is taking that damage to Blue as well. 3 eliminations in the hands of Pekka. He's also on a good domination spree right now. TRC, they get eliminated. 1952's entry goes down as well. And looks like 1952 is in a lot of troubling situation. 5th zone closing up. That means Baron needs to understand that the circle's damage, in fact, will be a lot, but Top takes him down before that, and now Top gets traded up on the other side as JyanMaara Snipe actually spots him. Action's the last one surviving. This light cover is all that he has, and that smoke as well. The circle is with Phantom. Can these two players change the course of history for themselves? I told you, Necro, that this house is really important for these two players to survive, but it looks like one mistake can actually show them the exit door.
But again, the problem is, if any of the teams that decided to ram their vehicle straight in, Venom Esports, they're not going to have the enough amount of manpower to try and stop them from doing so. That's where things might just go south for them. So maybe they would just want to stick in the same house and try and stick together. IHC right here having the high ground over the players of JyanMaara. IHC so far they've been dominating this area of the map. C-Vine's right underneath them, if you can see. That's going to be something that's going to bring in some astonishing plays for sure. ElementriX out in the open now. The only cover they have are those little smokes and maybe possibly those trees. But Alex is going to lob in that nade. That's going to be a long range too. Yeah, hopefully he catches someone.
Oh, he did try, and slight damage was done, but not exactly catching the players. But Alex on the side gets taken down. Zeol is trying to move from around the zone. I don't know if he's going to be successful in that or not. A few players still struggling with the blue. And Phantom's players, they are looking really happy, really good for themselves with that house in their vicinity. But I'm not sure if the next circle is going to catch them or not. Snipe, he wants to move forward as well, throws up a smoke and will try to go with the smoke trail inside the circle. Phantom's players just dropping down and out right now. A good nade probably. All right, nope, denying that. And the next circle might just change quite a lot of courses for a few players. Meanwhile, Phantom's players will have to see what happens, as in less than 10 seconds, less than 4 seconds, in fact, the circle's forming up. ElementriX, they have a good area for themselves, but is that enough? I mean, their previous Sanhok was really good where they got a chicken dinner, but this time they'll have to run in the open. Look how open every player has to run. And Phantom's players, they have these houses.
Yeah, Liquid was really deep in the wall of death. JyanMaara, no fear, exposes himself. All right, that's a little bit too no fear. Maybe he should have feared a bit there. Seal Demo is going to go for the Met Strat. Only has 4 more first aids left, but it's a complete hell break and lose on the other side. Now is also getting a little bit more from the death box right there in the front. He messes the timing there a little bit. Seal.
He went down on picking up one first aid, and the animation of picking that one and all, I'm pretty sure did not have the healing prompt option on in his game settings. All right, Gunnar is throwing something, Gunnar is cooking something. We'll have to see what he cooks. But from the other side, it was Sus.
No.
Takes down one from JyanMaara, and look at Phantom Slipknot's nade. Just taking down the players of JyanMaara as well. The eliminations are happening. JyanMaara, they are trying to move inside the zone. I don't know if Snipe will be able to. All right, he does reach there. But Phantom, out of nowhere, a team that lost its 2 players right in the beginning. Now they are on the verge of winning with a brilliant grenade. Slipknot just ends the misery of JyanMaara. And now Sus is the last man surviving. Not anymore. Phantom, will you believe it? Could you believe it? Are you going to believe it if I say this team with only 2 players got a brilliant winner with a chicken dinner?
The compound played an instrumental role, and them realizing that the compound's going to be the prime spot right there in that zone, that was a big one too. And I'm still surprised that none of the teams decided to actually straight up go on in and crash their vehicles on that compound, because teams should have realized, right, at the late zone, maybe they should go for that compound, but none of them did. They were just trying to sweep their way in, and that's where things kind of went south for all the other teams. The Venom Esports so far, they were able to hold that compound perfectly. They were making sure that teams are held off at bay, and they come out on top.
Oh, that compound hold was such a crucial role for these players, and they played it in a really good manner. The way these players just got it for themselves. A brilliant winner chicken coming up for this team, and I enjoyed it with all its glory. It's right, they were outnumbered multiple times, but the only mistake that happened in that situation was no one came close to them. They never allowed anyone. And if someone was trying, you saw JyanMaara's players just cooking up a few grenades. If someone was trying, there was a third party. ElementriX's players, they try. It's all about those elimination points, right? You need those points, and sometimes things just don't work out in that.
I mean, it's just like the stars were aligned, right? And it was their chance to put on a stellar performance, and they do so. And in the end, you said the third parties were right there, and this is what Sanhok's known for, especially if the circle is going to be even for a bit out in the open. The teams that are going to be on the high grounds are pretty much next to you. They're going to straight up try and capitalize. You saw IHC, as long as the zone was in their court, they had the high ground to play with, but then later on, as soon as it shifted away, they also had a little problems to deal with. But it seems like it's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia's 2022. Now, of course, I'm joined alongside with me. It's going to be Ocean and Venom Esports. Now, pretty much sealing the deal on that previous Sanhok game, Ocean. Of course, a phenomenal compound hole, without a doubt.
Yeah.
But somewhere down the line, teams in the back and teams in the front as well, they're going to capitalize. And you have to agree with me on certain factors, on certain points, is that they had a lot of luck backing them up as well.
Yeah, they definitely had. I mean, the circles formation was so good for them. I mean, it was a lucky day. They could have just, went down for the lottery and would have won that as well. But, well, we'll be talking about the stats right now, not the lottery numbers. And I guess we'll start off with the MVP, Necro.
Exactly. Let's take a look at the MVP and let's find out who this match's going to be, because there were quite a lot of teams in the end who were able to rack up a lot of frags. So just to guess, it's going to be tough, and no fear from the side of JyanMaara, who has only got 22 frags for himself and 3 knockouts with 813 damage. The elim conversion right there wasn't really that great for him, but he has a lot of survival time. 23:42.
I mean, JyanMaara had they were a part of a lot of fights, for themselves. 800 damage definitely shows 2 eliminations, although, but then only 20% of the elimination count is there. 23 plus minutes, almost 24 minutes of survival, and that also just adds up in a really good manner, really good way for these for this player. And I'm pretty sure when we'll be looking on to the other players' stats when we talk about the top 5 and all, he has made up a respectable position in that. I mean, obviously at the first, and we will be moving on with the top players as well really soon.
Exactly. We're probably going to be seeing the top 5 players in the front of us, and that's what exactly happens. As you can see on the second spot, it's going to be Pika from Stalwart Esports. Of course, there has to be one of the players from either Stalwart or IHC just sealing that limelight for themselves, And then Baron as well is right there with 4 limbs at 519 damage dealt. Top as well is going to find himself in that little bit of limelight. But Venom Esports finally showing themselves up with 3 limbs and 404 damage dealt. This exactly shows what I was talking about. Venom Esports, all they needed was just hold the compound down. Those 2 players did that perfectly. And in the end, I'm also surprised none of the teams also decided to challenge them from the back, because the wall of death was moving it quite quickly.
I mean, they got 5 eliminations in total. Out of 3 are here, where 2 are GR, right? So that definitely shows 4 damage. Comes up pretty decent. And they had the highest survival time, obviously, because they were the last ones surviving. And that also definitely just shows out around in this one. But then again, these are not the only stats as we'll just move forward with the comparison of the first and the second team. You see only 1 point difference, although elimination points were comparatively higher, not exactly though, but comparatively higher with the ElementriX. But we have to remember the first Sanhok that ElementriX got in their win as well, they also had only 5 eliminations. This time ElementriX tried to just subpar that, but this time the circle's favor had some other things in its own self. Look at the average survival of Phantom as they lost 2 of their players early. That definitely shows.
Exactly. I mean, ElementriX right there as well, doing a great job, talking about the consistency. ElementriX, they're able to deliver it up to the mark. But what I really want to know is, ElementriX, are you giving it all you have in the league plays? Because if you do, that's not going to be enough for the Super Weekends. Because we saw in week 1 of Super Weekend, ElementriX, they were on the struggling phase. Hopefully, week 2 is start of greatness for you guys.
Hopefully, it moves up with the same good pace as well. That's one of the things of understanding as well. We'll see. We'll talk about those things later on. But as of now, these are the stats. When we talk about, look at the damage dealt that Phantom has, it's even lesser than the damage received that ElementriX has, right? They have 1,000+ bomb for themselves in that thing, and 843 it comes up as a number. But talk about the match summary right now. Top with the highest eliminations alongside Baron. If we talk about it, No Fear with the 2 good number points for himself, highest damage, and obviously coming up with highest assists as well. Gunner with the longest distance elimination, and then Baron, the lad with the highest eliminations, is also there with the highest knocks.
Exactly. I mean, Baron as well, we saw him. He also was getting a little bit of limelight for himself. But I'm quite surprised we're not really seeing any of the players from IHC right here, because they had the high ground to play with in the final zones, and I honestly thought they were just wrecking havoc in the final zones. But somewhere down the line, maybe they were just not able to get those conversions for themselves. As No Fear from the side of JyanMaara. Now, one thing we know for a fact is that JyanMaara had to fight their way inside the final zones, because we saw they needed to take care of IHC on the right side, and also the teams in the front who were just trying to block their pathways. So JyanMaara, in the end, the path for them wasn't really that easy. Stalwart Esports is one of those teams that tries to go for the elim points pretty much mid-phase of the game, and that's how they were able to show themselves, show their names up too. Take a look at the match ranking. Of course, Venom Esports going to be on the top, ElementriX on second, JyanMaara on the third spot, but Seal and Stalwart Esports and IHC right there, those 3 Mongolian teams right next to each other.
Well, these 3 teams, 4th, 5th, and 6th position coming up for them. But then again, talk about A1 Esports, a team that is again and again we were having hopes from them. They are just not delivering up to that. DRS not getting any points in this one. 7C wipes. 4 teams, 13 to 16. Necro gets you 0 points. Yeah. They got 0 points. Let's no eliminations as well.
Are you surprised? About A1 Esports? I'm not. I called it, man. At the start, I called it. The way they were positioning themselves in that fight right there, I somewhere down the line knew that 1952, they're just giving them a lot of breathing space. And when you let a team get really comfortable around you, they're going to have a lot much more confidence building up on their accounts. And that's what exactly happened. 1952 read that perfectly. And A1 Esports as well, doing so, sticking together. They were also giving a lot of sound cues away. This also minimized all the capabilities of them pulling out an astonishing play. And 1952 had the knowing of every single player.
Exactly, and in a while we'll be moving on with the Oppo moments, as well as we will just witness all those amazing fights that happen. Starting off with you guessed it, 1952 versus A1 Esports. Now, the thing for A1 Esports was their positioning and the communication was not on the marker, to be honest. And whilst there were a lot of teams that were trying to, just cross the water bodies, lot of players, lots of players were getting caught off guard in that. And that obviously was not a good sign at all.
I would honestly call that Vibes fight a really unfortunate one, because they were just caught out in the open. Oh! That's something that we did not really see on the live feed right there. But yeah, thank God we got that on the replay. That was just nice, correctly shot. Yeah, impressive indeed from the side of Savage Esports. And fun fact, me and Johnny were having to talk about this, right? Savage Esports and Seal in the TDM. And I was saying this over and over again, that Savage Esports, when it comes to the mechanical standpoint, they have it down. And they won the TDM as well against Seal.
Yeah, I mean that was looking really really good. But look at this, DRS got eliminated in this one. We saw Skylight's elimination as well. That was not even thought of. Look at IHC taking fights in a really bold fashion. Phantom Players. This is how they were surviving, but they were taking all the opportunities in their hands that they could just get. And this nade that took down the vehicle, that indeed took down the players. That was just so good. And then Sanhok with its own amazing storyline of going for the heal battles. Well, if they don't click, you are down.
I mean, indeed. Let's take a look at the damage graph and let's find out how things really looked like. We did see them in the previous cards, but now we have Venom Esports with 843. Of course, not a lot of damage to play with, but ElementriX and JyanMaara and Stalwart Esports. Damn, even though Stalwart Esports, they weren't really able to get a lot of placement points, but look at the damage number right there. The conversion as well is really good.
Yeah, it is. It is really, really good. And in fact, not just for one team, right? I would want to say Savage. Think about it, right? The damage number is really high, but then the conversion is only of one elimination. This happens, right? This happens with the teams here and there. Talk about it. There are good teams as well. Like if you talk about ElementriX, JyanMaara, Seal 1952 in this game, and Stalwart as well, that have pretty good damage numbers for themselves. Phantom, obviously, they were fighting out in the last moments of the game, so that definitely shows up here. But then they're gonna cherish this win. 100%, they're gonna cherish this win for themselves.
Exactly. I mean, they have to, right? On the other hand, Skylightz Gaming is well one of the big teams out there. Got eliminated pretty early off, and this is what we saw. DRS, Skylightz Gaming, some of the big teams taking an early exit. Overall rankings, though, IHC, they're going to keep the crown for themselves so far. On the first place, ElementriX with the consistency moving on in with the second spot. Stalwart Esports on third, Venom on fourth. Deadeyes Guys as well on 5. These are the top 5 teams, but I'm really surprised to see JyanMaara here, and I love the upgrade they've shown.
Yeah, I mean, JyanMaara in the first week, they were doing decent, but not good. And now they are just, trying to bump up those numbers for themselves. IHC 64 points right now for themselves. ElementriX is catching up. Definitely, they are at a good number for themselves. Stalwart 42 points. Obviously, now with one game remaining, we'll see which team just dominates at the end, because obviously one group, that is Group A, is not going to be playing. Venom Legends have had a downfall. Skylightz have had a downfall, and it's not just them. Obviously, there are other teams as well. High Voltage 7C, slight downfalls from them, but this is important. Vibes. This team in 3 matches, they don't even have an average point of 1.
Yeah, that's quite interesting. I honestly feel like on day 2, Vibes is going to start to show some glimpses of greatness, because no, I think so they will. I think so they will. Because we've seen this from the top teams, right? And sometimes they just like to take things a little slow. Sometimes they just want to like mess around. And then on day 2, they just like bounce back in a huge time. Because Vibes is one of those teams, Ocean, that we cannot really ignore. On the Super Weekend side, even though they did not have any chicken dinners, they were still on top 4, if I'm not wrong. And that in itself proves a lot of things, right?
Exactly.
Even if not having that chicken dinner, still being on top 4, I mean, I don't really need to say anything more about that.
Exactly. I mean, that team definitely was just, at a really good role for themselves when it comes down to Super Weekend 1. And yeah, they were lacking chicken dinners, and now as well, they're lacking chicken dinners right now in this one. And this one matters because they have to be in top 16, right? One good game can actually just, shoot you up in that top 16 marker. And Erangel is the last game of the day, ladies and boys and girls, with Group A sitting out. That is Group B, C, D, and E. They're going to be playing this one. So we will see what happens in this one final game of the day. Again, if something goes wrong today, you still have 4 games of tomorrow, but then you'll have to make all those games count.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Vibes will make those games count, but I don't know about teams like Venom Esports. Are they going to be able to make it count or not? Because now, moving on forward, the final game of Erangel, this is where a lot of pressure is going to be on teams like Venom Esports, DAX, or especially the teams that were in the bottom 4 in the first weekend of the league play. They're going to have a lot of pressure, especially considering the fact, as I said, the final game of day 1 of week 2. Moving on forward, though, what are your expectations, or what do you think? Which team can be the one to throw a curveball and just take that win?
I don't want to care about the team right now, but what I want to care about more is how do I say this, right? What I want to care about more is a circle. I want to see a weird circle. I just want a weird circle, something out of the box. Some sort of a circle that just goes down maybe to the military base area, just goes to one of the sides of military base, or maybe to a high altitude such as a George Hill or something. We want to see something different. have seen hundreds of thousands of Gatka circles. We've seen hundreds of thousands of Pochinki Hill circles, Potato Hill circles, maybe hundreds and thousands of normal, mansion circles and all. But something out of the blue, it might just throw a curveball to all the players as well. I mean, you never know.
Hey, you know what I want to see? I mean, military-based circle, I am one of the biggest lovers of those. But what I want to see is a Stalwart circle.
Yeah, exactly. Man. Something different. Stalwart circle is also a really, really good circle if we just talk about it, because it's weird, it's different, it's unique, it's just there. All right, looks like Top was topping him up with some juice, and Pika as well, maybe going for something. And now everyone is ready. It looks like every player, every single person in this lobby, ladies and boys and girls. This is the last game of the day. Tomorrow, there are going to be 4 games as well, 5 in total, but 4 for each group. But right now, this Erangel might as well make someone's story.
Exactly. Fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen, because the plane fly path so far is quite weird. It's going to be pretty much a southern tilted plane fly path, starting from Primorsk, ending all the way towards Milta. Yeah, pretty much it is similar. So, but what I want to know is now, are we going to be seeing a military-based circle or no?
Everyone's just dropping down right now. And DRZ, they like to drop down on those areas. Skylightz, it looks like they would want to go to their George Pole drop location, the northern side of George Pole. Maybe they'll take up a few vehicles and then they'll just, move forward when we talk about it. Obviously, so Seal is not there. That means TDK can easily drop down to military base island, and that is a good news for all the fans. And Stalwart, we know them. Novorepnoi is going to be their home ground right now to play. They will play on those areas. Venom Legends is a team that likes to drop down to the areas of Milta Factory and the slight backsides of it. So they'll go there 7C, just, moving from around, gliding around Pochinki right now. That is a good place as well. A1 Esports, just a classic drop location for themselves. ElementriX on their own split. Every team is looking pretty good, and we see a standard circle. Cool. Action has completed 50 eliminations. Wow.
Yeah, 50. That's what I saw. And Zol is so close to him, right? 49, right behind him, following it up. Top 2 has to be right there. It's like Action and Top. This duo has to be
only
there.
Mongolian players are here. Just think about it, right?
Yes. Honestly, that I didn't really notice that. Yeah, that's a great point.
I remember. So I remember last Super Weekend when we were just going with all these stats and all. Galzen was there amongst the top fraggers in top 5. Right now, it's all Mongolian players. The way they play, I don't know. It's a treat to watch, and they have a different play style. To be honest, they have a different mentality, if anything.
And the funny part is, Ocean, it also, like, somewhere down line, the way they play, it feels like this is not their A game. They still need to bring it out there, It still feels like they have a lot much more astonishing plays left in them that they will probably bring out when in the way much more upcoming stages, like bigger stages.
Yeah, probably. We'll just talk about all those things once the match just progresses forward as well. Right now, Deadeyes Guys, they are dropping to the backside of Rozok. All right, High Voltage has their own school apartment area for themselves. Deadeyes Guys is trying to move around now, which was very much needed. They're moving from around the areas to Rozok. I don't know, was it necessary? Probably not, but then again, they got the vehicles as well. I mean, you could have you can get one vehicle in Rozok's parking area as well. Garage, Skylightz, the players, changing those vehicles just for the style points. And now they are moving forward with those vehicles. Galzen has one for himself. Jesco and Muffin has a buggy for himself as they will start looting these areas. And the good part for this... all right. The good part for this team is that they have a zone right now favoring them. Slightly, but still it is favoring them.
Yeah, Raw are going to find themselves like right in the center spot.
Yeah.
Savage as well, we saw them by quite a decent amount of time to actually get towards Yasna Pole now because the plane flat path wasn't really favoring them there. That's a huge split between Sancher and the rest 3 players. As always, there's going to be a couple of much more teams stacked up right next to each other near schools in the Water City. And considering the fact that Vibes like to drop in Water City, now we know currently the sword's hanging right on the top of their necks, but somewhere down the line, I'm not really worried for them. Like, I don't know why. I'm just not really worried for them. And one thing that I'm really happy for is Dax. They are in the 10th spot in the overall rankings.
Yeah. I mean, that team is doing pretty good as compared to the first week, right, Nakra? I mean, the way we saw them playing, we were like, oh no, what is happening? But now they're just changing the entire game plan. It's not just them, right? We talked about JyanMaara. Now we talk about Dax as well. Like, these teams are changing their play styles. They are adapting to the lobby. It definitely took them maybe a week or so, but now once they start adapting, it's a good thing because it will help them in a longer run. They might just qualify this Super Weekend, they might just qualify next Super Weekend as well. They'll accumulate good points, they'll be in top 16 for the finals, and finals is where things matter the most.
Exactly. Finals is where the things matter the most. And sometimes we've seen, right, a couple of teams that are not really able to step up on the occasion where it's like, you know, okay, it's like occasion porn. But then in the final occasions, they just step up out of nowhere, right? And you're just like, oh, what? How? We did not expect them coming so far. And then they just like surprise all of us and they take the victory, if you know who I'm pointing towards.
Oh. Well, let's not get down to the past. The past is past, but definitely just, you know, got us really, really good moments, you know, when it comes down to PUBG Mobile and everything that surrounded the atmosphere, the excitement of the audience as well. But then again, now, TRZ, they also have a good place for themselves as of now, as everyone has vehicles, they can just move around. Looks like good driving lessons, maybe, just here and there being paid off. And now TRZ's players are trying to move forward. But what is Manish? Or I thought, where is he going?
Oh man, maybe he's like trying to climb his vehicle over. Okay. Oh, that's a great, you know, little find. But yeah, you know, I saw that green Lambo right there, and I also had a little question erupting in my mind. Is that, what is your favorite fruit?
Wait, what? You saw a Lambo and the question was?
What is your favorite fruit?
Fruit.
Yeah, fruit, yeah.
How do we get that from a Lambo?
I just saw green color, all right, and I'm got reminded
Had you seen
of
an
a
orange
mango.
color, I would have said like orange already. How? All right.
I saw a green color and reminded of a mango. All right, man, listen, okay, I'm weird like that.
Oh, well, let's talk about some weird things. As A1 Esports, I'll answer your question, but right now, A1 Esports is starting off.
Indeed, that's weird.
No. I mean, not in that sense, but think about it. A1 Esports is starting off. They have taken down one player, and they will be responsible for the first blood.
Yeah, that's something that I haven't really seen us in a long time now. Not really accustomed to. So I'll call it weird.
Well, now let's see what their next plan is, right? Because A1 Esports looks like these players have started off the war, but will they be able to end it? That's the question. Or DRS, you can see a few players on the other side. ElementriX's other players, all three that are surviving, are moving down to the areas of Query. RX Jax, he has spotted on a few players as well, but it looks like he has that slight hesitation for himself that he's just, not trying to move forward right now. Killer's coming, and he's out in the open. Oh, the spray was good, but none of it connected. Now, Killer has to move on his foot as his vehicle. It's totaled, and on the other side, Delta, all right, gives him a lift. Now, A1 Esports is thinking that the players are there, but little do they know that a buggy is just moving right around them.
A1 Esports, again, you clearly do see the paranoia setting in as the circle's also shrinking down. So there's just the paranoia is just going to keep on increasing, right? Because as the circle is going to keep on shrinking, there's going to be a much more teams passing right next to him. I'm really worried for a team like A1 Esports, man. They have much more fan base behind them. A lot of fans, they have their eyes locked on them, and so far they aren't really.
Yeah, this team has been in motion since the old times, but again, it's not just the same team. You're not feeling that same oomph from the team somehow. We love the team, we get it, but it's not having that old exposure for itself the way they used to play in the previous times. But well, again, we'll talk about that later. As Venom Legends this time looks like quite a few mistakes are being made. Eisenberg, he can take down one more. What? Eisenberg just rains hellfire. And now Elbu is the last man surviving somehow. Eisenberg got all of them.
Exactly. Eisenberg is, of course, a one-man army from the side of Savage, but now he's also straight up moving in, crossing pathways in front of JyanMaara. Il is the final man alive, and Elbu. Yeah, that was definitely scary because he also looked back for a second thinking that, oh, is he going to stop or not? And he realized, okay, the buggy kept moving, so there's not a lot of threat to play with. JyanMaara Gunner, if I'm not wrong, has been taken out. So that's something that's not really going to be that great in the lobby. Savage out in the open. Look at the amount of confidence. He moves out in the open. He doesn't care if he has no cover, but he goes for the return fire instead. No fear now is definitely going to fear all sorts of fear. It's going to try and puncture the buggy right there.
That's a good decision.
He's also going to be able to make sure that Eisenberg is now isolated there. He cannot really move back to his vehicles. Oh, just spot out Eisenberg. The mini's dealing a lot of damage, and now it's just trying to spam it. But Eisenberg, he only catches one bullet onto himself. Sanchir as well from the back. Now it's going to take a lot of damage. Has a little dip to play with, but still, no connections fine. I like how safe No Fear is playing here.
Yeah, I mean, you just see, like, Eisenberg also just shot a few shots. Obviously, till that time, the player was in a good place for themselves. These fights are happening 1,500 meters outside the zone. Think about it, Necro. If you don't pay respect to the circle, then after the next circle is done, your meds might just not be with you. You might just be taken down, all those things. Like, it might just be a bad thing. So that's one thing that we'll have to understand. Now it's a good time to heal in this place as Eisenberg is going for it. Savage's players, they need to make up their marker inside the circle. That buggy, one tire is done for, but then again, it's still working. Meh, they'll use it.
It's better than running, though. At least you're going to get something to
Oh, what is that? What is that vehicle doing?
It's chilling, Ocean, all right? It's just having its own great time. And over here, TRZ, they found themselves a nice, safe combat to play with, but hopefully they're able to hold it off because so far, if you talk about this team's mechanical skills as well, they have been struggling somewhere down line. Kopshi, of course, is one of those OG players, so we can try and rely on that man. Manish as well, we've seen him perform in the past. But again, we saw sometimes, even though the players are playing for a long times, there's a possibility that you might just see a performance drop instead of an upgrade, so... yeah, never know. TRZ, they are right in the smack center. 1952 right next to him. Raw as well, right in the open. Wives making quite a bold rotation, but luckily there's no one around them, so they're going to find themselves in some safe shoes. As you can see, Stalwart Esports, TDK, 7C, right next to each other. And if Stalwart Esports keep on going the same path, they will have to try and fight against Avon Esports.
1952's... You know, I was just wondering, I was looking at 1952's 90 degree. I don't know if it's brave or not. He's away from his teammates. He's quite close to Katka area where there are other teams, just surrounding him. And he's not with the team. I mean, that's the major point of emphasis right now. It's good or bad, I don't know. I'm pretty sure he has a vehicle. That's why he just went to that position until that position. But then again, we'll see what happens. Skylightz on the other side, look at the split. That Skylightz has Nima and Martin. So there's quite a lot of distance between these two players as well. And Vibes is trying to move forward as well. Vibes right now has 2 points in 3 games that they have played. This is their 4th game of the day. Obviously, the last one. And the circle shift is just bonkers right now. ElementriX has a good place. TRZ has a good place. And Skylightz, well, I believe they have a good opening path for them inside the circle.
Yeah, the circle takes a hard shift, something that the teams are not going to be accustomed to. You want to see a weird circle, and I feel like this has to be an invitation for a weird circle. A really great one, too. I feel like if it just keeps it moving a little bit more left, you might just see the shorelines ending. Airdrop 2 is going to be on the board. Groza is going to find himself in there, and also a couple of upgrades for the teams. If they want now, just heaps of vehicles moving in from the right side inside the zone. Stalwart Esports as well. They get their eyes locked on the players in the front. The target's locked, and now they're just looking to terminate it. Oh, this Car 98 shot. Wow. Oh, that's a crispy one. Gunner's going to feel that.
And Sealshot's going to feel this as the players were being taken down light. Look at how Eisenberg managed to just get this fight for himself. This was just so good. And right now, High Voltage is trying to return the favor as Praveen was knocked down. Now Fragboister has been knocked down and will be finished. He needs to be saved. No, that did not happen. And Deadeyes Guys, well, the favor is returned on them. And look at this. Assassin is still trying to go for it. I still remember the times when Assassin used to just, top the charts off being a top fragger, being the MVPs and all. Assassin has had his own good share of his capabilities being just, showed to the world. And talking about this, everyone knows now in this lobby that Venom Legends has been eliminated.
Exactly, but now Assassin is also catching bullets from the back. A fact that he was completely unaware of high voltage. They're trying to get real close to Assassin, make sure they're also able to get the reset through. Deadeyes Guys, they're down to a 3-man squad. Frack Boy's already taken out, but it's okay. Deadeyes Guys so far are doing really great in the overall standings. Assassin's out in the open. High voltage somewhere down line. They know it's going to be really tough to get the fallen man back up. Turulov just trying to puncture the vehicle in the front. Still 15 teams alive. Quite a lot of teams right here, but he catches bullets from the left. It's going to be wipes all the way from across the board. Somehow they find a little glimmer, and that's going to be enough for them to dish out enough amount of damage. Savage Esports making quite a bold rotation and a risky one too.
Savage is moving from one side to the other. Vibes, you could see the players right around in the distance. High voltage has a good place for themselves as well. Although the players were being attacked, and that is Assassin. He was taken down, but he's not out, and that is important. But he needs to be revived, and I'm pretty sure he will be. Yes, he is revived right now. High voltage now. It's kind of a red signal for them that they cannot stay there for longer. If they want to, they'll have to move around. And now they were trying to move around, but Praveen. Chari still thinks that Praveen is moving through the smoke. That's why he was just shooting to the right-hand side, but that exactly did not happen. No one was there, but Savage's players are right against Skylightz, and one good nade from both the sides is being tossed down. And look at this, the players are being spot down. Damage was done by Galsen. He can maybe go for this elimination. Will he be able to eliminate? No! What a brilliant understanding coming down from Anif as he takes down one, but Skylightz, they end this fight in its entirety, but they did lose one, and that is Galsen.
Yeah, they took a big casualty right there, a big hit from their side, but now it's JyanMaara charging against the players of high voltage. A nice opening with the nade as well, but JyanMaara needs to understand if they do expose themselves, it's going to be quite instrumental for high voltage. Another nade to follow it up. They're also going to get the confirmation and also going to find another find on the board right there. Assassin falls down as well. JyanMaara with 2 players to play with. They have 1 casualty on their side so far. JyanMaara, they also need to try and watch out from the teams in the back. That's going to try and wrap around. It's DRS in the back right there. Kind of quite exposed.
Yeah, it looks like they could just see and spot down the players, but obviously they were on the other side of the wall. But it looked like that they were trying to investigate what are the opponents doing. But then again, 7C, they understand that they have to go for the revive on Precious. He's very precious to be saved. How many smokes do you need? Yes.
The more they know, the more the better, you know. He also puts one, accidentally lobs inside what his house too. Is like, you know what?
This house looks bad. Let's just
yeah, I don't like
decorate
the walls.
it a bit.
I don't like the walls, man.
I don't like the walls. I want to see anything. Come on. But now T2K is moving forward. Sandesh, look at that bold rotation that he did with that buggy. But that buggy's tire just crashed him down. And now he has to maintain that open cover for himself. But Sandesh, he still manages to actually connect one of the shots. Will go for a smoke. One on the front, one on the back, and one on him. Yes, and now he will move to the back lines. Maybe that shack. It looks good. On the other side, Incus is trying to dish out damage, but he needs to understand that the Molotov is going to do more, but Sinister. Oh, the A1 Esports. Is it good? Is it bad? I don't know. They are returning the favor in the fights every time they get a chance now.
Oh, they're indeed replying back really strong. Incus as well falls on top of the flames. High voltage still somehow alive with 2 players in the front. Body's one of them. Catches a couple bullets while also trying to return back or trying to fade away. And now ElementriX, they're also catching bullets from the back. So many third parties indeed. At this point, you cannot even expose a little glimmer of your pixel. If you do, you're instantly going to get capitalized on. Vibes, they have all their players alive. As I said, Vibes is one of those teams that I'm not really personally worried for because right now in this game, they're looking really methodical and instrumental. The approach they're taking is, of course, tactical, and they have to because so far things are not really going their way. Mullik right here is going to catch a couple of bullets while he tried to vault over. But now this is a position you really don't want to be in because right in the front, there's a player of JyanMaara at DRS, so he's now going to return back in the house. But yeah, TRZ, this is going to be interesting.
Definitely, it is going to be. Look at that. They are just, trying to get a good hold for themselves here and there. But then again, the situations are not exactly what they look like. Oh, a few shots being taken down as well. But this circle. Come on, give us a good shift. Oh, it shifts.
Oh my
it
God.
shifts to a good place as right now, DE, high voltage, Skylightz, they have the zone for themselves, whilst the other teams will struggle. And they will struggle a lot. They will struggle a lot.
I mean, this is quite a weird enough circle, Ocean, not gonna lie. I mean, indeed, one of those circles that we haven't really seen a long time. And Stalwart Esports, they did get one casualty on their side, or at least a down soldier. Shouldn't really be that big of a deal, as 1952 C1's gonna expose himself while he was trying to take out the players of DRS. And Vibes, they're just gonna straight up capitalize on top of that. A little steal, but it's okay. As long as you're racking up those elimination points, that's all gonna matter. 4 elimination points on the side of JyanMaara, but still no elimination points on the side of Vibes. That's something that's gonna make him cry. Snipe YT trying to scout the areas out in the front. Still 2 casualties on them.
Look at the map, Necro. Look at the map. How many teams are just at that one cluster? It's going to be highly populated, this area.
Yeah.
You see that map, right? A lot of... You see different colors. It's yellow, it's green, it's... what is it? Is it peach? I don't know. And it's some sort of a lighter green. And I don't know. I'm bad with
like
these kind of colors.
Platinum color.
I just know that there are only three, 4 colors. That's all I can say. That I know. Otherwise, there are different colors. But right now, DRS, they might just only see red as Vibes Jiggle has the crosshair on them. Meanwhile, A1 Esports is taking the fight against Stalwart. Would you believe it?
Oh, that's something that made me really clench my teeth right there. And Vibes, they also have a couple of players wrapping up on the back. It's DRS knocking on their doors, but A1 Esports, they're trying to survive through hell. But so far, the hell's just unleashing fire on them. And it's Stalwart Esports, the name of the hell. And they're just going to straight up wiping out the game. We talk about Stalwart Esports. Just call them the cleanup crew at this point. Because DRS as well, they're falling against the lads of Vibes. They're inflicting a lot of pain and a lot of damage. Killer YT in the Visitor Tower. He is going to have the little high ground to play with, but Jiggle with this position, he's played it to perfection. Action as well, trying to rip some shots off on the players in the front. As Snipe YT is going to be the final man up, but Delta from the back is going to seal the deal.
Definitely does seal that deal for themselves. 11 teams right now, 27th place surviving. As more and more teams might just become casualties of all these situations. As you see, Skylight's players are being taken down as well. Delta is trying everything in his power, in his favor. Action just around the corner. Delta as well, just now moving to the backside. Reaper. Oh, the nade damage, the splash damage did hit him. That means he has been spotted down. It might just be a bad situation for him. We'll see what happens as the players will try and move forward.
Exactly. Delta gets capitalized on now. It's DRS. They just have a lot of eyes on Locked. A lot of eyes are indeed locked on top of them, and TDK as well. Now they're going to fall down. Raw 2 just joining the fray up. DRS, they're trying to get the reset through, but they just don't have a lot of time to play off of with. And Vibes, they're straight up looking to capitalize on top. They're just trying to apply the pressure, and they are going to keep on applying it as long as DRS, they're not going to fully crumble down. But DRS should be able to get the rest through. Raw 2 having a great positioning in the zone.
Oh, Jiggle needs to understand that Delta's just out there, and it looks like he has spotted him out. Meanwhile, Vibes players are still taking that fight, and this is the end, probably, of that fight, as DRS players are in a wrong situation right now. One by one, Vibes is winning this fight as they are taking DRS out of the lobby.
Exactly. Indeed, the Grim Reapers of the lobby for sure. High voltage 2. They're still making it alive. Something that I'm really scratching my head over because I don't know how they're still alive in the game. But look at the positioning that Shifusor has. He's in an off angle indeed, but Sus has no clue. Now he definitely does. He did see it, a little glimmer, and that's going to be enough to try and capitalize on as he's going to shut down that man from Deadeyes Guys. And there's a huge split. Look at Shifu. He's all the way in the back. AJ going to close in. Trying to get real up close and personal here.
I mean,
AJ's position known to Sus is going to spot out the little head.
It's like Sus doesn't even care. He was just taking all the fights that he could. Now, AJ needs to lob this grenade in that shack. If he misses, might just be bad. Sus, look at him. He came in, he took down the players, he went away like the wind, nothing else. And he's still surviving somehow. ElementriX, but the thing that he needs to understand is that there are gonna be multiple players right on the backside of him. But look at this nade on Joker as Waru just, wants to rain hellfire nades are being the primary utilization mode right now to take down the players. Look at so many ages going right back. Front and back right now, back and forth indeed. Muffin and Janima, AJ 3 plus surviving high voltage. They want to move forward. Vibes is one more player just goes down. Jiggle will be following up, and look at the finish that they are doing. Praveen needs to understand that the zone damage is actually on him, and now Rig. A nade just comes quite close to them. His HP is low. He needs to understand that the smoke is the only potential cover that he has. We'll go with the vehicle, but I guess this is the wrong idea. Oh, he's moving away. Mafia Ninja is going for the shot, and there it is.
Exactly, the wall of death now as well. It's going to close in. All the teams, even if they do move out of the play zone for a while, they're going to take a lot of damage. Something they cannot afford to, so that's why it's a wall of death now. At Skylightz Gaming, they're just trying to fire some blind shots. They're just making sure that they're able to find some blind connections through the rice fields in the front, and they are going to be able to. That's a nice one too. Rick taken down again. That man just got on top of his feet like a while ago, and AJ instantly puts him down again. Raw, something they really need to worry about, or something that is being a big problem or big thorn in the way for them. It has to be Skylightz Gaming. A great find from the side of Assault. It's going to shut down that man in the front. Stalwart Esports taking an early exit this time. I mean, the way they play, I would call it early.
Oh, 1952 still surviving, DE still surviving, Vibe still surviving. They have the players that is just limited in numbers. That is 1-1-1 each. Skylightz has 3 players. Raw has 3 players. We would want to see what they can do with the multiple players for themselves, because this chicken dinner might as well just come to one of these teams. And, well, these teams are ready. Vibes, Ryu has a decent cover for themselves. Not much. Shifu has been staying onto the back lines and not moving in onto the fights. Evil Eye is pretty close to Assault, though. Look at how Assault is moving. This player might just not understand what is right in front of him. Evil Eye is looking in a different direction. Don't loot! Don't loot! Oh, man! Raw! Oh, no, 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 no. The locations are compromised. Raw's location is compromised as well, as players will go for the revive.
Oh my God.
But this gives them a chance. This gives Skylightz a chance to move forward. Shifu will have to move from with the circle. Nima is coming. I guess he can't do much. He will go for the fight right now. He's going with it. He's going for the jump, but he is spotted down as well. Shots connected onto him as he gets out. Skylightz, they might just bring it home for themselves. They might just be ready for it. But then again, Vibes is one solo player. Can he at least try and change the game?
Yeah, that player indeed has the decider.
He can come second, if anything.
Yeah, he has the decider. He's kind of like the decider of the fates right now. He can change the course of the entire game if he wants to. As long as he holds on, the better it gets. And
what?
Oh, that's a great find from Assault. A blind nade's going to find the frag on a Mafia Ninja. Now Skylightz Gaming, they're going to be in a panic mode, as now Raw can try and capitalize on top of it. Maybe Vibes as well. They can try and get a little bit of shots here and there, because he's the final solo survivor. But the return comes in. That's a nice return favor right there from their side. Skylightz Gaming, that's also going to buy enough amount of time for them to get the fallen man back up now. Mafia Ninja still knocked out. Another nade's going to seal the deal.
Wow, all of this is happening, and Vibes is one player review. Look at him. He's going with his own nades. Right now, AJ might think that there's someone from Raw that is onto the front end side, and he might not even bother checking Vibes' last player. Meanwhile, Cooney is trying to just dish down damage onto the other areas as well. Muffin and Janima, it's a 1-on-2-on-3 situation, and one good nade, if they have it, can at least take down 2 players. Nima and Muffin Ninja, they have the vehicle for themselves. They want to. Are they going to drive this vehicle? That's my question. AJ is moving from the other side. If he does not spot you, it might just be a bad situation for him. Assault has been spotted down. Cooney as well. The locations are compromised for Raw. This is a bad situation. Nima understands where Cooney is. He's going to lob down a good grenade. Muffin Ninja is spotted on the other side, and Nima is going with the grenade. It is there. Cooney needs to understand that the grenade is going to be a real headache for him as he takes him down. Assault, this time he cannot go for the revive. Vibes' last player has been spotted on as well. He goes on third. It's a 1-on-3 situation. Everyone's moving forward from Skylightz. They'll end it on a good note as Skylightz seals the deal with a chicken dinner.
Oh, that's a great one too. Skylightz Gaming, finally, they show themselves up, and now they're going to boost themselves all the way up to the 2nd place in the overall standpoints with 11 elimination points on their name, and also a couple of more placement points to add on. That's going to make it 26 in total with the damage of 1598. Skylightz Gaming indeed making a statement after that chicken dinner.
what a good way to just, have a game end for yourself. They just, went on really, really good in this tournament. They just showcase amazing sense of understanding, in fact, because this circle, they had good points for rotation, right? They had open areas for rotation. That helped them in the earlier circles. And then afterwards, when they were just trying to go with the pace of the game, they just went all in on these fights. In fact, this final fight, imagine this. The last play of 1952, I believe, could have taken down Assault, right? Had he taken down Assault, this fight would have ended a bit early. Because Assault's grenades were the things that were stopping Skylightz for the starters to just rush in. Had that not happened, things would have just ended a bit early.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Vibes, they had the chance to try and change the fate of the entire game, right? But Rio, I feel like he was a little disciplined, too much. He was too much disciplined right there. Maybe he should have tried to take a couple of shots in the front and maybe expose himself. At least he would have gotten something done. But again, the trigger discipline, sometimes we know it can award you a lot better if you get the timing down perfectly. If you don't, if you're going to overdo it, then things are pretty much going to go against you. But it seems like now it's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMPL South Asia 2022. Now, the previous game, or the final game of Super Weekend 2, League Play Day 1, has ended. And it seems like the final game as well. Quite a weird circle. Yeah, something you wanted to see.
It had its own ups and downs, right? But then again, yeah, Circle was quite a bit different one as compared to what we are used to seeing. And obviously, we love these kind of changes, right? It refreshes ourselves as well as the players and their own strategies, because they have to change those strategies for themselves as for what change they can just bring out, what momentum shift they can just do for themselves. And well, in that sense, I'm pretty sure games happen, but there's always one player that just stands out of the rest, Necro.
Exactly, and it's the MVP of the previous match. Let's find out who was that man of the hour, because we did see a couple of teams actually going pretty ham in that previous one, because we did see, right, Ocean, a lot of teams were exposed, and even if you were exposing a little bit of pixel off your body, you were instantly getting taken down. And this time it's going to be Nima who's going to find himself on the MVP page with 6 elimination points and 3 knockouts and the damage of 702. Nima has done a phenomenal job from the side of Skylightz Gaming. And Savage Esports, though, something we really need to focus on. They were actually winning their squad fights, and I'm really happy.
Yeah, they were, winning up pretty good fights when we talk about it. And Skylightz, they at the end just won this game in a really good manner. 702 damage and 6 eliminations. This time we are seeing a good elimination counter when we talk about it from the side of Nima, and almost it is 27 minutes survival, and that's the entirety of the game. 27 minutes of survival time is what we are seeing from this player. Did not have any assists. I mean, doesn't matter. At the end, just got everything. And I guess, if I'm not wrong, the team is at 2nd position overall. And that is a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. 2nd place overall in the league play. But again, top 16 is all that matters. And
Yes.
I mean, we know, right? In the Super Weekends, in the first week
so-
at least, it was the Mongolian domination.
Yeah, so it's this, right, Necro? You'll just agree with me on this. If you're in top 3 at the end of day 1, 100% you're qualifying. Doesn't matter whatever kind of games you have, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not just top 3, I would say, like top 5 too. Like you already have a huge cushion for yourself to play with. So yeah, like whenever you were in the top 3 or pretty much the top charters on the first day of league play, that's all you're going to need, right? A little bit of cushion to play with. Even if day 2 slips out of your hand, that's going to be enough. But usually, if you are on the top page, it's going to be very rare for you to actually slip out on day 2. So that usually doesn't really happen. Top players in front of us, Assault, of course, is going to find himself. I was like trying to remember who was that person from that red team who was able to do a lot of damage, and now he's in front of us. Yeah, it's Raw from Assault from the side of Raw. He got himself 3 eliminations because we saw Assault, right? He was just challenging so many fights left and right. He was able to get those knockouts in, but somewhere down the line, the conversion rate wasn't really going in his favor. Stats comparison between the top team and the second place team, Skylightz Gaming and Raw Esports Ocean. Just get a little glance on this.
Oh, look at the way they have played. It definitely shows their attack. That is the damage dealt was really good for them. Almost like 1500, 1600 is the margin. But look at the way they have been just defending them. So that is the damage received that Skylightz has is comparatively lower as compared to Raw's players. And Raw, at the end, we know the players were taking a lot of damage on themselves. But Skylightz, one thing is they lost one of their players early. That's why their average survival is comparatively lower. Raw had all the players surviving till the final circle. Obviously, they lost down 1 player, then 3 players were surviving. But this actually reminds me of previous Super Weekends' second Erangel. That was of the first day, second Erangel, in which Raw almost had the game, but they lost it to Seal. $1,000 were lost in that one. Obviously, this is not the same scenario, but then again, it reminds me of that same situation. Raw in the final zones, they are fumbling.
Yeah. I mean, look, Raw, I feel like so far in the league play, they're doing great. So that's something that I'm going to stop thinking about, right? Because as long as you're in top 16, it's okay. You're still in the green zone. But as you said in the final zone, right? And this is what we saw in Super Weekends too. And it cannot really be ignored because Raw, don't get me wrong. They were able to get those points for themselves. They were able to rack up those elimination points. And they were also able to get a couple of chicken dinners underneath their belt. I don't exactly remember the number, but what really cannot be ignored here is, as you mentioned, sometimes in their 4-on-4 fights, they do tend to struggle.
Yeah, it's. I would say it's all about the communication, if I'm not wrong. Again, obviously, it just comes down to the players, and they have a better understanding than what we can. But it just feels like it, and that feeling always just comes up as a good thing. I don't know, but then again, let's talk about this one. As 26 points came up for Skylightz in this game, and then on the other side, we just see Raw coming up, just as we had this conversation. Vibes is there with 14 points. Stalwart with 10. So just as we said, right, last game as well, we saw Mongolians being at the 4th, 5th, 6th. Like they managed to find 1 or 2 teams out of them always managed to find a good place in top 5. And at the end of the day, we know how much that matters.
Exactly. I mean, as you can see, right, the only Mongolian team that was playing in here, Stalwart Esports, of course, Seal was sitting out, and Savage Esports was there. But I would still say an okay showing from their side, and I'm having high hopes from Savage Esports this week too, because Savage Esports has to be one of those teams that I'm really looking out for, considering the fact that we haven't really been seeing them in the past. A couple of players are there that we've seen, for example, Sanchir and stuff like that, but now Savage, completely a new banner to play with, and of course a new 4 lads to play with. I understand, it's understandable, mechanical skill is there, but the communication struggle is clearly being seen. But hopefully in week 2, they're able to get over that. But without wasting any more time, let's get into the Oppo moments, and let's find out how the fights really broke down in the previous one.
I mean, when we talk about this one, right, the previous game, it had its own ups and downs. As we started off with this one, which A1 Esports was looking really strong. And they tried to deliver, but then that deliverance it exactly did not arrive, though.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little late, I would say, right? Because somewhere down the line, the indecisive nature from this team really does kick in. And these are one of those problems with A1 Esports. They tend to be so indecisive. They just don't know what they want to do in the final zones of the game. And it's like, usually teams have a game plan. And A1 Esports, they're like, throw the plan out the way. we're just going to try and adapt to the gameplay style, which has its pros and cons again, but most of the times it has a lot of cons.
Yeah, those pros and cons, we want to just, have a discussion about it, but then we know those pros, those cons, it just exactly doesn't come out, and that's how just, it happens. But then again, look at this. Still, we will be looking their highlights, and we'll just understand the way they are trying to force the momentum in their favor. But we just hope that this coming up tomorrow, it should be their day. But then again, if it's not, then they might just be counting themselves out of the entire tournament.
Might just be, yeah. I mean, 2 weeks back to back, not able to win, and
Exactly.
that's something we saw with Paradox, right? If you remember last season, one of those teams that didn't really make it in the first 2 Super Weekends, and if I'm not wrong, they made it in the third one, but they struggled quite a bit, right? And it's like, if you're going to be making it right on the third Super Weekend, that means you're being put up on the spot, and it's like the pressure is going to be pretty much uncountable. Like it's going to be infinite level because you're right there on the spot. You haven't really been there before, and you have to deal with a complete new strategy, complete new turn of events, a complete new breath of fresh air. Before now, let's take a look at the damage graph with, of course, Skylightz Gaming is going to lead it.
Oh, well, they are leading it, but look at 1952 though. 555 is the number that they have, although they don't have any eliminations for themselves. On the other side, we see a lot of teams with 2, 3, and 4 eliminations with decent number of damage. I mean, look at Deadeyes Guys, right? 2 eliminations, but 700 plus damage. That is good. That is indeed, like, really good.
Yeah, indeed. Overall rankings in front of us. I'd see, of course, at the end of the day, too, they're going to keep their throne for themselves right on the top. But it's okay. Skylightz Gaming right underneath them in the league play. Stalwart Esports 2 on the third spot. Again, somewhere down the line, the Mongolian domination is being seen, but the Nepalis, too, they're trying to catch up. But this is just the league play. We want to see them catch up in the Super Weekends. Venom Esports 2, one of those teams that I'm really surprised to see here, Ocean. And even in the Super Weekends week 1, they were doing phenomenal.
Yeah, indeed. Like, the play style was pretty good for them when we talk about it. Phantom is a team that is just impressive with its strategies, with its understanding of the game, with its, in fact, its entire markup. They're just doing really good when it, just comes down in the amazing gameplays that they are just, building up for themselves. But this is where it makes sense, right? Vibes, they are at 16th now. They have to qualify, right? They are at 16th. That matters. That is good. But again, on the other side, Savage. Do you think about it, Savage?
Yeah, man. That Savage, DRS vibes. It's like, I feel like they're just waiting for day 2 to just like completely just go ham, right? Just rain down hell on these teams. While on the other hand, teams like Savage, DRS Esports, they'll need to try and steal some spotlight tomorrow. Because so far, things aren't really going their way. TRZ, too, things aren't really going their way. And this is what I want to say to you, right? Because Vibes, look, before this game on the overall rankings, Vibes were like on 20th position. And now, just after that one game, they've boosted themselves up on 4 spots. And this is what I was saying, right? One good game, and they're going to be out the bottom 4.
I mean, that is indeed a really, really good thing if you just, think about it. With the way they have their own mind and their understanding of this entire tournament right now. They know they want to survive. They know they will survive. They know how to survive. They, at the end, will survive. Train to kill, high voltage, not bad. But then tomorrow might just have a different strategy, a different lining of it. And DRS not being in top 16 as well. That's also kind of a shocker when we just, think about it. But I'd say this team... Mongolians overall, not even this. You can't even say this team. It's Mongolian domination overall.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, currently, though, from Mongolia, this is the team that is leading the entire pack, and that is showing the way for the entire Mongolian region. Yeah. It's going to be the team of IHC. Zyal, of course, a known man from the past, playing since a long time. Alex, of course, a rookie in the team, doing a great job, just knowing himself up with the team as well. And it hasn't took a long time for him to actually gel up with them as well. And then you have Godless as well, following it up. Icy, of course, a man, too, who's been playing with this team since a long time. But always the man that I'm really looking for has to be Alex. I'm a person who loves to see rookies and new teams and the underdogs step up, and Alex has been impressing me over and over again.
Oh, well, I mean, definitely has been playing really good when we just, talk about it. And that just comes down to, giving up impressive gameplays. Alex, a new player, and still is shining with the really, really big names. I mean, we know we saw his worth in that TDM as well when he was just just dominating with an 8 elimination streak. That's really good. 14 eliminations of his at the end of the day. So yeah, he is just doing really good. And we talk about the elimination leaders, actions there, Zeol's there. It's Mongolian domination again.
Exactly. I mean, young players usually means you're going to have the boiling blood, and that's what I've seen. Elimination leaders, somewhere down the line, we did see this when the map feed was up, and yeah, it's going to be the same. It's not really going to be changed. Demo 2 from the side of Seal. This man has been so good and so consistent from week 1 to week 2. Action at this point, it's like we're not even surprised to see Action on the top. It is expected. When you see Action in a tournament, you want to see this man on the elimination leaderboards. If you're not, then you're going to be like, all right, it's someone else playing from Action's account.
That might just be a thing, but then again, when we talk about it, yeah, he has to be in there in top 3. Top 3 means a top position as well. So he just comes there, right? Without any further ado, he just gets there with all these things. Meanwhile, we talk about these players as well. We see Wally, Alex coming up there, Pika, and then there is Delta and True Love. 9th and 10th position is something that a different region gets. Wow.
Exactly. Oh, man. Pika, too, right there. Look at them, 41, 41, 41, 41, and then you have True Love with 40. It's like everyone's matched up. I don't know what's going on, Ocean, all right? This Mongolian region right here, I feel like they just plan things. If you remember, on Super Weekend, week 1, day 1, it was Stalwart Esports dominating. Day 2, it was IIT, and then day 3, it's Seal domination. Like, they're just like taking turns on this entire lobby, and they're just dominating the way through. Day Summer, as well as in front of you guys, it's going to be IIT and Stalwart Esports with, of course, one of the most phenomenal games out there, and then ElementriX with like 20 points they had for themselves, and Venom Esports as well, kind of stealing their limelight at Skylightz Gaming too. But overall, we talked about it. The Mongolian domination indeed is there this time as well. But Nepalis as well, they're not really far behind. What I want to see is the Bangladesh region now step it up.
Yeah, we hope that the regions just step up overall with their amazing gameplays when we talk about it. And obviously, I'm pretty sure tomorrow might just have a different story, coming up all together, because when we talk about all these regions, right, we know they are trying to go for only one goal, and that is to showcase why that team is best when it comes down to this tournament. So far, it has been a Mongolian domination. Definitely, South Asian teams are coming up to the mark, but then again, it still is. There is that slight factor that just is differentiating the way the game style, the game plans are being executed when it comes down to the Mongolian region and South Asian. So I hope when it comes down to the Super Weekend, where it will matter the most with the $1,000 on the line for every chicken dinner, I'm pretty sure we might just see South Asian region just getting on top. So let's just hope for that, for starters.
I'm in a Super Weekend again. I mean, week 2 again, I feel like it's going to be a complete new breath of fresh air for us too, and for the teams too in the lobby to try and adapt towards. Because in the week 1, we saw that too, a complete breath of fresh air. But what we didn't really see changing was the Mongolian domination. Was there in the league play too? Was there in the Super Weekend too? And now, but what I want to see is on Super Weekend week 2, I want to see the change of pace, right? I want to see the change of course right there, because I don't just want to see the Mongolian domination following it up. I also want to see somewhere down the line other teams trying to step it up, because Skylightz Gaming was one of those teams that I wanted to see in top 3, or at least I expected them to be in top 3, but they haven't really been there. But again, it can't just be one of those times where they're just like sitting back in the lobby. As long as they make it to the grand finals, they're not really going to showcase themselves.
I mean, at the end, it's like they might just not even be caring about it right now. What they'll be caring about is like, let's just qualify, then we'll just, get $3,000 more, or even maybe more. Like we'll just, see what they do, because they like to just dominate where it matters the most. And I'm pretty sure they will. Otherwise, we'll just, understand the game plan. Maybe they are just, saving it all for the finals or something. We'll understand it. We'll just think about it. We'll just see it.
I hope they did it in the GC, though. I mean, that's not what they did in the GC. It fell off. But yeah, it seems like it's time to keep the banners aside. It was a phenomenal day indeed of the week 2, but it's now our time to close the show off. It's going to be me, Necro, and Ocean signing off.
I'm the real deal. I'm the real go.